What's going on, everybody? Welcome to round 2 of Live in the Park here in Centennial Park in Nashville, Tennessee. It's be interesting to see how things turn out. Had a couple people stop by when I was getting set up. Haven't had any further inquiries yet, but hopefully now things are going, people will start to pay attention. The banners finally arrived, so got some big old signage on the side of the canopy, which you guys can't see over here. It's on the backside, obviously. I got one behind me. So hopefully we'll be able to get some additional attention this week from further away, and people will come over and join the conversation. I got started a little bit later than I planned on today. I had a few things come up, but hopefully we'll still be here in time. There's a lot of folks over there by the Parthenon replica, and actually quite a few. It's kind of interesting. There's not very many like canopies and stuff set up, and I could see like 4 from where I'm at right now. There are people like with big coolers and stuff. So I'm not sure if something major was happening earlier, and I'm kind of catching the tail end of it. I want to say a big shout out to all the folks who helped me make this happen. Obviously, the one and only Doki Doki Bible Club is in the side chat. He'll fund a good portion of all the equipment that I needed. Thank you so much for that, as well as everybody who donated for the fundraiser last week and got the canopy. And I'd already purchased the banners, but that will help to cover that cost as well. So thank you very much to all of that. For all the members, I saw a bunch there. We got Kevin's Bible discussion. Notangelo's there. Erica's in the side chat. What's going on? How are y'all doing? I think I saw Cheryl a while ago. Bubblegum Guns in the house. What's going on, folks? So let me know if audio and video are coming through correctly. I keep getting a notification, even though when I do the internet speed test, it says I've got plenty of internet. I keep getting a notification popping up, so I'm saying I'm getting low speed. So if I start roboting, please let me know in the side chat so I can see if I can fix it. Maybe I'll have to move a different spot. While we're waiting for people, if anybody, whether it be atheist or theist, want to hop into the discussion, we can start the conversation. I found very often that once dynamic, whether it be digital or in real life, whenever conversation starts, very often that can be kind of the catalyst to bring additional folks in. So anyone wants to hop in the panel for a quick topic discussion, please feel free to do so, and we will get things going. So I was kind of fascinated the other day. I'm currently reading, I can never pronounce the guy's name. Bertrand Russell, I believe his name is. Let's see. So it's called Science Ideated by Bernardo Kastrup. And he wrote another book I read last year called Why Materialism is Baloney, which was a phenomenal book. Of course, he's a very staunch idealist and takes the very dogmatic position that materialism is categorically false, unsubstantiated, and in fact, with our advancements in science, the holding to the dogmatic position of materialism is actually just showcasing how brainwashed you are and how biased your interpretation of the empirical evidence must be based on what we're discovering. So then in this current book, which is Science Ideated, it's a compilation of a variety of papers and articles that he wrote on this topic. And I gotta say, it is quite the read, very interesting, but I would wager that the vast majority of atheists and materialists, whether they be in science or on YouTube, just in general, online in general, have not ever considered the positions that are being made, the arguments that are being put forth, nor the evidence for and against their worldview. It's an ongoing just ongoing claims that anybody who does not agree with consensus must be a biased, Dunning-Kruger suffering individual who is just not actually educated. And, Angel says no link. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I was forgetting to do something when I told people you could come in and join. All right, link. Oh, what the heck did I just do? All right, link is inside chat for anybody who wants to hop into the discussion. Sorry about that. Let me see if I can pin that real quick. Okay, it is now pinned inside chat for anybody who wants to come on into the discussion. So Grayson says, why would dark matter render materialism flaccid? Well, I'm quite certain I did not specifically state dark matter at all, so not really sure where that position comes from. What's up with Angela? How you doing?
What's up, son? Fine with you?
Man, I'm hanging in there. How's the camera? I feel like it's a little blurry. I'm being blinded by the sun. I can't quite tell.
I can see what it is.
Yeah, I mean, is it coming through clear, or is it clear, or is it a little bit blurry? Like, what about now?
No, it's good to start it now. Like that.
All right. So what's going on with you?
We're all right. What about you?
Hang on one second. I will be right back. All right. Say something, Angela.
Yeah, I can hear you well. Now I can see you.
There's a really high-pitched noise in the background I'm hearing.
Okay, but now I can hear you well again.
Yeah, potentially that whatever that background noise, it's like bullets in my ears. What's up, Power Word?
Hey, I'm the one that made the comment about dark matter. I'd like to speak to it.
Who? Power Word or Grayson? I thought somebody named
Power
Grayson did.
No, I made the comment in chat. He responded to my comment in chat.
Oh, okay, gotcha. What's up?
Is it better now?
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay.
Okay, so Grayson and Power Word. So you guys were having beef inside chat. Is that correct?
Yeah. So just to clarify my position, dark matter has never been observed in our specific dimension. Only orbital spins and its impact on our dimension. Therefore, it exists outside of our reality, which is why materialism can't explain it. It can only explain its particular effect on, matter within our reality, and that's tied to gravity as well, and the redshift. That is why we can specifically determine it exists.
All right. So Grayson, do you want to respond?
I mean, yeah, we can observe the effects of dark matter just like you said. So, I mean, we can see like the gravitational lensing and the effects that it has in other aspects. I mean, I've seen the experiment. I believe it's in Italy where you can actually. It's believed that they're seeing dark matter interact with some sort of sodium crystals. And you can actually see that the effect it interacts most in June and least in November because of the orbit of the planet through the solar system or around the sun as the sun is orbiting in the Milky Way. So we can see the effects of dark matter. It's not like it's outside the scope of materialism.
The dark matter itself is outside. Its impact is not.
this does, I don't understand. Like, this seems like a differentiation without a difference. I mean, if you can see the effects in the physical reality, then I mean, that's evidence for dark matter within the framework of materialism.
So, I mean, that's a simple matter to study. It's not like you can't open up the research materials and see that the dark matter itself has never been observed, only its impact. So, and you know, there's
How
a
do you
lot of
think that we observe anything? I mean, the observations of anything is going to be due to its effects on other things.
so you're saying observing the effects and observing the actual matter are the same thing.
Can you name anything where that's not the case?
Sure. I mean, I'm a Christian, so
No,
I
but
can
like, what
name.
is something that you can observe the thing directly without observing its effects on other things? I mean, to look at something that requires that you're just observing the light bouncing off of it. So you're observing the effect that that object is having off of the light. And to observe the light, you're just observing how how it's affecting the photoreceptors. I mean, literally, to observe anything is to observe its effects on other things.
No, so the multiverse, for example, is that something you believe in?
We don't have evidence for it.
Okay, so anything like that's a theoretical physics doesn't exist?
It's not that it doesn't exist. It's just that there are certain things that we don't have evidence for. And there are things that we do have evidence for, like dark matter.
The effect of dark matter. Yeah, this isn't going anywhere. We can shift topics.
Yeah, all right. I didn't mean to derail LPP. I joined a little late, so I wasn't sure what the topic of discussion was.
Well, this in general is what I'm doing right now is that if people stop by to talk like they did last week, then everybody will kind of drop backstage and I will talk with people directly here in real time. At the park, nobody joins. We'll continue on general conversation. We'll see what happens. But in context of the topic for people that come and sit down with me, it will be does God exist?
Gotcha. I would consider it similar to I would just say I don't see any evidence for the affirmative there.
So, do you is it your position that if you can see the likely effects of something, that it would be reasonable to conclude that would be evidence in favor of its existence, even if you can't like observe it in real time or like tangibly substantiate it?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you consider things such as fine-tuning of the universe to be evidence in favor of an intelligent agent to
No.
conduct? Okay. So why?
I mean, I don't necessarily believe in fine-tuning. I mean,
Okay, so you just like reject all of the well-documented things that are considered fine-tuning parameters?
Yeah, so my example is basically that like if you were to think of like a puddle, right, in a ditch, and it were to, for the sake of this analogy, become conscious one day, and it would look around and say, look, this ditch is exactly shaped like me. This ditch was fine-tuned for me to exist within it. I think
Be
that
water,
would be
my friend. Be water, like Bruce Lee said.
So,
The puddle analogy is quite honestly one of the most juvenile. I mean, every time I hear like Matt Dillahunty use that one, it cracks me up. It's the same thing. It's on par with the codes don't need a creator because the Enigma machine exists. I mean, those kinds of positions. I mean, Grayson, I don't think you're an idiot, but I really don't understand how people as adults can actually say, oh, the puddle, the water, if it became conscious, would think that the hole it's in fits it perfectly. I mean, but then like is not going to, and then going to argue like, okay, fine. But then if you're going to go into like, is it going to explain all of the strong and weak nuclear forces, extrapolate out all the different parameters and like that would be necessary for all of the things that are necessary for it to exist, and just be like, oh, on the surface level, the dirt looks like it fits me perfectly. I mean, that's where that supposed defeater for fine tuning, like that's where that ends. Is
you-
to be like,
if you want
I
me to
looked at
drop-
I looked at the mud, therefore, and the mud doesn't tell me anything, therefore it didn't have any. Nobody ever put it here. I mean,
If
that's
you'd
just
like, if you'd like,
it's
we can drop the
hilarious.
analogy. If you'd like, we can drop the analogy. I was only using it to illustrate the point, but I can deal with the actual, like what we're talking about here, and that is that if any of these physical forces were different, we wouldn't be living in a universe in which we were alive to observe that they were any different. So again, like
that's the entropic principle, but it doesn't explain why the universe is fine-tuned rather than not. And referring to the puddle argument, if the expansion rate of the universe would not be finely tuned, then there would be no atoms, no stars, no planets, no puddles, anything.
Turn up your mic, Tangelo. Turn up your mic a little bit.
well, yeah, that's the whole point, though, is that it does explain those things, because if it were any different, we would not be there to observe it. So, like, the fact
Okay,
that we're here observing
Dude,
it,
our
means
existence,
it has to be-
inside of this has nothing to do with what would be required for it to exist at all, whether or not we exist inside it or otherwise. Like, you do do you not understand the
Oh, here we go.
differentiation there?
Here we are.
yeah, well, because
Well,
we are here, it has to be this way, because if it was different, we would not be here. I mean,
that's the entropic principle and doesn't explain why the universe is fine-tuned rather than not. So this
Why
is a
doesn't it?
moot argument.
It's like a brute fact argument or something.
It is a circular argument of obviously we wouldn't be here if there was no fine-tuning, but the question isn't that. The question is, why is the universe finely adjusted on thousands of levels in order for life to be able to exist rather than not?
yeah, I just don't see the evidence that this is fine tuned. I mean, where's the evidence that these things can be any
Grayson,
different than they are?
honestly, dude, what was one of the foundational reasons for the multiverse hypothesis to be put forth? It was to explain and to try and come up with a alternative explanation as to how the fine tuning could be here. I mean, you do understand that, right?
I mean, there are a whole host of mathematical reasons why, like, a multiverse was postulated.
Yeah, to explain what
Okay,
you just said.
let me quote you here, Stephen Hawking. He says in The Grand Design, the laws of nature form a system that is extremely fine-tuned, and very little can be altered without destroying the possibility of the development of life as we know it. Were it not for a series of startling coincidences in the precise details of physical law, it seems humans and similar life forms would never have come into being. Our universe and its laws appear to have a design that is both tailor-made to support us, and if we are not to exist, leaves little room for alteration. That is not easy to explain and raises the natural question of why it is that way. So you are questioning something which is considered a scientific fact.
No, I don't think that just proved that it's a scientific fact, because Stephen Hawking wrote about it in his book for the general public.
Grayson,
I mean,
do you
it's
think-
a poetic way of expressing his writing. I mean, he's not saying that these things could be different, that there's no mechanism about why, like, how they could vary. He's not proposing any kind
Okay.
of physical
Okay.
mechanism. that
Okay,
would ex-
Luke Barnes is a well-known physicist, and he has written a paper, The Fine-Tuning of the Universe for Intelligent Life. He says the parameters of the standard model remain some of the best understood and most impressive cases of fine-tuning. I can give you many quotes from professional physicists which confirm it. Here, Leonard Susskind, a physicist, he says, our universe appears to be fantastically well designed for our own existence. The apparent coincidences cry out for an explanation.
And if it were any different, then we wouldn't be observing. We wouldn't be here to observe that. So just the fact that we are here to observe that. I mean, I keep coming back to this because, like, I don't understand your refutation of it.
Are you saying it's
Well,
just not an
you're-
interesting question?
You're
Because it's-
just
Okay. Again,
confirming
Tangelo, hang on 1 second.
fine-tuning.
Tangelo, hang on. So, Grayson, you and Otangelo are both circling back around to the whole we wouldn't exist if it wasn't like this. Okay. That does not alter the how are all the parameters in place in the fine-tuning necessity that they must be, whether or not we end up existing or is irrelevant. Just how do they come to be in the first place? Okay, that's what has to be addressed first. And this again is why in many debates that I have had, okay, and I've heard many, PhD atheist activists make the exact same point is, listen, well, with the multiverse, this is just one of a bazillion. So yes, while it is extraordinarily improbable that all of these parameters could be like this, there's a near infinite number of universes out there. Therefore, this is not actually improbable. So do you hold to that position, or do you just reject the fact that there is a fine-tuning necessity to be accounted for?
I don't necessarily hold to the position of the multiverse. It makes logical sense to me, like that explanation for things. But again, I see no evidence for a multiverse, so I'm not going to hold to something without evidence of it. I think it's like a neat possibility to consider, and logically, it would explain a lot of this. But again, like for the fine-tuning argument, I would need to see evidence that these physical laws are sort of like they are this way arbitrarily, or that they could be any different, and there's no evidence for that either. I mean, it just looks like, if you guys want to like get into any like specifics of fine-tuning or like the strengths of the different forces, I mean, how could these be any different?
The reason I'm bringing this up is, okay, so you just stated you don't see any evidence in favor of the multiverse, so you're not going to just hold that position. It's logical potentially, but you don't see evidence for it. Therefore, you're not going to like dogmatically hold that position. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So hang on. So on the flip side, you categorically reject the fine tuning that would have to be explained. That you say can be explained by a multiverse, right? Are you saying that the fine tuning can or cannot be explained by a external agent?
But an external agent, like you mean like a designer of the universe?
Correct. I mean, dude, I know you're not dumb. Please don't nitpick. Okay.
No, yeah,
you know what external agent in this context means. Please don't be a standard atheist freaking semantic nitpicker all day long. Try to use your IQ.
I was
okay?
just trying to get an understanding of what you were saying. And
right.
yes,
I'm obviously creating a dichotomy. I'm obviously creating a dichotomy here, and I'm trying to find out your specific position. So, do you or do you not agree that a external creating agent could also be a logical explanation for the fine-tuning of the universe?
It could be an explanation for the fine-tuning.
Cool. So we do have fine-tuning that needs to be accounted for, whether it be via multiverse or something like it, or a creating agent. Is that correct?
I don't go that far now.
Okay, so if it's not a creating agent and it's not the multiverse, then what would be the plausible explanation?
I mean, how could it be different? That's what I'm asking. I mean, where is the evidence that this could be any different than it is?
Let me answer that. Paul Davies says here, there is not a shred of evidence that the universe is logically necessary. Indeed, as a theoretical physicist, I find it rather easy to imagine alternative universes that are logically consistent and therefore equal contenders of reality. And I can give you a nice example here. For example, atoms, they are charge neutral, and they could be positive or negatively charged. And if they were, they would become ions, and in an instant, they would annihilate, and there would be no atoms, no matter, and no stars and no planets in the universe. And a proton or a neutron is made of quarks. So you have up and down quarks, and they have usually two ups and one down. So you can switch it and have, instead of that, one up and two downs. You change the mass, and then you have a charged atom, and you have no life. So that is perfectly positive. And we know that ions exist. So there is no logical necessity for the universe to be the way it is. It could
No,
be
that's
different
not a
and we
good
wouldn't
argument. I'm
be
sorry,
here.
but in both of those examples that you brought up, there is very good explanations for why that's not the case, and that's that it's more energetically favorable and stable for like neutral atoms and for two up quarks, one down quark, the way the protons are. I mean, we have physics to back up why these things are the way it is. But if you wanted to, I mean, again, and your argument is basically saying that since we can imagine it being different, that is somehow evidence that it can be, which is not the case. That's not logical.
Well, that's not true. And I just quoted you Paul Davies, and he said, as a professional physicist, that it is possible to change these laws. And physicists, they just figure out these kind of things. Give me one physicist which says that these laws could not be different, and they are so based on physical necessity.
I mean, where is the evidence that it's not?
Just
I mean, you're
one.
just saying
One.
that the physicists can imagine it differently just because, yeah, you can imagine all kinds of things that, I mean, that's not evidence that they exist.
I told you, you can change the quarks in a proton or a neutron, and there are actually ions which are annihilated in a fraction of a second. So there you have your answer. It is physically possible to alter the composition of protons or neutrons and put other quarks and other masses in. And
Yeah,
the
and they're
masses
less
of-
stable. That's why they don't make up the
Right,
majority of the universe.
Right, exactly. So they are less stable. So that is a state of affairs that is physically possible. And that means that if
But
it
that's a
were
very
the
logical
case,
explanation
we
for why
wouldn't
we don't
be
observe
here.
them. I mean, you said like, you're trying to make the case that the way that things are is not a logical necessity, and your examples all show why it's a logical necessity that these things are the way they are. You're saying that it's less stable in other scenarios.
And it could be less stable. So there is no physical necessity. That's the whole point.
No. The way that things work is that they tend towards more stable states. I mean, this is how things work.
Okay, there are laws of physics which also are fine-tuned, and these laws, they are based on mathematical equations, and physicists, they have simply discovered the quantities inserted in these laws, and there is no physical necessity that these quantities could be different. You could put another number in these equations and you would not have the laws that we have, and we wouldn't have a stable universe. There is no physical necessity that there has to be these quantities. These are foundational. That means they are not grounded in anything deeper. Maybe you study about the SI system, the system of units, international system of units. It has 6 or 7 quantities which are fundamental. They are not deeper grounded. They could be different, and they are just right in order for us to exist here.
Yeah, is fine tuning really the best argument y'all got? Because I don't find it that convincing.
Argument isn't the fine tuning isn't the argument. Fine tuning is the evidence, and we try to explain why it is the state of affairs rather than not.
Okay, so out of all of this, do you agree? I just want to clarify because you kind of wavered on this earlier, but we were pretty close. So do you agree or disagree that fine tuning can be considered evidence in favor of God?
Yeah, I don't know if I go that far. I would say that definitely a God would be a possible explanation for like the universe that we have here. I mean, sure, you could explain everything with God. I mean, I'll acknowledge that.
Okay, so in a court of law, can a piece of evidence be presented by the defense and then a alternative explanation be put forth by the prosecutor?
I would assume so.
Okay, so in this context, we're looking at a piece of evidence, i.e. the fine-tuning. So from the defense perspective, can I make the argument that it is evidence in favor of my end conclusion, which would be not necessarily it's a proof beyond all doubt, or it's the only piece of evidence, but from the defense perspective, I can make the case that it is a piece of evidence. Is that correct?
Yeah, I just don't know if like fine tuning itself is something that is necessarily like provable.
Grayson, I literally just created made a very specific point. It's not that you have to agree with the end freaking conclusion. Okay, you can be the prosecution and come up with an alternative. Okay, I specifically stated from the defense's perspective, can I present it as evidence? Okay,
I'm saying I don't know if you can.
bro.
Because I don't know if you can make the evidence that there is fine tuning. I don't know if that is something that is, you know, I mean, where's the evidence that these
genius. Seriously, dude. Seriously, think hard. Okay, you started this whole thing off with the claim that if we were in a freaking puddle and were water and became conscious, then the things that we perceive as fine tuning wouldn't actually be fine tuning. Okay, you made that. You took that earlier. This starting position. Okay. So by default, there are things that must be accounted for, whether it be that, oh, we're just too dumb to realize that this is just how it would be, or that it was specifically shaped to fit for the exact amount of water that was poured into it or whatever existed inside of it. That is the whole point. Okay. Are you having a hard time grasping this?
Well, the point in that was that if things were any different, we would be different.
Dude, you're trying, bro, you're trying to dismiss them being considered as evidence. You're being the prosecution and claiming that the argument made by the defense is invalid, or that it won't actually be evidence. That is your position. What we're establishing right now is, from my perspective and from the cumulative case argument that will be being put forth by the theist, fine-tuning can be considered evidence for their case, not for the prosecution's case necessarily, but for the defense. Are you having a hard time comprehending this?
Yeah.
So are you not grasping the point that was just made?
Yeah.
How are you not being able to grasp this?
I mean, the probability of all of this universe being like finely tuned exactly the way it is 100%. I mean, we have one universe, one sample size. The probability is 1 out of 1. So I don't see why fine tuning is an argument or evidence.
No, sir. Let me quote you here, Martin Rees. He wrote a book, Only 6 Numbers. He says these 6 numbers constitute a recipe for a universe. Moreover, the outcome is sensitive to their values. If any one of them were to be untuned, there would be no stars and no life. If we modify the value of one of the fundamental constants, something invariably goes wrong, leading to a universe that is inhospitable to life as we know it. The conditions in our universe really do seem to be uniquely suitable for life forms like ourselves.
Why? But there's no way to modify those constants.
Of course there is. Why do you think they are trying to explain away the fine-tuning with multiverses, where you have an ensemble of billions or trillions of different universes with different values, where ours by chance is precisely tuned in order to have life, where the others are not?
At the end of the day, there has never been any observation that any of these things that are called finely tuned could physically be any different. There's no explanation. There's no observed evidence. There's no.
Okay, Grayson, I'm getting really tired of your. Grayson, shut the hell up, dude. Honestly, like, what the case that you're making is your case for their existence. Okay, there's alternative explanations. Just because something is the way it is doesn't mean that because it is, that's just all that has to be accounted for in terms of why it is what it is. Holy shit.
Chris, let me ask you a simple question. Could there be everything similar or equal just without the Earth having a moon surrounding it? Could that be possible?
Yeah, we observe other planets that don't have moons.
Good. If there wouldn't be the moon with its precise size, with the precise distance it has from the Earth, we wouldn't be here. This planet wouldn't be hosting life.
Just like all the other planets that aren't hosting life, yes.
they don't host life. But the question is, why is this planet hosting life, having a moon which has precisely the size it needs to have and having the precise distance from the Earth and other things which are just right in order for there to be life here?
Because
I mean,
whenever
you
the
just
conditions
confirmed,
are right,
you
we
just
would expect life
you
to
just
happen.
confirmed, that's not the point. You just confirmed that you agree that things could be different, something which you just minutes ago disputed and said
No,
it
if
could
you
be
listen to what
due
I
to
said
physical
we observe
necessity.
other instances of these different scenarios. We do not ever observe any physical constant, like physical laws
That's
or
not
constants ever being
that
different, ever.
that's not the point.
No, it
That's
is
not
let
the
me
the
add
point. You
point.
something.
asked me, could
Let
we
me add
have the
something
Earth
on that
without the moon?
moon
And I said, yes,
statement.
there are planets that don't have moons. I'm looking at things we observed. If every
Okay.
single planet we ever saw had a moon, my answer would be different.
So the moon is 400 times smaller than the sun, and it's also 400 times closer to the Earth than the sun is. That's why we have eclipses of the sun. In addition, the moon is tidally locked, and its revolution is such that we only see one side of the moon. Both of those aren't necessities for our existence, but they exist.
Can you explain how that's a necessity for our existence?
I said it's not.
Oh, you said it's not a necessity?
Correct. So, can you explain what Otangelo is saying in addition to what I'm saying with regards to the moon and those two factors, which are a fact? What are the odds of all three of those things happening simultaneously?
Well, I mean, I agree that the distance and like what accounts for the eclipse, it does seem like a I mean, it does seem like a coincidence from what we know. In terms of
Coincidence?
it being
No, no,
tidally
no.
locked, so
What
we only
are
see
the
one side.
odds? What are the odds? Not it's a coincidence. Please demonstrate what are the odds of all three of those things
Yeah, I don't
being
know
combined.
how to even calculate the odds of that. I don't know the first thing that you're trying to say on Tangelo was bringing up. Is he just saying whether or not we have a moon or not? I mean, like,
Correct.
is that what you're saying? The first thing?
The existence of the moon is a necessitating factor for the existence of Earth or life on Earth.
Why is
And in
that?
okay, you want to explain it, Angelo, or you want me to?
Up to you. There are several reasons why it is necessary. One would be the stabilization of the Earth axis, tilt through the moon. Then tides are vital to life on Earth, and they are requiring the moon, which
Why?
well, because they are mixing up the nutrients in the oceans, and that permits the cycling of nutrients. And if that wouldn't be the case, then the Earth wouldn't host life.
So you don't think that life would be able to, like a different form of life would be able to exist in different conditions without a moon?
Where in the universe is that the fact?
I mean, we don't. Oh, I mean, we haven't observed life outside of Earth.
So the Earth is very special, almost like it's designed.
Well, I mean, we haven't been able to look for life in very thorough ways outside of the Earth. So I think that's just like a lack of information. I mean, life could very well exist in our solar system under the ice in Europa, for all we know.
Sounds like imagination to me. Where does
Okay.
the solar eclipse exist other than on planet Earth?
I do not know.
Okay,
So
I have here a list of 18 bullet points, which are all necessary for Earth being able to host life. And there are many more. And there is an estimate of the probability to have a life hosting planet in the entire universe. And there is a science paper. I mean, of course, these numbers, they are kind of arbitrary, but it gives an idea. Like Hugh Grossi comes to odds of 10 to the 32nd of power. There is another one which comes to the odds of 10 to the 23rd power. So it is the odds are kind of the number of stars in the entire universe to find a life-hosting planet.
Is there any reason to believe that Europa could not be a life-hosting like body?
Well, is it hosting life?
We don't know.
Okay, if it has the right conditions, and I mentioned in our
Which
case,
it seems to have the right conditions.
I said in our case, we know that planet Earth requires, for example, steady plate tectonics. It requires the right amount of water in the crust, a large moon with the right planetary rotation period, proper concentration of sulfur, right planetary mass, near inner edge of circumstellar habitable zone, low eccentricity orbit, outside spin orbit, and giant planet resonances, a few large Jupiter mass planetary neighbors in large circular orbits, outside spiral arm of the galaxy, near co-rotation circle of the galaxy, within the galactic habitable zone, which allows the planet to have access.
Don't we know of multiple planets that have those conditions? I mean, within our own solar system, Europa is. I mean, I haven't seen any explanation, like anyone say that Europa has anything that would inhibit life.
Okay, I give you 1 trillion Earth-like planets which can host life. Okay, let's suppose that this would be the case. We have even fine-tuning in biochemistry, where if you don't have the right nucleobases with the right isomeric configuration, you don't have Watson-Crick base pairing, you don't have a DNA ladder, you don't have a molecule to host information, you have no life. You have fine-tuning starting with the expansion rate of the universe, and you have fine-tuning even in biochemistry, where you need to have the right hydrogen forces to have DNA base pair forming. So, and these are just 2 examples, and there are thousands which must be just right. If you don't have the exclusion principle of Pauli in an atom, you have no life. I could go on and on and on. The thing is, this demands an explanation, and you cannot invoke physical necessity, because these nucleobases, there are an infinite number of different compositions possible. And the expansion rate of the universe could be different. And atoms could be having different forces operating on them, and they wouldn't be stable and be ions and be annihilated in a fraction of seconds. So where do you want to go with that?
Well, I just don't. I mean, you listed like several things there. I mean, Pauli exclusion principle is physically necessary. I mean, lots of those things that you listed are physically necessary. And
no, sir. No, sir, I disagree with you. Why is Bohr's rule of quantization necessary? It is not necessary. And if it wouldn't be there, then there would be no orbits, defined orbits of electrons, and you wouldn't have atoms which are stable. Again, fine-tuning which is not necessary. It could be different.
But, on what basis are you saying that these things could be different?
I gave you an example prior. I said you have physical equations, laws which are substantiated and through what science has discovered, physicists have discovered, and they all the time they make these experimentations. Let's take a law of physics and we can put different numbers in the equations, and they will not permit the life-permitting universe. And there is nothing that hinders to put different numbers in these equations, okay? And these are fundamental. There is nothing deeper that grounds these equations.
Your argument is that we have equations and we can put in different numbers to these equations. And
right.
That means that the physical laws themselves could be different.
Right.
I don't necessarily know how that follows, but LPP, it kind of seems like you're getting a little bored with this conversation. Do you want to move past fine-tuning?
Well, I mean, I don't think you really have. You guys have really, or you specifically, really addressed the point that's being made. You keep saying, physically necessary is in order for a 10 millimeter nut to fit on a 10 millimeter bolt, must they have a specific size and thread?
I would assume so, yeah.
But is it physically necessary that the 10 millimeter bolt and nut exist?
For them to fit on the same thread, it is, yeah.
No. For the 10 millimeter nut to fit on the bolt, it must be that physical size. I'm saying, is it physically necessary for those nuts and bolts to exist?
No.
Okay, cool. So why would that same premise not extrapolate out to the universe?
So you're just saying, why is there something
Yeah,
rather than
no.
nothing?
No, I'm defeating your stupid puddle analogy. You said that I keep going back to this, dude. You guys have been going around like up and down. Daniel's putting forth evidence and argument, logic in the context. You've just been dismissing it, going back to physically necessary, yada yada, which is the foundation of your puddle analogy. Is that we're in it, and we of course it's fine tuned for us. The whole point I'm making is that number one, we're not talking about us because that's a whole nother layer of fine tuning. I'm talking the fine-tuning argument on the cosmological level is the existence of the universe at all. Okay, so just because we exist inside the universe does not necessitate what is required for the universe itself to exist, which is the point Tangelo was making in relation to like expansion rate.
Well, it does though. I mean, for us to exist in the universe has to be a certain way for us to be this way.
Okay, did you not pay attention to a word I just said?
Yeah,
I literally just removed. No, did I or did I not remove us from the conversation?
You were, and then you
did I or did I not? No, I specifically excluded our personal existence from this conversation, and I said on a cosmological level. Okay, so did that go over your head, or are you actually not listening to a word that's being said to you?
I asked specifically if
no, dude, directly, Grace, no. You're going to actually directly answer freaking questions because I don't think you're actually paying attention to anything that's being discussed. Because if you just circled back after I specifically excluded us from the whole point, you brought it right back into it.
I asked.
So why? So are you actually paying attention? Yes or no?
Yes.
So then why? Okay, no. Now defend why you started talking about us again when I was talking about on a cosmological level. Go.
Because you said it didn't matter, so I wanted to say that it does. I just was asking does
our existence have anything to do with on the cosmological level for the existence of the universe?
Could you repeat that?
Does whether or not we exist inside of the universe have anything to do with the necessities for the universe to exist?
Yes.
Did you say yes to that?
Yes, definitely.
Grayson, are you no, Grayson, you are not listening. Dude, trolling. Seriously, are you a troll or are you an absolute raging idiot?
Neither.
Okay, cool. So I'm assuming hang on, Grayson. I'm not talking about whether or not we exist, okay? Seriously, pay close attention. No, my God, dude, you are not listening. I literally was making a point of the exact reciprocal of that, okay? On the cosmological level, whether or not we exist inside of the universe has nothing to do with the necessities for the universe itself to exist. Do you comprehend this?
Yes.
Okay. Repeat what I just said.
You're saying that whether or not we exist in the universe, it doesn't necessitate whether or not the universe itself exists.
Well, necessitate,
yes,
but
correct.
Also,
correct. Yeah,
I just want to listen. We got to clarify things like 5 times with this guy because I think he's either a raging troll or he has the IQ of a gerbil. So you are explicitly agreeing that the necessities for the universe to exist, i.e., the fine-tuning all the parameters that would be necessary for the expansion rate, the strong and weak nuclear forces, the ratios, et cetera, those things have nothing to do with whether or not we are necessary to exist. Well, they make it possible for us to exist, but they're not necessary for the universe to exist in relation to us. Correct?
Yeah, you lost me with that one.
Yeah.
I mean,
the universe.
Dude, Grayson, whether or not, I'm going to assume you operate from the abiogenesis perspective, right? And life is not created,
yes.
Correct? Okay, cool. So whether or not abiogenesis happened would have nothing to do with the necessities for the universe to exist, correct?
Sure, yeah.
Awesome. So why the flying you-know-what do you keep circling back around to us in relation to the fine-tuning discussion from a cosmological level?
Because the fact that we do exist does mean that like these things had to be the way they are in order for us to exist. I mean, I know that
Grayson,
you.
Grayson,
Well,
this
great.
is
Good
a
night.
circular argument. It doesn't explain why why the universe is fine-tuned to host us rather than not, and it cannot be explained by saying it couldn't be different because I showed to you it could be different, and that means it requires an explanation. Why are the parameters just right for us to exist? Let's suppose you have a huge panel with 200 knobs there, and each of those knobs have to be in the right position in order for us to exist. Now, there is no necessity that they are set right. They could be different and we wouldn't be here. So the question is, why are they set right for us to exist rather than not?
Yeah, I understand that you feel like it's a circular argument, but our very existence does necessitate that these things were this way.
Wow. Of course it does. The question doesn't, what you are saying doesn't explain why it is the case that the universe is fine-tuned rather than not. That's the issue in question.
Well, I think that it does to some degree. I mean, since we are here, then the universe cannot be those other ways, or else we would not
Okay.
be here.
Grayson. So, how about a different argument for you? And let's double back on this. We were talking about a solar eclipse earlier, right? And we only briefly touched upon it. And I believe you said, yeah, it's a coincidence, right?
To the best of my knowledge, yeah.
Right. And look, that's what scientists say in the mainstream, like it's a cosmic coincidence, right? But would you agree that it's pretty amazing?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, that it's just that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Would you agree? And I think you already did say this as one of your arguments. Would you agree that that's not really necessarily something that's required for our existence?
Yeah, I would.
Right. But you would agree that it's phenomenal and that it's beautiful and that
Yeah.
it's really is so amazing and rare that you can't even fathom the odds of this happening, right? By chance.
Yeah, I just don't know
It's
how
just
you
not
calculate
measurable,
the odds.
right?
I can't really comment on how rare
Right.
it is.
It's not exactly because it's not even measurable, right? And
Well, it would be measurable. I just don't have the data of like how often like this kind of thing occurs in the universe.
Sure. So we don't have a measurement for it, correct? In a way, right? Or we don't have the data.
I don't know if that's available or not.
Right. But do you think that there's a chance that maybe God just made that for you, Grayson? Is there a chance that maybe he made that for you so you could see and go, wow, he made that for me so I could see it? Not
I
is there a
guess,
chance?
yeah.
So when, like, I used to be an atheist, so I understand where I come from your perspective, right? Looking at these things, you know, you immediately kind of go thinking of it without God in the equation, right? But as a Christian man now, when I look at these things and I see these things when I'm driving around the road or reading about things, you go, wow, God is amazing. Look at what he did. How obvious and blind was I?
Well, I just don't see the necessity of a god to explain those things. Like it seems to me that like natural explanations are sufficient for pretty much all that stuff.
But what
throwing
about,
away the
but this is
odds.
why, but this is what I'm saying. We're going back to the natural explanation that you have in this case is just nothing.
What do you mean? Why is it nothing?
Because you're saying it just is there by chance, that it's a quote unquote coincidence. It's not a natural explanation in the same way where you say, well, life, yes, I agree that life has to, we exist, therefore the things that created us existed. That's a natural explanation. And I don't want to play definitions, but saying that it's just there because it's there, I wouldn't say that's necessarily the same thing as a natural explanation, right? God didn't have to make that for us to exist. He made that so it can so it's obvious that he made it.
I mean, coincidences are not things that lack natural explanations. I mean, coincidences are they do exist, and they have naturalistic explanations as well.
Okay, how about this? You have but we would agree that there's two options here. God made this, or it's a coincidence.
I mean, there are more
Right.
than those two options, but sure. I mean, those
So
are
go ahead.
two of the
You can give
options.
me the options. I say God made that, and you say
So, Grayson, earlier I asked this exact, almost a verbatim question to you, and I specifically, when you made the same response, I said, "Okay, what is the other option?" And you had nothing. So, what is? You're just now two different people have asked this question. So, if it is not chance and it's not God or not the external creating agent, then what does account for it? Go.
What does account for what?
so, Grayson. We can call
what's
it
the
if you
subject
want
that
to.
we're
We can
talking
call
about
it
here?
anything you want. We can call it a natural.
But what are
or
you
we can call
referring to as it?
coincidence. Solar eclipse.
So
Right.
LPP, you're talking about the solar eclipse?
No, he's talking about he's trying to use logic in the. He's because
I
you're
just want to
coming
know what
from a
LPP was asking about.
trying to point out that the way that you make your arguments is frustrating. I think I don't want to talk for LLP, but yeah. But like right now,
I'm
I
not
just
trying
want.
to be
Would you
frustrating.
agree that
I
we can narrow it down?
genuinely
Okay,
How
do.
about
Grayson,
God made it
Grayson,
and God
earlier
did
did
not
we?
make it?
Grayson, did we
Let's-
earlier? Did we or did we not earlier established that there was a dichotomy, and either the external agent was the cause, or it was something like the multiverse or some other thing that was not the external agent? Did we or did we not establish this?
Right.
40 minutes
We're
ago.
just trying to establish that
I don't
God
think that
made
we
that,
established it as a
and God did.
dichotomy. That's the thing.
Okay.
I think that
I'm asking Grayson. I'm asking Grayson because he's going this. He's doing this same BS that he did with me earlier, and he's not doing with you. Okay.
Look, I
So-
don't think that we established it as a dichotomy, but we did mention those two explanations, but we never said that those
Dude,
are the only
Grayson,
two
Grayson, are you
explanations.
Grayson? Seriously, are you? I really want to know. Did you go to special classes in school?
No, dude. I'm just saying
Okay.
there's a difference between pausing
No,
two
you know what?
explanations
You know what?
and saying that those are the only two explanations. That's a
Well,
dichotomy.
No,
So-
no, dude, I never. Okay, genius. You are honestly. I mean, I really am gonna ask. I assume you have ACFA Land Projection Complex and Droid C on such extreme levels that it just completely destroys your critical thinking skills. I didn't say that those were the only options. I
That's
asked
what a
you
dichotomy is.
to come up with. Shut the flying F up, dude. I will tell you when you can speak, or I'm kicking you out. Okay. Because this is it's getting ridiculous. We've been going around in circles for 60 minutes now, and you are just complete freaking troll or an idiot. So I want you to present, if you're claiming that it can be something else, you need to present what your other thing is. What is it? You keep claiming, oh, there's something else. What is it? Go.
Two
Well, I don't
teeth
know,
in your
but I would
mouth.
think that there are an infinite number of explanations.
Grayson, you keep claiming that there's other explanations. What are they?
I mean, there are an infinite number, right? I mean, like-
What are they? Give me, okay, if there's an infinite number, you should have a whole crap load to choose from. So, undirected process or directed process, or what? What's the third alternative?
between an undirected and a directed process.
Like directed action by an intelligent agent or not. What is the alternative?
I mean, there's directed by an unintelligent agent. There's an undirected process by an intelligent agent. There's like, and I mean, I could think of.
Hang on. For the beginning of the universe?
Grayson, can we not narrow it down to it's God or it's not God? Is that
I mean,
allowed
for the
from your
sake of
logic?
this conversation, we can.
Look,
We can narrow it down to God or not God, right?
what you guys are doing is you want us If we don't stroke your frog head, we're wrong. Jesus erased all the print on the ink on your money today for a few minutes and put it back. What is your in your war against the vision from Jesus? Your only weapon is what? An Omni tattoo and $32,523. That's your great weapon in your war against the vision.
Yeah, I don't understand that at all.
Okay, so
Well,
Grayson, let's go back.
I got to go
Let's
back.
go back
But
to God.
Grayson,
Hang on, Pete.
John, can
hang
you
on,
mute Wesley, because he just is disruptive and he doesn't contribute anything to the conversation.
Well, I asked Jesus to disrupt your whole life today by erasing the ink on your money for a few minutes.
Okay, Wesley, let's hang on, Wesley. Okay, so Grayson, do you agree or disagree? Wesley, silence. Grayson, do you agree or disagree with the point that P-Town just made, that either it is God or not God?
I mean, for the sake of this conversation, we can do that.
Okay, so
can I just
so
before I
logically,
go,
do you actually hold that it's only a hypothetical that you exist either as the result of God or not God? Is that just a freaking hypothetical, or is that actual reality?
Yeah, I don't know if I think about it in those terms. No.
So God. So you're saying that in reality, God maybe exists, or maybe doesn't exist, or either does or does not. Which one?
Yeah, I don't think that we can know that for any certainty.
Okay, is it necessary? Do you have to know something in order for it to be true?
No.
Okay, so whether or not you can prove it, know it, or personally believe it, is it either a God or not God in terms of what is actual reality?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, you would be correct.
Awesome. So I'm so glad that we have wasted an hour to get around to you finally conceding, although in 30 minutes you'll probably deny that you made this concession, that either our existence is the result of the actions of God or something else that does not necessitate God. Correct?
Sure.
And not God requires odds, and you can't disassociate. You can't disassociate not God from the odds.
Well, my point was basically that I think my point earlier was that the not God explanation, there's like a lot of different explanations under that umbrella. Where
Hold on. Let's make it real simple. Have you ever played the lottery, Grayson? The Powerball?
No.
Well, just so you know, the odds of winning the Powerball are 292 million to 1, or 1 to 292 million. So if you were to play this and you were to win, does that change what the odds were?
No.
So just like in the not God explanation, the odds remain the same. The fact that we won the Powerball does not change the odds of us existing.
So how you can't calculate odds on this because it's a sample size of 1.
Fine-tuning is 100% an argument based on the odds of one thing happening,
there
and then you stack.
There are no odds. That's the point. Like with the Powerball,
there are
probabilities sense. Because we know how many tickets there are. It's not like there's just one ticket in the universe. There's just one thing. Like there are
absolutely not.
No way to calculate probabilities because there are no alternatives.
Each fine-tuned element has many different possibilities, and this is how the odds are calculated. You're the only one that looks at this argument and says there are no odds. Everything is 1-to-1.
But there are no alternatives that have ever been observed for any of those things, correct?
The moon can be 200 miles, 300 miles, or I'm sorry, 200 times, 300 times, 400 times, 500 times from the Earth. The sun can be 400 times, whatever you want. It doesn't matter. The fact that it is literally exactly, the moon is literally.
I was talking about more of like physical laws.
It doesn't matter.
The correct in like the distances of interplanetary.
The point that's being made is this: there are different configurations, and there are odds for those different configurations. You can't throw away the odds and say, well, we exist, therefore it is always going to happen, or because it always happened in the past, there are no calculable odds for our existence. That's just nonsense.
So basically, Grayson, would you agree that a solar eclipse is kind of like winning the lottery. It's just, since it's a coincidence, it's kind of like winning the lottery. Would you kind of agree with that?
I guess.
In a sense, yeah. Are you willing to bet your eternity on it that it's not? I got to go to work, guys. I love this, but I got to go to work. But
And
that's the thing. Are you willing to bet your eternity on it?
Well, yeah. I mean, the question. I mean, obviously, if I don't believe in an eternity, I don't feel like I'm betting anything. So the question doesn't really make sense to me. I guess. Like it's not.
Right.
I don't have the framework to be able to answer a question like that.
Got it.
so,
Thanks, Grayson.
and just to add on to that, the first Hebrew calendar, which is, thousands and thousands of years old, it is literally the most accurate calendar. It's called a lunisolar calendar, and it includes what's called the Metonic cycle, which is the fact that 19 solar years equals 235 lunar months. In 14,000 years, that gives a discrepancy of less than 1 day. What are the odds that the very first Hebrew calendar, which is also the same calendar that's recorded in the Bible, was the first calendar that the Hebrew people were following that long ago?
Well, I'm not aware of this calendar, but how does it compare to like other calendars, like the Egyptian, the Sumerian, and those?
Well, it's more accurate than our current calendar, and it was one of the first calendars.
Yeah, I would really have to look more into that before I could talk about it with any kind of authority, because this is the first time I've looked into that, and I have actually done research into like ancient calendars of antiquity, and I've never come across this. So you said it's could you repeat the name of the calendar so I can look it up?
It's a Hebrew calendar, and it incorporates the Metonic cycle. So the point is, there is a correlation between the mean solar years and the lunar months. This is not another coincidence. This is how this was designed. Just like the distance of the moon from the earth and the distance of the sun from the moon to give us a eclipse, and other examples that were given to you. All of these combined increase. I mean, if you take all of the odds of the existence of the moon, the distance of the moon from the earth, the fact that the rotation of the moon lets us only see one side of it for, it never shows us the other side. The fact that we have perfect solar eclipses, all these things combined, in addition to the fact that the Metonic cycle and the lunisolar months is the most accurate calendar, and it was included in the Bible thousands of years ago. You take all those together, and you can't say, well, that's the only way it could be. You would say that all of those odds stacked up mean there's something here that is designed, not coincidence, not some sort of cosmic explosion that created all of these things and then, told the Hebrew people how to make a calendar.
Yeah, so I can't really comment on the calendar. This is the first I'm hearing of it. But when I was talking about like whether or not these things could be any different, I was talking about like physical laws and constants and things like that, not necessarily like the length between the sun and the earth, or the moon and the earth, or anything like that.
So, Grayson, since you don't want to use basic common sense in that context, do you hold to the same position that there cannot be probabilities calculated in relation to like formation of a sequence?
I mean, I think it would depend on the details of like how that sequence is forming.
Okay, so on a genetic code sequence, can we calculate the odds of a sequence of the 64 codons?
Yeah, I don't know how you would go about calculating that.
I mean, seriously?
John, can we ask Alyosha to introduce himself, because he came in a long time ago and hasn't spoken one word So
Yeah, what's up, Alicia? How you doing, man? Good to see you.
Is this thing on?
Yeah, but you're coming in a little bit low.
Okay.
A bit low.
Okay. Is that better?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a little better.
More? More?
yeah, better now.
No, I went and ran for the mic when Grayson was talking about fine tuning, and
Are you
Just-
theist or an atheist? Alyosha,
Me?
are you a theist or an atheist? Yes.
oh no, I'm a recovering Calvinist.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm somewhat Calvinist, but anyway, no, I'm Christian.
Okay.
No, it was the one point. Oh, is that too hot? The one point was just fine tuning, and it's okay. Let's grant ex post facto. Is that the right name? The initial conditions. Okay, well, it just had to happen since we're all here, and it's like okay, well, let's grant everything after Planck time. Okay, let's grant all of these fine tuning conditions. Okay, well, that had to happen since we're all here. And then, oh, well, all the elements evolved. It had to happen since we're all here. And there's just all of these levels through all the chemistry and all the biology and all the code. And it just seems like a never ending appeal to, well, it just had to happen and we're all here. And that was it. That's why I ran for my microphone. And I just wanted to, it's a never ending thing that never seems to ever, can't give, the atheist crowd a pleasing answer. And that's always the comeback. Well, it happens since we're all here. And it's like, look, guys, it's like this and this and this at every single level of our existence, and, putting us like a tangible in the habitable zone and all, habitable planet. And then, 500 things before that and a million things after that. And it's just, anyway, it seems to be a stretch, but that's it.
If I can, I'd like to hear your thoughts. I know that LPP seems to really hate this, but with the puddle thing, like if there is no hole, there can be no puddle, right? So that's basically saying that for the puddle to exist, there need to be certain conditions, and those conditions are not like just coincidences, like for the puddle. Like the puddle wouldn't look around and say, like what are the odds that this ditch is the exact same shape that I am, and all of these things. I mean that's sort of how I'm thinking about it. Maybe it's a hated analogy. I don't know.
Like in a biogenesis thing, or
No, Alicia, he is. Even though I finally got him to admit it, apparently he's come back to not forgotten or is being an idiot again. I already established earlier, Grayson, and you accepted this. I asked you 5 different ways to make sure on a cosmological level, the puddle analogy is irrelevant to explaining the existence of the universe itself. The puddle analogy only has relevance for us to exist. We're talking about for the universe itself to exist and have all of these fine-tuned parameters. Have you forgotten this already and going back to the stupid puddle analogy that is not a defeater for the existence of the universe under specific parameters? Have you still
No.
Have you forgotten this again? Okay, so then why are you bringing it up again in relation to cosmology?
Well, he wasn't just talking about cosmology. I think he was talking about the total conditions for life. So that's why I brought it up. But I think that the universe can exist without life existing. I'm definitely granting that.
Right. So going a step further, if you want to go into the life argument, okay, this is part of the reason I had brought up the whole aspect of can you calculate the improbability of a sequence of codons?
Okay. Yeah. Again, it just depends on the scenario in which the sequence is forming.
but that's
No.
pretty much an uncalculable. It's so complex we can't specify the problem.
Well, I'm
Yeah, we
simplifying
can
this.
specify.
I-
Yeah, we
I-
can specify it.
Yeah, I'm simplifying this way down. Okay, I agree with your point, Lucia, from the the big picture view. I'm talking about just a specific sequence, right? So earlier, Grayson, you stated that because things need to be arbitrary. It's not arbitrary in terms of like the fine tuning parameters and such. Okay, fine. So in relation to the probability for a genetic sequence, it is arbitrary. It can be a plethora of different things, but it has to be something very specific. So you still hold that because something exists, therefore the probability is 1 that it would come into be on like a genetic sequence level.
No, not on a genetic sequence level.
Cool. So does that not in and of itself defeat your puddle analogy in terms of whether or not the puddle can recognize whether something is just the way it must be, or there's additional parameters inside of the freaking puddle, as I talked about earlier, that would enable the puddle to know that it wasn't just, perfect for it when you actually go more than one layer beyond like the freaking mud wall?
I'm trying to understand where the defeater is coming in. Are you saying because like there are certain aspects that are arbitrary that's a defeater for the analogy?
Okay, did you or did you not try to apply the puddle analogy in relation to our existence inside of the universe?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, did I or did I not talk about there being more than, if you look beyond just the mud wall and the shape of the puddle and looked for, and there was additional factors that were necessary, that would negate the whole premise of, we're in a hole and it fits us, therefore that just explains everything, and there's no need for it to be created. Did you or did you not take that position?
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit lost in what.
Okay, did you or did you not state that the puddle becomes conscious and wouldn't actually be able to determine whether or not the puddle could be anything other than it is, or the hole? I mean.
Yeah, I mean, my point was that it would look to the puddle as if things were fine-tuned for it. Yes.
Right. Okay. So, going to the next, and I talked about the layers, correct? I made a very specific delineation. There's like additional layers beyond just the shape of the hole that would have to be accounted for. Correct?
And you're saying that that's what breaks down the analogy?
Okay. Okay. You have claimed that the universe exists in the way that it does, therefore the probability is 1. You made that claim, did you not?
That's not my reasoning for the claim, but my reasoning for the claim is that there is no different, there's no observation of anything different. Like it's a sample size of 1. We don't have a sample size of multiple universes to look at. That's where the explanation.
Right. Cool. Now, in relation to, so we have this is why I say it breaks down at the surface level. Okay, so in relation to the universe existing and the laws of chemistry that must be in place for us to ultimately exist, we're going to say you're operating in a position that we're the conscious water in the puddle, and nothing about that can remotely be utilized to argue that there's an external agent that would be necessary, right?
No, I don't think I'm making that conclusion from that. I'm just making that conclusion to address like the fine tuning, like why things would look fine tuned to a puddle. It doesn't mean that the ditch wasn't dug by an intelligent agent.
But that's
okay.
But that's
okay. Now, so we're gonna go one more layer, because we're gonna actually get into the substance and why the puddle analogy is so freaking stupid based on what we know and we now know about science, right? Okay, so in the necessities for life to exist, do you agree or disagree that the genetic code is necessary?
Yeah, I don't know enough information to say yes or no. I mean, according to life as we observe it now, on Earth it is, but I don't know if there's other forms of life.
It's the only, we're the freaking water in the puddle, dude. It's the only one we've ever seen. So from the one that we see, do we observe empirically that genetic code is necessary for all life to exist? Yes or no?
The type of life that exists now, that's true, but in terms of
so it's the only one we've observed, correct?
Yeah.
and we've only seen one universe, correct?
Yeah.
So for our form of life to exist, just like for our universe to exist, we can recognize things that are necessary. Is that correct?
Yes.
Awesome. So, in regards to the probability of what is necessary for life to exist, can we calculate this? Yes or no?
Yeah, it seems like there'd be too many variables to be able to calculate that with any kind of accuracy.
No. We could calculate that it might be more improbable, but we sure as hell can't, by adding additional variables, but we sure as hell, based on a few, can calculate at least the minimum. Correct?
Yeah, I don't know if I agree. Like,
Okay. Whoa. Okay. So if we know that we have to have X number of codons in a row in order to for the necessary proteins and enzymes to that are necessary for life to exist, are you saying that we can see what those sequences are, and we can't calculate what would be necessary for them to exist?
Yeah, I mean, so you're trying to calculate a probability of like a genetic sequence existing?
Yeah, but even that's really, really crude. I mean, we don't.
Yeah, are you just trying to say like
I'm
I'm
asking, dude. I'm asking if you are actually so either playing ignorant or so brainwashed as an atheist that you're actually having a hard time admitting that this is true.
Would you be starting that calculation with like molecules bouncing around and just randomly hitting each other in the right way for this sequence to come into existence?
I mean, that's what they're doing with assembly theory.
It's much worse than that. Yeah.
I mean, assembly theory is a model specifically to account for this, what we're talking about right now. So, I mean, I don't know what world you're living in. Like, are you? I mean, Grayson, you're online all the freaking time, trolling and having these conversations.
I'm not trolling, I promise.
And you're around all the time. I see you all over the place having conversations, and then you always claim to be ignorant of all this stuff. I don't understand. Like, the evidence that I'm questioning on this is throughout this conversation today, you have like had incredible amnesia multiple times.
I disagree with that.
So you actually search and look for answers, or have you just made a definitive position and you just don't actually critically analyze alternatives to your worldview?
I definitely do. I watch majority content of things that disagree with my worldview. I critically analyze them. I'm opening to being wrong. I spend a lot of time thinking about these questions.
Okay, Grayson, let me ask you a question. How do you explain our existence without a creator?
Are you asking like why is there something rather than nothing, or are you asking about why does life exist, like us as life?
No, I want to know how you explain our existence without a creator. And with we, I mean the physical universe, life, biodiversity, the physical world.
Well, I look at the current scientific consensus of what we have empirical evidence to support, and then for the things that we don't know, I just say, yeah, we don't know.
Okay, so
I don't claim to have all the answers.
So yeah, so what is it? What are the points that you rely on to have the worldview that you have?
The points that I rely on?
Yes. What are the answers? What are the scientific answers that you have found that substantiate what you believe now?
Well, I would say like the majority of our scientific explanation of, in all fields of science.
Okay, does science have an explanation for the origin of life?
It has hypotheses, but nothing that we have like definitively proven. It's sort of like still an unknown area.
Right, but you believe that life came from non-life by unguided random means, right?
I don't know if I necessarily would say unguided and random, but yeah, I mean, I would think that it's entirely possible for life to come from non-life. Like I think abiogenesis is a plausible naturalistic explanation.
Okay, based on what do you think it is plausible?
It makes sense to me, I guess.
Okay,
it's
how
the only
does
way I
it
would
make
be able to answer
sense?
that.
Okay, so how does it make sense to you?
Because I don't have any big like I don't see any big logical holes in like things that it would not be able to possibly explain.
Okay, if I say farting pixies created our universe, is there a logical hole in my sentence?
The only hole would be that I've never seen
No,
any
I am
evidence of
asking
logic
if
of farting pixies.
my question is, what is there a logical hole in the sentence which I just made?
Yes.
Farting pixies created our universe. What is the
Yes.
lacking logic on what I just said?
Because there's no mechanism. I mean, like they just saying that they created it doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I don't
There
see
is
any logical
no.
explanation.
If I would say the circle is square, or 2 + 2 is 5, then if I say saying the truth and lying at the same time is logical, it's not logical. There are laws of logic, and I have not broken them in saying farting pixies created the universe. Is it plausible? No, because there is no evidence for it. But there is no logical inconsistency in what I just said.
I mean, the farting pixies would have to exist outside of the universe, which is a little bit of a logical inconsistency, sure.
No, there is no logical inconsistency here.
Okay, I mean, we're gonna go back and forth on this, or I mean, were you going somewhere with this line of
Okay, what I
questioning?
am seeing that you have basically a blind belief in what science says, and if I am asking you, you believe in abiogenesis? Yes, I believe in consensus and I believe in what science says, but you have nothing else on the table. So you are basically practicing blind belief.
Why would I be practicing blind belief? I mean, we have...
Because I made you very specific questions, and you said, yes, I believe that abiogenesis is possible. I asked you how did you come to that conclusion? And your answer is very vague.
Well, we have evidence that like the building blocks, amino acids and nucleotides can form by naturalistic means. We see that like lipids naturally form into like spherical membranes. We have like explanations for these things that use naturalistic means in ways that are entirely plausible for the early Earth.
Grace, and what I am observing here that you are satisfied to have pseudoscientific answers which are actually not true because you have not looked deeper into these questions. I am writing a book right now in regards of the origin of life on abiogenesis, and I can tell you, based on the scientific papers that I have studied, that science doesn't have any answers in regards of any of the 4 building blocks of life, how they could have formed prebiotically by unguided means. And one of the decisive or big problems is that, for example, let's take amino acids. There is basically an infinite number of possible different molecules extant on the prebiotic Earth, but they acknowledge now are about 500 different amino acids, but the composition of molecules could be basically infinite. But life uses a set of 20 very specific, complex macromolecule amino acids, which are in life synthesized by very complex metabolic pathways, which were not extant prebiotically. There was no mechanism to sort out those 20 amino acids which are used in life, concentrate them at the building block, at the building site, and worse than that, amino acids used in life, they are all homochiral, but they can come in 2 forms, in left and right-handed form, but life only uses left-handed forms. And there are transaminase enzymes which actually synthesize amino acids in order that they are all left-handed. these are enzymes which were not extant to sort out the left-handed amino acids used in life. So if you don't have a mechanism to do so, to sort them out, to make them left-handed, to concentrate them at the building site, then you cannot actually start even the shuffling that LPP was talking about. And
yeah,
this
and
is
aren't there
just reverse.
naturalistic explanations for those things?
No, there are not.
I mean,
And
I've listened to a debate with you before, I think with Leophilius, and I think that he did bring up an explanation that has been posited for the left-handed chirality problem.
no, there is none. And I can quote you right now if you want papers from 2020. Anyone that claims that the problem has been solved is lying. And if someone brings up an explanation, it will solve a 160 years enduring scientific problem, which was discovered by Louis Pasteur. And that guy will receive a Nobel Prize because this is one of the biggest prebiotic abiogenesis problems. It is unsolved, and we are not talking about homochirality of amino acids, but DNA and RNA is also homochiral. The backbone of those molecules, ribose, is right-handed chiral. And phospholipids are also homochiral. They are either left-handed, the glycerol head is either left-handed or right-handed. And bacteria and prokaryotes and archaea just use right-handed phospholipids.
Yes, okay, so
And
basically you're saying because there's not like a definitive explanation for that, then you're saying that that there is no possible naturalistic explanation, and thus it must be supernatural. Is that your claim?
What I am saying is that once you lack a mechanism that has a specific purpose or goal to sort these molecules out, to then use them as building blocks, to then much later having a chemical factory, which is a cell, there is no reason why just unguided physical laws or thermodynamical laws would sort out those building blocks and then concentrate them at the building site and then start some kind of shuffling. Now, let's suppose that I even give you all the building blocks that are used in life, concentrated at the building site, and then starting the shuffling. Even then, you would never get the organization and the complexity which life requires in order for life to start.
Well, how do you know what the organizational complexity is that's required for life to start? I mean, is that just your assertion?
Well, no, there are several science papers written which deal exactly with that question. What would be the minimal life form in order for life starting? You can even search last universal common ancestor.
But last universal common ancestor is different from what you're talking about.
Well, we can talk about the first universal common ancestor.
But that, again, that's different than what we're talking about. The last universal common ancestor is a completely different thing than the bare minimum for life to start. You understand that?
So RNA world, right?
Okay.
No, not even RNA world. I mean, there are even simpler ones that don't include any RNA or DNA. And they're just essentially metabolism first.
If you're not including RNA and you're not including DNA, you have no function for reproduction. So that's
yes, you do,
right?
actually. So you can actually, the environment, so like a lot of the theories around like geothermal vents, like actually can show that the vents themselves can power reproduction in lipids. So you have basically like a lipid shell that can have various organic molecules incorporated into the lipids, and the whole metabolism functions on the protein gradient created by the steam vent, which actually is what is powering the replication. And because the lipids are dividing,
how did you assemble the lipid initially?
The lipids are self-assembling, and this is proven in studies. I mean, these kinds of lipids will self-assemble naturally.
Can you put this study in side chat, please?
I don't. I mean, I'm on my phone right now. If I minimize this screen, then it's gonna. I mean, just look
I mean,
at
if we could do it
like
in
lipid self-assembly, like
laboratory
abiogenesis,
conditions,
but
then I guess
Okay,
we
uh,
could.
like
Grayson,
soap
even if I
bubbles will
give you,
self-assemble into these
okay,
kinds of spheres.
Grayson, even if I give you that eventually these bubbles would self-assemble, they do not have a membrane proteins which are necessary in order to sort out the materials which then come in, and the materials that go out. You need homeostasis. You need a way to have signaling inside of the cell. In order to do that, you need to have the concentration of calcium 10,000 times lower
No,
than
this is not necessary.
outside of. Yes, it is necessary. First
No,
of all, what said is completely wrong, because we have a clear definition what would be life. And Paul Davies, he wrote an article in regards
well,
of,
no,
and
we
the book,
don't have a
and the
clear
book.
definition for what would be life. For example,
Well,
are
well, I
viruses life?
use no. Listen. I am using the definition which was given by Paul Davies, which is reproduction, metabolism, homeostasis, nutrition, complexity, organization, growth and development, information content, hardware, software entanglement, permanence, and change.
Okay, good
So
for you.
that is what I define as life. If you want to go simpler, we can just define it as chemistry and information. If you want, we can start just with that, with
Well,
chemistry
my
and
point is
information.
that you don't really have a definitive line where you can say one thing is definitely alive, one thing is definitely not alive, whenever you have this sort of like when you're talking with abiogenesis, because you're going to have so many shades of gray. I mean, for example, I mean, you can look at a virus. People go back and forth to this day about viruses are living or not living, because at that scale, it's hard to tell.
Okay,
Is it well recognized? Is it well recognized? There's a minimal amount of minimum amount of information that's necessary.
Are you referring to like DNA or RNA? Because we were just talking about the metabolism first model, which has like life coming from, where DNA and RNA are not even necessary.
Ultimately, do you have to arrive at a position where there is calculatable probability in terms of the sequences that are necessary based on what we observe in life?
No.
Grayson, how do you define life?
How do I generally avoid defining life? I mean, it's too hard to avoid. I think what you just listed is a good definition for life as we currently know it, but I'm not sure how that incorporates viruses. And I would tend to think of viruses as being alive, even, that's just my own personal thoughts.
Okay, so you think viruses are alive, right?
I mean, I don't think of them as the same as like a rock or inorganic matter. I mean, there's gray areas.
Can they exist without cells that they use as a host?
No.
Okay, so let's suppose even that the virus is alive and that we want to explain the origin of viruses, okay? Do you have an idea about how complex viruses are?
Yeah, I mean, they're fairly complex, so are most living systems.
Right. The problem isn't much different than explaining the origin of life, because there are some viruses like bacteriophages, like the T4, which uses E. coli, are enormously complex. They have a genome of 500,000 nucleotides, which is like mycoplasma. They're enormously complex. And they use capsids, which are shells, which are proteins, which have also structures which require assembly proteins in order to be constructed. And that's similar to
Is this just an argument for irreducible complexity?
No, it is not. What I am saying is, if you see a house being built which requires a scaffold, would you say that the construction of a house requiring a scaffold requires a designer?
Yes, because that's what we observe.
Good. So analogously, what we see in life is that, for example, the bacteriophage
I don't think it's analogous.
T4, yes, it is analogous, because in order to construct the bacteriophage T4, you need scaffold proteins which are operating exactly in the same way as a scaffold is used to construct the house. It is a helper protein or a helper scaffold which is required to assemble the capsid, to assemble the legs of the virus, and several other parts of the virus. And if they are not there, there have been done knockout experiments and not using these scaffold proteins, then the virus cannot self-assemble. So they are necessary. Now the question is, why would unguided random events produce helper proteins that wouldn't have any function if there would not be anything to be assembled like a capsid,
wouldn't.
which is the shell of the virus?
They would not.
Okay, great. So the question is, what came first? The assembly proteins, which are the scaffold, or the shell or the virus itself? Because the virus itself cannot be assembled without the scaffold proteins.
So
But the
could you
scaffold
explain
proteins
how this
wouldn't
is
have
not just an
any-
irreducibly complex argument? I mean, you said
But
it was
in-
not just an argument for
Right.
irreducible complexity.
Right. In the way that I'm explaining it now, it is. But what I am saying that the concept itself, that when you see a scaffold being constructed, it requires intelligence. That is not the irreducible complexity argument. But the fact that both are
you just changed your argument. You just said now that your argument was a scaffold requires intelligence, which is not what you were saying earlier.
But you need all of these situations need yields and pressures and temperatures and concentrations that you can say, well, that needs an intelligence, but otherwise you're going to have to, I mean, even just to get the basic proteins and lipids, the precursors, you're going to have to be able to do these processes, just these basic chemical processes, before you even get to what we're talking about.
Yeah,
to where
that's true.
That's going to happen. And how are you going to get these concentrations? How are you going to start and stop the reactions? How are you going to clean up the byproducts that you don't need? And so, well, that's just an irreducible complexity argument. It's like, well, I mean, how else are you going to do it? And what's the explanation? So there's just again, going back, maybe, pre-existing conditions of the universe, the fine-tuning of the various, the basic laws of gravity and strong, weak forces, all that. Maybe that's a throwaway. And okay, well, we can have that. We're all here because those just had to exist. But at every step, all this sort of argument is kind of creeping in. It's like, well, it just kind of happened. It's like, well, wait, if you want lipids, you're going to have to, and then there's a lot of other things that you're going to have to work around to get those, so those chemical reactions don't go into a different direction. And so it's like a really, at every time you try to specify, I mean, we can argue about it at a kind of a high level of abstraction, but it's not very useful when the devil really is in the details.
So,
and it's all these different levels where, well, okay, we'll give you the basic laws of the universe. Okay, we'll put the planet in the habitable zone. Okay, we'll give you this, we'll give you that. Okay, now we're to this prebiotic soup, but at every step, you're having to just leap over the moon every single time.
Exactly.
And
so
it's like, well, that's just an irreducible complexity argument. But then there really aren't, especially with abiogenesis, no one really knows how on earth you would get reactions, concentrations, having things in the same spot. Well, we're going to put some proteins here and some lipids here, and we got to get these together, and then things are breaking down. Time's not your friend. Water's terrible on this stuff. And I don't know, it just seems to kind of stay too abstract to really get down to the nuts and bolts of what the problems are.
So Grayson has put forth the metabolism first hypothesis. I posted in a private chat an article, specific published peer-reviewed article on the specific thing that he's talking about. And to add on to what you were talking about, in this article, it actually says that they're assuming lipid vesicles and with a bilayer membrane are already there. Okay, so that's how they get around that problem. And because the RNA and the DNA components aren't there, that means there is no heredity. There is nothing that gets reproduced.
That's not true. I can
which
explain
means,
too.
hold on. In this article, it specifically states that, and not only that, it adds to the problem. It specifically says, in a prebiotic molecular evolution environment, no differential survival or differential reproduction exists yet. Natural selection in the context of Darwinian evolution does not exist
Oh, I
yet
can
in a
explain that too.
prebiotic environment. The wheel would have to be reinvented with each new generation.
I'd love
So
to
what
explain
you've
that.
done, hold on. What you've done is you've said, okay, we don't have to worry about RNA world because we can go metabolism first, but you're introducing a whole lot more problems, a
No,
whole
I
lot
can
more
explain all this.
complexity because you have to have a sequence of perfection and you can't
No, I
have
can explain
heredity.
all of it. I'm trying to. Okay.
Well,
So
where's your
first of
paper?
all-
Post this link inside chat.
So first of all, any intro to organic chemistry course, you will learn that lipid bilayers are self-forming. Like,
Incorrect. Incorrect.
I
It
mean,
takes
Need the
it
lipids
specifically
first, though.
takes a whole lot of creation.
no.
for those-
Okay, dude. Look, the way that lipids exist, right? That there's a hydrophilic end and a hydrophobic end. So if
How?
they're in water,
How?
that is what a lipid is.
How
by
does
definition.
it have those two ends?
That's the definition of a lipid. That's what the molecule is.
What is it? Explain it to me.
It's an organic molecule where one end is
Oh,
hydrophilic
what?
and one
Oh,
end
what?
is hydrophobic.
An organic molecule? So are we talking about it's already a biological thing?
No, we're talking about it's composed of carbon,
Yep.
like
And what
carbon,
defines- what
oxygen,
defines
and
life?
it usually has a phosphate head. Okay, and like these things in the presence of water will naturally form into like a bi-layer little bubble
So
because
it
of the
already
chemistry.
assembled. And
Yeah,
already assembled.
they
I
assemble
know, but you need
themselves
the lipids
because
first.
of like the chemistry involved. Okay, this is basic intro to organic chemistry.
You're assuming lipid bilayer. You're already
No, it's-
making
No.
one assumption.
That you're not assuming lipid bilayer.
It's the
Lipids,
Economist joke. They're on the deserted
No,
island. They
lipids
don't-
literally form bilayers naturally. This is what occurs. Okay,
Assume a
like
can opener.
Yeah, in a
if you
system,
put a bunch of lipids into a glass of water, they will form bilayers.
lipids that are formed by biological systems.
I mean, we look. If you want to say I'm assuming that lipids are there, sure.
I'm not saying it. I'm literally posting
But let me
a
explain
link
the
to a
heredity thing
paper
because you
and
made a lot of
they say
claims.
it.
You made a lot of claims. Let me explain the
I
heredity
read
thing.
directly from
Let
the
me
paper.
explain the heredity thing. If you have incorporated into these lipid bilayers other hydrophobic molecules, right? If something is hydrophobic, it's naturally going to incorporate itself into the lipid bilayer. When a lipid splits, you have a component of you have something that resembles heredity there, because like when the bubble splits, what composes each of the daughter bubbles is going to be the same kind of composition that incorporated the parent. Do you understand?
So, Gleison, let me ask you a question here. How would random events start to attach two fatty acids to glycerol by ester or ester bonds rather than just one, necessary for the cell membrane stability?
So you're asking like how lipids form in the first place?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's
Yeah,
the
all
big
right.
problem.
Well, I don't have the information to speak with authority on that at the moment, but if you'd like to speak later, I mean, I could always read about these things. I see no reason why it would have to be a supernatural event that would form lipids. I mean, so you're saying that there's not a
It wouldn't have to be
naturalistic explanation
supernatural. We could
for
just have a
why
lab.
lipids form.
You know, that is interesting. You have actually not the education to with certainty giving an answer how it could happen. You just suppose that maybe science has an explanation without knowing it actually, but you at the same time you discard the hypothesis that God eventually was necessary.
Well, that's
I
because
said, I am actually reading a book. I can give you a link in regards of the prebiotic supposed synthesis of lipid bilayers. There are many questions which are not answered, not because they have not tried, but because they have actually tried, but the results have not provided the expectations, the expected results, but they have only lead to dead ends, where they have simply to throw the hands and say, well, we don't have an explanation. So it is not because they have not searched. It's because they have searched, but unguided random natural events have not provided the answers. And you are just dwelling on a superficial understanding where you rely on a consensus of opinion of science and think that, well, if science doesn't have an explanation today, well, maybe tomorrow they will, and it will be a naturalistic explanation. So you are just fooling yourself. That's
okay.
the truth.
So there's lots of things to address there, but I just want to just say, like, I kind of, every time you keep saying random and unguided, I want to dispute that. Just because it's naturalistic doesn't mean it's random and unguided. But the main point is, like, this is essentially like a God of the gaps argument.
No.
No, it's they don't know how to do it.
No,
that is the God.
Yeah,
so you're saying because that we don't have an explanation, like a concrete, definitive explanation currently.
No, Grayson, if it wasn't random, what was it?
Wait. Let me just get this out really quick, and then you can respond. Let me just get this out. I just want to say, like, every single time that there has been something that we didn't know in science that we then discovered, it's been a naturalistic explanation.
Not true.
I don't think
dark matter
that it has that. Again, dark matter has a naturalistic explanation, but I would just want to say that never have we ever found a supernatural explanation for any of this stuff.
These are cliche arguments which I hear all the time. I see
because you're making a cliche argument.
I know I am, not you are, because we don't have science. Rather than coming closer to have naturalistic explanations, point by point, it confirms the Bible and demonstrates that a supernatural intelligent agent is necessary. And there are 8 key points. I could mention them, but rather than doing that, I want to know, if it was not random, what was it?
It wasn't, like, these things are not random because
what's the
of
guiding
chemistry.
principle you're referring to?
Chemistry is not, like, just random. Like, these things interact based on their properties. It's not
chemistry
just, like,
can't
random.
create
so far
code.
we don't know that is possible. I mean, now I think the other three of us, or the other three of us are the Christians here, and we're not above a faith-based explanation, Grayson.
So, Grayson, if you see a book like Hamlet, do you think that the sequence of the letters that form that book could be due to physical necessity? Or if you would have these letters, let's say, in plastic, and you shuffle them, do you think that there would be some physical principle that would line them up to have a meaningful sentence?
Well, those are two different questions. But in the second one, where you're just shuffling all the letters, the chances of you getting Hamlet are the same as the chances of you getting any other specific combination.
Well, no, because the book.
That's math.
The thing is that the book of Hamlet requires a specified sequence of letters, and the odds to have that specified sequence is infinitely small.
Well, the odds to have any specified sequence are infinite. Like any final result that you get is going to be a specified sequence.
Yes, but the thing is, if you want to have a specific sequence, one which then provides some function or provides information, then the odds to get that sequence are astronomically. And that's precisely what needs to be explained in regards of the origin of life, because the average genome and also a minimal genome requires a minimal number, a minimal sequence or content of information.
Now, when
which
you're
then
talking about the
provides-
minimal genome, are you talking about the last universal common ancestor, or are you talking about the minimum required genome? Those are different things.
Well, the thing is, in order to have life, you need information stored in the genome. And there is no life form known which doesn't use DNA. And the smallest hypothesis, like a mycoplasma, has, for example, 500,000 nucleotides, which is already an astronomically large number. But even mycoplasma is a symbiont; it isn't a free living cell. But if you want to have a free living cell, then it has to synthesize all the 20 amino acids by itself without depending on a host to have nutrition of these amino acids. And
But you're assuming that amino acids are
the smallest. Let me quick finish. The smallest one that we know, which is free living today, is Pelagibacter rubic, and it has 1.3 million nucleotides. So it's a huge number already. Now, even if you want to explain the origin of an amino acid strand of a protein just with 100 amino acids, the odds are far beyond the capacities of the entire universe shuffling during the entire history of the universe.
Yeah, because clearly, like, these first proteins did not come about just from random amino acids colliding with each other and like making them. I mean, they were directed probably by ribozymes.
Well, the thing is, first of all, you need to have ribozymes, you need to have RNA. The origin of RNA isn't explained by science. There is no explanation why the 4 nucleobases were selected. There is no explanation why ribose was selected and not glucose, for example. There is no explanation why phosphorus was attached to the ribose. There is no explanation how to attach them. There is no explanation why they are attached at the right place. There is no explanation how they could have remained stable for a long period of time, because ribose disintegrates at a certain temperature, even in minutes. So there are so many unexplained questions in regards of RNA itself. But let's even suppose that
wait. I don't know if that's necessarily true, because if those things were different about like RNA, like those molecules would be dead ends. I mean, they wouldn't be able to function.
What do you mean by that?
Like if you didn't have the phosphate background, if you had like a different attachment, or like a glucose instead of ribose, like that would change the functionality, and that would make those molecules like dead ends. Like you could have had all those molecules arise, and they wouldn't have led anywhere.
Right, they would have led anywhere, correct.
Yeah, so that's exactly why we see like the current configuration, because that does lead somewhere once you get it.
But the question is, how do you get it?
And there's a time constraint on all of this when you do start trying.
Yeah, not only that, we know that these molecules, they disintegrate rather than start shuffling and then start to polymerize and complexify. And you can search from Steve Benner, Paradoxes of Life. He outlines that very clearly. He says that all experiments that have been done have demonstrated that these macromolecules, rather than start complexify with each other, they disintegrate. So that's exactly the opposite of what is required.
And you just start putting basic probability on any of this stuff at any level, and there's just not enough time.
Well, I would posit that if the conditions are right, the probability is quite good that you're going to get like at least you're going to get something similar to like bacteria or some sort of like single celled life.
You don't know what you're talking about, really.
Well, I would for that information I would quote Nick Lane, who is sort of one of the preeminent experts
he's a pseudoscientist. He's a pseudoscientist. Okay.
I mean, he's one of the world leading experts in abiogenesis.
I don't care what title you give to him. I've listened to him speaking recently at a podcast by Lex Friedman.
Yeah, I listened to that as well.
And the things that he said are just ridiculous. Things that we know for 200 years, that thermodynamics isn't the abiogenesis friend. Let me quote you here. This is from the science paper that I just mentioned, Stephen Bender, Paradoxes in the Origin of Life. He says an enormous amount of empirical data have established as a rule that organic systems given energy and left to themselves devolve to give useless complex mixtures, asphalts. The literature reports to our knowledge 0 confirmed observations where evolution emerged spontaneously from a devolving chemical system. It is impossible for any non-living chemical system to escape devolution to enter into the Darwinian world of the living. These are pretty clear words. There are
unless energy is being pumped into the system that's creating more than are being destroyed of these molecules, such as a underwater like thermal vent.
That is just nonsense. You need ATP, which is a complex molecule.
Why do you don't need ATP?
Yes, you do.
No, you need a protein gradient, which is created by a thermal vent.
Okay, if you have a protein gradient, but you don't have ATP synthase, which is an irreducible complex nanoturbine, it doesn't matter that you have a proton gradient. Now, if you even have an ATP synthase nanoturbine and you don't have your proton gradient, then you don't have anything to drive that turbine. So you need both.
Listen. The whole point of the turbine is to take advantage of the proton gradient in order to store that energy in ATP. If the energy does not need to be stored because there's a natural protein gradient that early cells can take advantage of, there's no need for ATP. You don't need energy storage if the energy is available in the environment.
How do you get ATP synthase prebiotically? I think you certainly have.
You don't need ATP synthase prebiotically. That's my point. Is because you already have a naturally occurring protein gradient, and you don't need to store your energy in ATP.
Do you know a life form which doesn't use ATP synthase? Yes or no?
Because the last universal common ancestor probably used ATP synthase or something like it.
I'm just asking you if you know of a cell, anyone, prokaryote, eukaryote, archaea, whatever, that doesn't use ATP synthase. Yes or no?
I am not aware of one.
Okay, there isn't. So you need ATP synthase. So the origin of ATP synthase
that doesn't follow.
Is an origin of life problem.
No, that doesn't follow.
Why not?
You are only talking about, like, if every living thing has something, okay, that gives you information on the last universal common ancestor, which is not the same thing as the origin of life, or like the most minimal, like what is necessary for life, the earliest forms of life. That is different entirely.
You don't even know what it is. You don't even know what it is.
He's talking about reality. Grayson, you're talking about something that is imagined, right?
Yeah, it's theoretical, yes.
Oh, great. Thank you. So you don't know what a protocell is or what a first life form actually
these are just possible and like naturalistically possible explanations, yes.
Articles of faith.
So basically fairy tales.
No, fairy tales are not possible.
No, but
they are not naturalistically possible. A fairy tale requires a supernatural explanation.
Have you made a case where it is possible to have life from non-life by unguided, non-intelligent means?
I reject your use of unguided, but yes, like it's entirely possible. Like,
how do you know that?
Because these explanations are possible. I mean, there's nothing impossible. There's nothing inducing magic or inducing supernaturalism to explain any of this.
Just imagination.
You know what I think is interesting in what you are saying? You are making a claim that those which actually work in the field, they don't make these claims. They actually admit the impossibility. And I can quote you here from example from Kenji Ikehara, regards of evolutionary steps in the emergence of life deduced from the bottom-up approach, a science paper from 2016. he points here out 6 points. Nucleotides have not been produced from simple organic compounds through prebiotic means and have not been detected in any meteorites, although a small quantity of nucleobases can be obtained. It is quite difficult or most likely impossible to synthesize nucleotides and RNA through prebiotic means. It must also be impossible to self-replicate RNA with catalytic activity on the same RNA molecule. It would be impossible to explain the formation process of genetic information according to the RNA world hypothesis because the information is comprised of triplet codon sequence, which would never be stochastically produced by joining mononucleotides one by one. The formation process of the first genetic code cannot be explained by the hypothesis either, because a genetic code composed of around 60 codons must be prepared to synthesize proteins from the beginning. That's the catch-22 or chicken and egg problem. And 6, it is also impossible to transfer catalytic activity from a folded RNA ribozyme to a protein with the tertiary structure. So this is from a peer-reviewed science paper from 2016. The author doesn't share your positivism because he actually understands the problem. You don't, and you are just basing your views on pseudo or superficial arguments or views which are not corroborated by the evidence.
Okay, I'd like to read that paper. Could you say again, like what journal that was
Yes.
published in, and who's the author?
Yes, I will put you the link here in the private chat. You can Google it to find it, and then I will put it also here in the side chat.
Grayson, earlier you mentioned purely naturalistic causes for everything and that fairy tales don't exist. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just posted a link in the side chat. If I told you that there was a peer-reviewed article that specifically stated that a blind woman with macular degeneration instantly regained her sight after her husband prayed for her in the name of Jesus, and this was documented in a peer-reviewed journal as I posted, what would you say to that?
I'd probably want to read more about it.
Well, these things occur.
Like, I'd like to
They
see
are-
how she could see.
Macular degeneration doesn't have a cure. Anyone who has it just has a steady decline in their vision. So the fact that she was healed of a incurable disease, and this healing happened in by direct contact from her husband in the name of Jesus, not only proves the supernatural exists and supernatural healing exists, but Jesus is greater than all other gods, we'll say. And like I said, I posted it in the side chat, and it proves the supernatural, it proves healing, and it proves it happens in the name of Jesus.
All right. Well, then I'll read it and I'll see if that's indeed what it proves.
And if it does meet your satisfaction of criteria, does that mean you'll become a Jesus follower?
Yeah.
We have it. Verbal agreement, folks. Done deal.
The last 20 years or so, especially the way that we've been able to look deeper and deeper into the problem, I think it's probably best time that, well, that's an irreducible complexity argument. I mean, that kind of needs to be abandoned, and the evolution side needs to kind of admit, say, hey, look, we're finding more problems than we can explain away, and we're working on it. This is a work in progress, but we still believe it, and it might be best to leave it there. But
let me quote you here from Eugene Koonin from The Logic of Chance. page 351, a book from 2012. He says, despite many interesting results to its credit, when judged by the straightforward criterion of reaching or even approaching the ultimate goal, the origin of life field is a failure. We still do not have even a plausible, coherent model, let alone a validated scenario for the emergence of life on Earth. Certainly, this is due not to a lack of experimental or theoretical effort, but to the extraordinary intrinsic difficulty and complexity of the problem. A succession of exceedingly unlikely steps is essential for the origin of life, from the synthesis and accumulation of nucleotides to the origin of translation. Through the multiplication of probabilities, these make the final outcome seem almost like a miracle.
Yeah,
I mean,
There
this guy is an evolutionist.
Yeah,
He is
I
not
think
a creationist.
That's
You
something
know?
that needs to be on the table that I think they've gone back. There was a dust up between Jim Tour and some Professor Dan.
Yeah,
whatever his
Professor
name was.
Dave, which is a ridiculous guy.
And Tour, he broke out the PowerPoint and worked through it and said, look, it's this and this and this, and 14 videos later, it's like, no, look, this is a serious problem.
Yeah, he addressed
We're not gonna
the
get this
hard.
solved.
Yeah, he addressed the chemistry or the hardware problem. We have basically two main problems when it comes to the origin of life. One is explaining the origin of the molecules, the energy, and the other problem is the information problem, which is also an immense problem, which is often not sufficiently appreciated because there are several aspects. You have to explain the origin of the genetic code, that is the mapping of codons to amino acids. You need to explain the origin of the sequence of codons which form the information which is required to get right sequence of proteins. You need to explain the entire chain of information transmission, which doesn't even start with DNA. It starts with the gene regulatory network, which selects which of the information of the gene has to be expressed. So that's basically equivalent to a library where you need a library software program which knows where to get the book with the specific information. So there are layers of information above information. Then you need the information transmission system, that is transcription and translation, which requires enormously complex proteins and protein complexes. And translation in special requires the ribosome, which is basically the most complex protein known. So in an evolutionary narrative, you start from the simple and go to the complex. But what we see in life is that the most complex things, they had already to be there when life started. And you need the ribosome to explain evolution. And you cannot explain the origin of the ribosome through evolution, and neither through physical necessity. So the problem is enormous.
Yeah, and then as soon as you get the coding done, it's like working up the OSI stack. As soon as you get the coding done, then it's like, okay, now you have to go and manage that code, but you have to start, selection at muscular, skeletal, circulatory.
Well, that's
nervous
far
system.
later.
See, and then
Yeah.
it's adding layers and layers exponentially of problems that it's just adding more problems as you go.
So, and even at the beginning of that stack, you're talking about, in general, there would be a ton of error. And going back to what Atangelo was saying, because the system is so specific and the code is so advanced, in translation, there's actually translational pausing, which is not explained by simple chemical interactions. And that translational pausing is actually what reduces the error. That is the error correction in a lot of these ribosome activities. So it adds layer and layer of complexity, and you can't get around that simply by saying the chemicals reacted in a chemical way. It is literal like timing that removes errors from the code and from the translation process.
It's not just pausing. It is just the ribosome alone has 13 independent and differentiated error check and repair mechanisms. Only the ribosome, and that only in regards of the translation process. But on top of that, the ribosome is so complex and it requires even more proteins and assembly proteins and scaffold proteins and chaperones to actually be constructed. Okay, and you need different compartments where the subunits of the ribosome are assembled or synthesized. Once the product comes out of the assembly of the synthesis process, it is error checked. If the product isn't in conformity, either the protein, the subunit, is chaperonized, which means it is correctly folded through the helper proteins. And if that is not possible, then it is recycled. And there are other proteins which could the RNAs or the amino acids, depending on which part of the ribosome, and then recycle and reuse it. And once you have the single units, then they are transported out of the nucleus or the nucleolus, if it is in a eukaryotic cell, and then the parts, they are assembled. And the phenomenal thing is that they can form and assemble all on themselves. It is like a complex robot is self-assembling just based on the form that the single units have. This is just phenomenal.
Okay.
And
wow, you talked a lot. Thank you for that introductory biochemistry lesson about ribosomes. Yes, that is how ribosomes currently work right now. I don't see a reason why that would be why they've always had to work, and there's no other form, like there's no more primitive version of ribosomes. But also, I just want to say, I looked up the author of the study that you cited, and he's got a lot of interesting publications. It looks like he's putting forth his own theories and hypotheses. He has actually one article, like one study that says the origin of the genetic code, and at least concludes that this is a reasonable naturalistic explanation for the origin of the genetic code, is like his hypothesis that he's proposing. So again, the author that you're citing is not concluding what you're concluding.
Okay, let me quote you here Eugene Koonin again, which I quoted previously, which wrote the book The Logic of Chance. What he says in regards of the origin and evolution of the genetic code, the universal enigma from 2012. He says here, in our opinion, despite extensive and in many cases elaborate attempts to model code optimization, ingenious theorizing along the lines of the coevolution theory, and considerable experimentation, very little definitive progress has been made. Summarizing the state of the art in the study of the code evolution, we cannot escape considerable skepticism. It seems that the too prolonged fundamental question, why is the genetic code the way it is, and how did it come to be, that was asked over 50 years ago at the dawn of molecular biology, might remain pertinent even in another 50 years. Our consolation is that we cannot think of a more fundamental problem in biology.
And that was in 2012. Well, what I was just talking about was in June of 2021, the paper, The Origins of the Genetic Code. And the author is saying that this is a complete and reasonable naturalistic explanation for this. And it's the author that you yourself previously cited, Ikehara Kenji. So read that and see what you think of that paper.
And I can give you another one from July 2020 from Florian Kaiser, published in Nature magazine, The Structural Basis of the Genetic Code, Amino Acid Recognition by Amino Acid tRNA Synthetases. He says, one of the most profound open questions in biology is how the genetic code was established.
Well, look, it was solved a year later, 2021. That's the most up-to-date paper that
post that? Grayson, post that in the private chat, please.
Okay.
The emergence of this self-referencing system poses a chicken or egg dilemma, and its origins is still heavily debated. So, if you don't actually understand what the problem is, then you will just parrot the conclusions of so many science papers related to abiogenesis, which will say, probably it happened like this, we suppose, we hypothesize, we think of, we guess, that kind of words that they use, which make believe that the problem is right on the corner to be solved, but it is not. And Steve Banner, he brought that right on the point and pointed it out that they constantly use this kind of words to make believe that the problem is solved, but when actually someone looks into it, here he says, discussed here is the alternative approach to guide research into the origins of life, one that focuses on paradoxes, pairs of statements, both grounded in theory and observation, that taken together suggest that the origins problem cannot be solved. And that wasn't the quote that I was actually looking for. In another one, he says, we are now 60 years into the modern era of prebiotic chemistry. That era has produced tens of thousands of papers attempting to define processes which molecules that look like biology might arise from molecules that do not look like biology. For the most part, these papers report success in the sense that those papers define the term, and yet the problem remains unsolved. So you can be assured, Grayson, that the author which you are just mentioning now, he will come up with a hypothesis which appears to be a solution, but if you look closer into the problem, then you will see that the problem is actually not solved.
Yeah, and just to add that, I looked at the paper and he literally is talking about what's called the GNC code frozen accident theory, in which, and I can specifically read here, GNC codons and GADV amino acids were determined accidentally and were frozen. And that is the basis for his conclusion that this can be reasonable, the origin of life can be reasonably explained. But in this explanation, he hasn't even explained how these could be frozen. So in his explanation, he's introduced another problem.
Now, are you only reading the abstract or are you reading the actual paper?
This would be just the abstract. If you want to
Right. So I would assume that there would be an explanation like in the actual paper.
So what is the how do they get frozen? How did they get determined accidentally and then frozen in that specific sequence?
I mean that's what we've always said for the codons, right? I mean that they're arbitrary because but once that arbitrary sequence is solidified in place, then that is what the frozen accident is talking about, I think. But this is the first time Antangelo was the person that first brought up this author to me, so I haven't read this author before, but after this discussion I was planning on doing a deep dive through a lot of these papers we've been bringing up. So once I read more from this author, I'll have a better explanation for you.
All right.
Good. I will put you here in the side chat. What I am studying, as I said, I am writing a book on this. I could even give you the link, but I'm not doing it. And but this is what I have collected in regards of abiogenesis. You can look it up. There is also the factory maker argument, which I would say is the Paley 2.0 argument. And I can quick quote you here what it is. Cells have a codified description of themselves in digital form stored in genes and have the machinery to transform that blueprint through information transfer from genotype to phenotype into the identical representation in analog 3D form, the physical reality of that description. The cause leading to a machine's and factory's functionality has only been found in the mind of the engineer and nowhere else.
I'm sorry, I don't think I can be heard whenever I'm looking at I was looking at the link that you posted, so I don't think my mic was coming through. But yeah, I mean, I'll take a look at it for sure. I enjoy reading up on these topics, and especially from like different perspectives outside my worldview. I like to read up on them and, you know, look deeper into them. So I would look forward to talking about this again.
Real quick, I'm driving at the moment. I've been listening to this whole conversation, but I've also been reading that paper you referred to. Have you read that paper about the evolution of the genetic code?
No, I was just using it because I had not come across that author before. Antangelo shared him with me, so I wanted to
Okay, so I'm assuming you are unaware of the fact that their whole model necessitates a ribosome-mediated ligation replication process?
Yeah, I have not read the paper.
Okay, cool. And I'm assuming you also are unaware of the fact that, like, multiple places throughout it is, we imagine that. I mean, the word imagination is literally used multiple times in this whole thing. But more importantly, it's necessitating the pre-existence of components that are recognized as necessary for abiogenesis to just, like, these exist already. And then this is how the genetic code evolved. From a bunch of hypotheticals.
What are the components?
Like, this is priceless to me, man. Like, honestly, I don't understand why atheists on YouTube continually come in, make claims, assert that a point being made in this context by Antangelo is negated because, there's a paper that says this, but then they never read the freaking paper for themselves. I mean, honestly, in any other context, Grayson, if you didn't actually know what the flying fuck you were talking about a topic, would you like claim that somebody was totally wrong on a position? When you have no idea if what you're claiming to be evidence against their position, you never even read it for yourself. Like, in any other context, would you do that? Or would you be embarrassed? Or like, I probably should go read something before I make a claim.
It was all because of the context of how Antangelo originally brought
up. No. Answer my question in relation to any other context of something outside of, atheism, theism, origin of life, etc. If there's any other topic, right, would you run around claiming to defeat other points? On any other topic, if you didn't actually know what the hell you were talking about yourself?
If you were around for the context, it'd make more sense.
I've been listening this whole time.
All right, so then you would know that that author was originally brought up to say that there was no reasonable naturalistic explanation for abiogenesis, and so I brought up.
Wow! Again, you just proved beyond doubt that you don't understand what the hell you're talking about, because the whole point I made about the ribosome being necessary, okay, for the genetic code and all that kind of stuff, that would have to be accounted for in abiogenesis, which the whole point Antangelo is making is, per themselves, in the new paper, they didn't claim to have explained where the ribosome came from. They're saying if that existed, then we can imagine a way where this could be possible with enough like 31 nucleotide meaning helices replications, yada, yada, yada. Okay? This is why you need to go read the damn paper. The paper that you're referring to, that you're claiming defeated the point Antangelo was making about the preceding paper, is not defeated. If anything, it's actually substantiated. Are you not grasping this?
So, Grayson, let me ask you a simple question. Let's suppose you see a translation book on the table from English to Chinese, and you see there the word chair, which means the object with 4 legs, which you sit down and so forth. And then you see it in Chinese, and the word is shizi. So there is a meaning assignment of words, of symbols, which mean something. Do you think that non-intelligent mechanisms could instantiate such a translation dictionary?
No.
Okay, so analogously, this is what actually the genetic code does. It translates one system of alphabet, which is the codon alphabet, where each codon is a word, to the amino acid alphabet, where we have 20 letters, let's say, or 20 amino acids, and there is a meaning assignment of one codon to one amino acid.
Yeah, I'd say it's not analogous.
Well, it is analogous because there is a meaning assignment where we have 64 codons.
It's because of the shape of the tRNA. There's no intelligence that's translating things.
No, it has nothing to do with it is intelligence. The issue here is that if you make a meaning assignment of symbols where a symbol has a specific meaning, that is only intelligence which is
Yeah,
capable
but it's not making a
of
meaning assignment.
assigning. Yes, it is. For example, the codon AUG means stop. It is a stop sign. What means that?
No,
If
that no.
AUG, let me
Wait. You're
finish,
saying
please.
that's a meaning
No,
assignment,
no.
but it's
Let me
not.
finish, please. It is. It is. 64 codons are assigned to 20 amino acids, and there is also the assignment of certain amino acids which can be which are redundant. That means that you can have up to 6 codons, meaning the same amino acid is selected, and that gives you redundancy and robustness, which makes the error proneness much higher, and errors are minimized. And they have actually made attempts to see if the universal genetic code is optimized to minimize genetic errors, and they have found that it is more optimized and error prone than 1 million different genetic codes. Tell me, do you really think that this is an accident?
No, it's not an accident. I mean, look,
Thank you. Then it was
you talk for
designed.
paragraphs, man. You talk for entire paragraphs. Let me just try to get it in here. There's no meaning assignment here. These things, like, we are the ones that put the meanings there.
No, sir.
Wait. Let me
No,
just get this out. Let
sir.
me get this out. Because of the shapes of these molecules. That is
No,
what is causing these
sir.
things. The reason it's a
No,
stop
sir.
molecule is because of how it interacts with, like, transcriptase, and the way that, like, the reason for these codons is because of the shapes of tRNA. These
You
molecules are not
don't
doing
know.
a meaning assignment here.
You don't know what you're talking about. First of
You-
all, there is no physical interaction between the anticodon and the binding site of the amino acid. There is a distance made by the tRNA itself. So there is no
Yes.
physical affinity there which would corroborate what
Yes,
you are
no,
just saying.
you're missing something here. You're missing something, and you're missing the tRNA, my friend.
What
The
are you missing?
anticodon does not interact with the amino acid because the tRNA is interacting with them both.
Right.
The tRNA is not assigning meanings here. The tRNA is simply shaped the way it is to where it will bind with specific anticodons and specific amino acids. There's no
Okay.
assignment of meaning. It's
Okay.
the shape of the molecules.
Okay, what is the function of the genetic code?
The function of the genetic code, I mean, it has
Right.
multiple functions, but if you just want me to be brief, I'd say information storage.
Yes, so you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Listen, go and study the function of the genetic code. Then you will see that what I am saying is actually factual. Namely, it is a mapping or an assignment of codon words. These are 3 nucleotides which have a meaning. AUG means stop. It means when a codon with
That's an analogy.
No, it is not.
It's not physical
Okay,
reality.
okay,
That's just an analogy that we put in textbooks.
Okay, listen,
It's an
you are wrong.
observation.
You are wrong. It is an assignment.
I have a
which
degree in this.
dictates. Wow, you have a degree and you don't understand this. I am a layman and I understand what I am actually talking about. You don't.
Okay, well, I got 100% in biochemistry, organic chemistry, and genetics. I understand this.
Wow.
I've been educated in this.
Wow, and you cannot answer correctly what the function of the genetic code is. You should be ashamed of
You
yourself.
just said that I answered it correctly.
No, you didn't.
I said information storage, and you said that's correct.
No, it's not correct. It is a mapping of 64 codons to 20 amino acids. For
No,
sake,
we map it.
this is basic biology, dude. And you tell me that you have
No,
a degree
there's
on
no
that?
mapping going
Wow.
on in biochemistry. We are the ones that map these things.
Wow, nonsense. Nonsense. You don't know what you're talking about. You have not listened to your professor when you had
how did I get
attended
100 in the
biochemistry
course?
class.
Wait, are you arguing that there's no mapping, or are you arguing that it's arbitrarily assigned by humans?
No, it's not arbitrarily assigned by humans. The humans are the ones that are like making these maps. I mean, the actual like chemistry involved, there's no mapping going on. Okay, it's just because of the shape of the tRNA and the wobble position, like
Wow.
which like these things work because of their structure.
So how do
Not
you
because
explain
they,
how
not
do you
because they're
explain
making amino acids.
translational pausing with like a multiple if then else reactions or Boolean logic within that code?
What do you mean?
Okay, so inside chat, I specifically, or this is private chat, I specifically posted a paper talking about the elongation factor. Did you happen to read it?
No, I'm gonna read all the papers afterwards.
Well, I posted the actual text, but it talks about, and I'm sure Otangelo can explain this in a much better way, but you have a process and the elongation factor is involved in this process. And to make a long story short, based on time, it either removes things that are errors or allows things to proceed. So this is a Boolean logic. I mean, it's if this process takes longer than X, then remove the error from the equation. How do you explain this in terms of simple chemical interactions?
Oh, I mean that'd be pretty easily explainable. I mean, like if these things are taking long enough, like there'd be like it's basically a statistical operation, right? I mean, these things
It's
are
a timed, it's a specific time that it must take. Otherwise,
well, these things
it
are
gets
not
removed.
timing those events, right? I mean, they're just like
That's literally what the paper says.
I mean, I'll read the paper, but I mean, to my explanation, like they would just be essentially there's always a statistical chance of running into these terminating factors, and like once you reach a certain time threshold, like it becomes more probable than not that you would have been terminated.
Okay, so you're just going to get back to me on that then?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I'll read about what you're talking about specifically,
seem
so
like
I
a
can
really
like have more
semantic-
knowledge to have the conversation.
It's, I mean, it's not, that's not the only example of Boolean logic in the genetic code where there's if then else executions. I mean, there are many.
I'm gonna have to
So Grayson, you claim to have a degree. What is your degree in specifically? Is it undergrad, grad, PhD? What is your level?
Yeah, I have a biochemistry undergrad.
Okay. And in undergrad or master's?
Yeah, undergrad.
Okay. And at any point in any of your classes, was the code mapping discussed?
Yeah.
Okay. So code mapping exists in the genetic code, correct?
No.
So the papers that are on code mapping, they don't exist?
Code mapping is our model to explain the genetic code.
Okay, code mapping is the assignment of values from source to target. Okay, so do the values of the source, i.e., codon, to target amino acid, are those values? Do they exist? Whether or not we've written them down in like English and Latin letters or otherwise, do those value assignments exist? Yes or no?
No, it'd be the tRNA that is the mediating factor here. I mean, if they
Right. There's papers on the adapters and the adapter role in the code process that is taking place. There's papers on that too. But are you saying that there is no value assignment of, in terms of meaning, of codon to amino acid?
well, we place the meaning on it. I mean,
No, dude, seriously. Before humans ever discovered it, did a codon X equal amino acid X? Yes or no?
Without a tRNA, no.
Holy. Okay, so you don't understand how communication theory works at all, do you?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You guys don't understand what you're talking about.
I mean,
dude, the
It's
tRNA
because
is
of the
operating as
physical
the adapter, the adapter in the translation process. Okay, this is like saying that that there's no. Do you think that there's no adapter mechanism in your computer that's interpreting the electrical impulses and being equal to zeros and ones?
well, I don't study computers.
Okay, Grayson, let me ask you again. What is the function of the genetic code again?
I mean, I said to be very brief with 2 words, I would say information storage.
Okay, so let me
But it's a
quote
lot
you
more,
here.
too.
So let me quote you here what Wikipedia says. The genetic code is the set of rules used by living cells to translate information encoded within genetic material, DNA or RNA sequences of nucleotide triplets, codons, into proteins. Does that sound similar to the answer that you just gave me? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so you don't understand what you're talking about.
Well, you were just reading the definition of the genetic code. You asked me the function of the genetic code.
Man, it just explained what it does. It translates the meaning of 64 codon words to 20 amino acids. AUG means stop.
Yeah, and I summarized that with more brevity than what you just. Like, I summarized what you said there. I mean, you can't. I mean, you're not going to store information if it's not accessible.
What are you even talking about?
I said that the function was to store information, right? I mean, like that function includes
That's not
like,
the
accessing
function
that
of the
information.
genetic. That's not the function of the genetic code.
All right.
Dude, go study what it means. Seriously.
All right.
I mean, in order to store the information that you're talking about, Grayson, you still have to transfer that code, that information from a transmitter to a receiver, right?
That was
There's
my
just no
whole
other way
point.
to
Thank
do
you.
it.
So storing it is a byproduct, right?
I mean, storing it encapsulates all the other factors about accessing it. So, in shorthand, saying that the function is information storage includes translating that information in a usable way. So, I mean, I was just trying to be brief in my. I mean, this feels like a weird gotcha.
Yeah, it seems
It's
more
not the
like
gotcha.
a semantic
So
retreat.
what does translation mean in biology in regards of what the ribosome does? What is happening there?
To go from mRNA to an amino acid sequence
Okay, so how does that happen? That
with
translation.
tRNA in a ribosome to catalyze the translation.
Okay, what is the function of the tRNA?
The tRNA is like a go-between. It one end attaches to the mRNA, and one end like attaches to an amino acid. So it's
Right.
like
So
it's the whole means of the translation. Its function is the translation.
okay, so when AUG codon enters the ribosome and is attached to an equivalent tRNA, to an anticodon, what happens from there?
Then that's the start of the linking of a protein sequence.
Okay, there is then it will be chosen a specific amino acid which will be attached to the tRNA through the amino acid tRNA synthetaser, right?
Sure.
Okay, so based on the sequence AUG, the machinery of the ribosome knows what amino acid that has to be attached to the tRNA and added to the polymer chain in the ribosome, right?
I kind of take umbrage with your language. It doesn't know anything. That's just like because of the structures of these things, that's what happens.
Let's say it is programmed to exercise a specific function that is to select
I mean, if I
equivalent
drop a rock,
that is let me finish. That is to select the equivalent amino acid that is assigned to that codon or to that anticodon of the tRNA. It is attached to the tRNA, and then the tRNA adds it into the polymer chain to be added to the polymer chain, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so there is a mapping. That means AUG is assigned to a specific
The mapping
amino
is an
acid, right?
analogy for that
No,
human.
sir.
It's a model. It's a model to explain what's happening.
Well,
Right?
so
if I drop a
it is
rock,
not. So no,
if
listen.
I
So
drop a
if
rock,
no,
the rock does
listen.
not know
No,
to
listen.
fall. It
No,
doesn't.
so
It's
listen.
not pre-programmed to fall. It's simply acting in accordance with physical laws.
Power word would you like to
That's
assume?
such,
Because
that is such a semantic retreat, though. I mean,
So I
taken
just
as a
took umbrage with the
whole,
words that he was using. But
no,
regardless,
I
I mean,
think
I'm gonna have to go pretty soon. But
you
I want to
guys,
look
There-
into these papers that you're talking about.
Grayson,
gotta-
there is no physical necessity that a codon with the sequence AUG is mapped or assigned to a methionine amino acid. That is arbitrarily chosen.
Well,
You can
no.
read the science papers. The genetic code is arbitrary. That means there are even 33 variations of the genetic code which substantiate this. You don't necessarily require an assignment of AUG to a stop sign. It could be a different meaning. So that's the big issue here. How do you get meaning assignment by non-intelligent causes? That has never been observed to happen. In the same sense as you don't see the meaning of chair in English be assigned to shizi in Chinese. That is something that we do as intelligent beings. We do assign meaning to symbols and words. And the same state of affairs is observed in translation in the ribosome,
Ikehara
where
Kenji, his paper does explain that, right? I mean, as LPP pointed out, I haven't read it yet. I'm planning on reading it after this. But he claims, in the abstract at least, that he has a reasonable natural explanation for how this happened.
if you would try to think for yourself rather than to try to parrot what you will read in a science paper, then probably you would be starting to understand that meaning assignment is only something that intelligence can convey. Non-intelligent mechanisms do not have the aim to do such things.
I mean, the meaning assignment.
Howard, can one of you all explain to him how on a computer system it knows, the processor knows, quote unquote, knows what is correct and incorrect, and how the whole, from a programming perspective, like why it's directly analogous to what's happening with the ribosome, as Tangelo was describing. I mean, this is so freaking basic, and it really irritates the fire out of me how atheists on YouTube run around claiming, I just don't understand how a computer works, therefore the same logic is not necessary and the same requirements not necessary. So anyway, I gotta hop off here as I'm driving, but somebody explain it to him. I'd really appreciate it, 'cause it's just driving me up the freaking wall listening to yet another atheist sit here and claim that it's not relevant.
Sure, I got that. So Alyosha earlier mentioned the OSI model. The first layer of the OSI model is the physical layer. That's actually the electronic impulse that goes through a cable. And that's where we begin as far as communication. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Otangelo would attribute that to the mRNA. So then we have the sender and the receiver. And correct me if I'm wrong, Otangelo, because I am an engineer when it comes to information systems and networking, but not anything to do with an engineer of biochemistry. But anyways, so once you have the physical layer established, you have a sequence of electrical impulses that is translated. In our modern networks, it's something called, we use TCP/IP, which basically it is code where the sender sends a series of not just ones and zeros, but it's predetermined amounts. Before it sends it, it says, hey, I'm going to send you, 1,500 bits. And then the receiver knows, hey, I'm going to receive 1,500 bits. And if I don't receive that specific amount, it's called MTU, then I know something's wrong and I know to wait. And there's also multiple error corrections in there. For example, if you're sending something and it's not the right size of the window, then it'll also say, hey, there's a problem here. My window's full. You got to wait until I have a larger window, etc. So that's just the very, very, very low level basic of one sender and one receiver. So the way that correlates with the ribosome is you have to have, before anything even works, you have to have something knowing that it's receiving something. So you have to have an established communication channel. If you don't have that, you cannot have the transfer of information. Chemical processes don't explain that. Chemical processes don't understand how, hey, we're going to go ahead and start here. I'm sending, and then I'm going to stop. But not only am I going to stop at a specific codon, I'm going to have this amount of processing take place. And that's where you get into the translational pausing. In a network, you have an expected outcome of the specific communication, i.e., you have a specific number of windows that are supposed to be used in order to receive a certain set of data. So in DNA, you would have a certain specific communication pathway. It's taking a specific amount of time and a specific amount of, amino acids that are created, etc. And the ribosome, and much more specifically, those codon cuts happen because, there's an information process that's taking place, and the ribosome knows exactly when that is complete. So in information systems, it's the same concept. And that's why we can take DNA and we can directly port it over to information systems. I mean, today we have actual companies that are right now in the process of using this information system, this entire information system of DNA, and they're putting it into long-term storage systems. So, I mean, it is one-to-one, and you can't say the companies are using just undirected chemical processes or directed by shape or gravity in order to do this. There's very specific programming that has been created to duplicate what happens in these systems, and you can't get around it. And they're very complex. And that's only, well, technically that's layer 1, 2, and 3 that I went over, but it gets a lot more detailed than that. And you're not even going to like the creation of actual physical organs and a physical body and the functions that go into that. I mean, it is insane how complex it gets. But even at the very base level, it is way too complex for something to occur from natural processes or purely the shape dictating the chemical sequence of events that occurs. And I mean, that's an overview of a very basic fundamental, but it is by no means exhaustive.
And if you don't have a start and stop sign, which dictates where you start with translation, where you stop, then you cannot have a functional protein. And you need to have these signs. So genetics and the genetic code, these are languages which use by all means the systems of language. So how do you explain that by non-intelligent instantiation?
Yeah, I think that you are mostly just speaking in analogies. I mean, what we're actually talking about here is tRNA, right? The stop, the start, everything in between, all you're talking about is tRNA, right?
And the interpretation.
Well, let me quote you here. I disagree with what.
Wait, how is it in the interpretation, Power Word? I mean, there is no, like, the RNA is doing all of the work here. There's no interpretation outside of that.
It just goes back to what Otangelo was saying with this specific function that is taken or is executed by the ribosome.
Let me quote you here from Sung-Chung Yi, The Linguistics of DNA from 1999. He says, biologic systems and processes cannot be fully accounted for in terms of the principles and laws of physics and chemistry alone, but require in addition the principles of semiotics, the science of symbols and signs, including linguistics. G identifies 13 characteristics of human language. DNA shares 10 of them. Cells edit DNA. They also communicate with each other and literally speak a language he called cellese, described as a self-organizing system of molecules, some of which encode, act as signs for, or trigger gene-directed cell processes.
You have to think we are trying to abstract in a code how to build biological organisms and orient them in three-dimensional space. And it's, again, going back to the OSI, you've got to have these compartmentalized levels to handle all of the handoff and make that communication possible. And anyway, taken as a whole, I mean, we're talking about creating sentient life. And, you know, even at a cellular level, you're trying to orient things in 3D space. This is not trivial. And to hold that code and get it out, keep it error corrected, and then even just to do it efficiently and not waste a lot of heat. It's
things organized into three-dimensional structures because of like their chemical composition, like because of electrostatic interactions. I mean,
it doesn't encapsulate doing it in the anyway. It doesn't. I mean, obviously, you know, the lipids form the balls, you know, all that, but you've got to.
I mean, all of the things that I've heard as complaints are basically just that, like Otangelo doesn't see any explanation for why tRNAs would bind to some amino acid on one end and some anticodon on the other end.
But
I mean, that's the only, like, all of this ultimately comes down to that. I mean,
no, there's a lot of those.
There's layers and layers of information and
so
you know, just the manufacturing process, as it were, that have to be handled. And go ahead.
For example,
better job than I am, Power Word.
Hold on. For example, you're talking about 3D space, right? So explain the evolution of DNA topoisomerase in reference to how it acts in specifically adjusting strands that have become problematic.
You know, there is a very advanced software today which is called AlphaFold, and it is able to predict the folding, the 3D folding of a protein just based on the amino acid sequence. Now, the trick here is that they have basically taken all the database of hundreds of thousands of different amino acid sequences, have stored them in a computer, and when you give to that AlphaFold program a sequence of amino acids, what does it do? It will basically just compare in the database if it finds a sequence which is similar to that sequence which it has been fed with, and if it encounters it, it will say, it is this sequence, therefore it will fold in that way. But if you feed that program with the sequence which isn't in the database stored, it is not able to predict how it will fold. So what does that mean? You need a functional fold to have function of a protein or an enzyme. And the question is, the thing is, you need foresight in order to know, okay, that sequence will fold in a way that it will make a chaperone protein or a topoisomerase or whatever we think about, that then in the end we will have a specific function.
You don't need foresight if you have trial and error.
Wow. So let's suppose that you work with trial and error. If you have an amino acid sequence of 100 amino acids, the odds to have function is 1 to 10 to the 130th power. There are 10 to the 80th power of atoms in the universe. We are talking here just about a sequence of 100 amino acids. The smallest free-living bacteria, Pelagiopic, has a genome of 1.3 million nucleotides.
Look, Grayson already said odds don't matter because we're here. So
No, that
Yeah,
was in
that
regards
says it
to
all.
the physical constants. I mean, that's not just a blanket statement in terms of everything.
okay, then respond to what Angelo just said.
Yeah, okay. So basically he's positing a framework that I don't agree with, and that framework is that the first proteins would have had to have come from a completely like random sequence of DNA that already had the existence of tRNA translation. I just don't agree with that framework.
Yeah, but no one.
Yeah,
else
you
had to
don't
do that.
agree, but you cannot explain why you don't agree, right?
Well, I mean, I don't agree because I mean, it doesn't make sense why that would ever happen.
That's
What?
I think you're getting warmer.
So
Chris.
in your framework, you need a ribosome, a complete ribosome, correct?
No, like for what?
For you're talking about the instead of having RNA and DNA first, you're talking about like your power evolutionary model that
Are we talking about abiogenesis, or are we just talking about how things function now?
your
Like with
alternative
translation.
to your alternative to RNA world.
Okay.
Wasn't that John's point earlier? Is that the paper that you cited specifically requires a functional ribosome or a functional, process that it assumes?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't read the paper yet, but that was not about the alternative to RNA world. I don't believe that was about this guy's hypothesis for the origin of the genetic code.
Explain specifically what part of Otangelo's framework you disagree with.
Like I disagree that essentially that like these things would have that proteins would have started by just trying to like randomly chain together like 100 amino acids until you get some kind of like function, and that like it would be I don't know. I mean, I just doesn't. I don't see how that's a necessary like why that's a necessary framework to go about this.
So go ahead, give me your working framework without it.
Like for like how do you get a functional protein?
Functional protein, functional cell, whatever you want to do.
All right. I mean, there are, I think, like much more simplistic molecules that are capable of like catalyzing reactions.
So what? Let's
what's
suppose
that?
I give you.
I don't think that's right.
Let's suppose I give you a ribosome which has a catalytic activity. So what? Where do you go from there?
I mean, is it like, yeah, if it has catalytic ability, I mean, that's like function, is it not? It can be like incorporated into like a lipid bilayer membrane.
Okay, so you have a ribosome encapsulated in a phospholipid bilayer. So what?
I mean, if that would be more advantageous than like to that like lipid bilayer, then that would cause like it would have more metabolic activity.
Okay, so
if it has more metabolic activity, then it would like either be around for longer or it would get bigger. It would have some sort of differential like replication. In this case, replication would just be the lipid like splitting.
Okay, so where do you go from there?
Where do I go? So you're talking about like how do you get to the point where you're getting like information storage, or?
Yeah.
It just seems like at this point, the evolution, you've got to just step back at the 30,000-foot level and say, look, we've got a shit ton of problems here. And hey, we'll fix it, and we think it's going to work. But
no, let Grayson continue with his narrative. It's so entertaining. Grayson, go ahead.
Anyway, it just seems the more we look, the more the more complexity we're finding, and the more problems, the more engineering problems we're trying to solve. And the point you made, Tangelo, molecular shape space, that's just enormous to get a protein with the right shape that's going to, in the right bonding sites, it's going to interact in a three-dimensional way with another one, and it just starts becoming unimaginable. And then you say, okay, it can happen. And it's like, but okay, in how much time? And it's
no, with the AlphaFold, that's just a computer trying to predict the way that these proteins fold. I mean, there are so many variables that it's hard for a computer model to predict at this point. But in real life, it just happens spontaneously. Whenever you have an amino acid sequence, it's going to fold based on like the surrounding chemistry.
So how were these sequences folded at the right place, and how were they selected to be all left-handed? And you have amino acids with two. I forgot the name in English. Yeah, just answer this. How do you get them left-handed, and how do you attach one to the other at the right place? Because there are many different places where you can attach one to the other, right?
Well, that's what it a catalyst for a reaction is something that causes a reaction to occur like in a predictable way that would be different or faster than just that reaction without the catalyst. So
right,
if you have something specifically catalyzing the linking of amino acids, it's going to be in that, like, you're going to have this sort of like repeatable like binding of different amino acids together at that site based on the geometry of the catalyst, which was either a ribozyme, or I guess nowadays I think it's still a ribozyme. So I mean, these things just depend on like the surrounding chemistry and like electrostatic interactions.
So how do you solve the hydrolyzing problem that in water these bonds, they are hydrolyzed and they break apart rather than bond to themselves?
The lipid bilayer.
No, I'm talking about the polymerization of amino acids. In order for you to have a polymer chain, you need to bond them together at the right place. How do you deal? Even let's suppose that they would bond together at the right place, but they hydrolyze. How do you solve that?
Because you don't have hydrolysis occurring in an environment that lacks water molecules, such as in a lipid bilayer, or like in the reaction pocket of a catalyzing agent like a ribozyme.
Okay, I can quote you here a syllogism. The synthesis of proteins and nucleic acids from small molecule precursors and the formation of amide bonds without the assistance of enzymes represents one of the most difficult challenges to the model of pre-vital chemical evolution and for theories of the origin of life. 2. The best one can hope from such a scenario is a racemic polymer of proteinous and non-proteinous amino acids with no relevance to living systems. 3. Polymerization is a reaction in which water is a product. Thus, it will only be favored in the absence of water. The presence of precursors in an ocean of water favors the polymerization of any molecules that might be formed. 4. Even if there were billions of simultaneous trials as the billions of building blocks molecules interacted in the oceans, or on the thousands of kilometers of shorelines that could provide catalytic surfaces or templates, even if, as is claimed, there was no oxygen in the prebiotic earth, then there would be no protection from UV light, which would destroy or disintegrate prebiotic organic compounds. Secondly, even if there would be a sequence producing a functional folding protein by itself, if not inserted in a functional way in the cell, it would absolutely have no function. It would just lay around and then soon disintegrate. Furthermore, in modern cells, proteins are tagged and transported on molecular highways to their precise destination where they are utilized. Obviously, all this was not extant on the early Earth. And 5, to form a chain, it is necessary to react bifunctional monomers. That's what I was trying to talk about. Monomers, that is molecules with 2 functional groups, so they combine with 2 others. If a unifunctional monomer with only 1 functional group reacts with the end of the chain can grow no further at this end. If only a small fraction of unifunctional molecules were present, lone polymers could not form. But all prebiotic simulation experiments produce at least 3 times more unifunctional molecules than bifunctional molecules. So you need amino acids with which are bifunctional. And if you have a mix, then you cannot grow an amino acid strand with a significant size, which then eventually could fold into 3D form and then perform any function.
Yeah.
You have many problems, many different problems. And even if you have a functional protein encapsulated in a phospholipid, what would it do there? You need an ensemble of very specified.
It could contribute to the
complex.
stability of the lipid. I mean, if you have like, and this could be the case for even single amino acids. I mean, it's not even necessary to have a chain of them. I mean, it could be the case that like incorporating amino acids or other kinds of organic molecules into the lipid bilayer could increase or like have a positive effect on like stability or metabolism or any number of things that would contribute it to like differential reproduction. That's enough.
Okay, so let's suppose you have an encapsulated enzyme which can catalyze something inside of your bilayer membrane. Where do you go from there?
Yeah, I mean, like you would continue to optimize for metabolism and reproduction because those are that's what's being selected for.
Okay. Do you know how many reactions minimally are required to have all the basic building blocks synthesized in the cell? A minimal metabolic network, do you know what the size would be?
For a modern cell?
Yes. For a minimal functional cell that can synthesize all the 4 building blocks which are required and used in life.
Well, in this example, we don't have all 4 building blocks.
Okay.
In the example of abiogenesis, like those 4, like you don't have all 4 of the building blocks all at once. Like, I mean, these things came upon like in gradual stages. So I don't think that it would really be that relevant to look at, you know, what are the chances that you get them all like at the same exact time. Yeah.
Okay, so you would have just an encapsulated ribozyme in a phospholipid bilayer, right? So they would start to metabolize. But I mean, in order for them to do metabolism, you need several different things. You need functional enzymes that catalyze very specific reactions, and you need metabolic cycles like the reverse TCA cycle or the Wood-Ljungdahl cycle in order to fix carbon dioxide. And these are very, very specific cycles where one enzyme catalyzes a product, which then is the product transported to the next enzyme, which is the substrate of the next one, which then will
That's how it works now.
Okay, so but how did that come to be, that state of affairs? That's like saying you have a production line of lined up robots, and There you
But if
will
each step in
feed
this
that.
production line can be broken down to an independent beneficial reaction that is like beneficial independent of the rest of the reactions, like that's pretty much how all of these arguments for irreducible complexity break down, is that you can show that each step could be beneficial in its own right with like for a different functionality than the eventual like functionality that you're trying to say is irreducibly complex. But sorry, I really am enjoying this conversation, but with that, I mean, I really do have to go. Like, I mean, I have dinner planned. I've got to go at
Just
this
one
point.
last
no
one last
excuse,
quick
Grayson.
question.
What do you think you're doing?
One last quick question. I posted another paper in private chat, and it's specifically regarding DNA topoisomerase. Grayson, you said earlier that the placement of certain DNA in the cell is random in 3D space. Is that correct?
No, I don't think I ever said that.
Okay, so was it the folding that was random based on?
No, I don't think I said any of that was random. I mean, all of that is determined by like its chemical surroundings and
Okay,
like
that's what you
physical
said.
interactions.
Chemical surroundings. So there's nothing that's preventing the strands from, for example, becoming too tight and having torsion problems, correct?
Yeah, if it's long enough, then that would probably start to happen.
And in early biological molecules or cells, this would be an extreme problem. Therefore, the evolution of DNA topoisomerase was required, correct?
I would assume that that's why DNA topoisomerase is beneficial.
Okay, so if it's not there, then the torsion is going to continue unresolved, correct?
I don't know if that's true or not.
It is, and it generally results in the actual death of the cell. But the point that I'm making is in the paper, the origin of DNA topoisomerase for all three domains of life is different. So from Luca, your universal common ancestor that's hanging out in the hydrothermal vent, to the next step.
Wait, that's different things. Luca and what we're talking about are different things.
I mean, they're separated by, a few years, but they're sequential things.
Sure, but I mean, you're saying they could be separated by quite a lot.
But logically speaking, if this required component of DNA topoisomerase is different for all three domains of life, wouldn't you concede that this does not follow an evolutionary pathway? An accepted or logical evolutionary pathway?
I don't exactly know what you mean by that. You're saying that if like DNA topoisomerase evolved like separately for each of the domains, and it was not present in the last universal common ancestor, that means what?
It was initially in three different, so it exists differently in the three domains of life, which means there would have to have been either multiple universal common ancestors for this torsion problem to not happen, or you could just accept that it doesn't logically follow that the earliest of the three domains of life have three separate origins for DNA topoisomerase.
I don't necessarily would agree with that. I mean, that would just mean that the last universal common ancestor either had this torsion problem and addressed it in a way that was not DNA topoisomerase.
You can't resort to your imagination for literally every argument that is presented to you. It doesn't work like that. You can't create your own version of RNA world and say, hey, it's not a modern cell, but it's an ancient cell that we don't have. We don't know. There's no evidence of it, but it exists. Trust me, guys.
Well, I'm just saying that it could plausibly exist. I'm not saying that this is fact. this is exactly how it happened. My whole argument has been like these are plausible naturalistic explanations that are not impossible. Like they are possible.
So,
and
Grayson,
fathomable.
Grayson,
so
do
it
you
would be
like
logical
the
to have
movie?
3 different Lucas then to follow
Grayson,
logically.
do
No,
you like the
by
movie
definition,
Alice
there
in
would only be one
Wonderland?
Luca.
Grayson, do you like the movie Alice in Wonderland?
It's all right.
What are you getting for dinner, Grayson?
Pork chops.
Oh, not bad, not bad. Meat, okay. You're not a traditional like Evo vegan, so that's good. I like you. Let's keep
I
going
was
with this.
actually raised like extremely anti-vegan. My baby food was pemmican, which is like if you know what that is, it's like basically like
awesome.
ground up like beef jerky congealed with animal fat. I mean, I've never I mean, literally, I mean, my dad wrote one of the earlier like paleo diet books about just eating meat all the time.
So that's good. I mean, from the womb, early on,
Inuit
you had
diet.
tons of lipids that could improve your cerebral function. So you should be firing like the best of them.
Yep. I mean, I do think that, but apparently John, every time I get on here, he always questions my intelligence and questions if I'm a troll or not. So
It's okay.
apparently
It's
I'm
all
not
in good
coming
fun.
across that way.
It's all in good fun, man. It's
That's
just trying
John's
to get a reaction.
style. That's John's style. Don't be upset with it.
But seriously, though, if you could look at that paper I sent you on that miracle, it's life changing. And, let me know what you think of it. All right.
Okay, cool.
you
Yeah, I look
send
forward
that
to
paper in
getting another
the
chance to talk about
private
this,
chat?
and I'll read some of the papers that we've been bringing up as well. Hopefully that this VOD comes up, so if I miss any of the papers, I can go back and look at some of them. All right, night, y'all.
All right, behave.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Can you put in the private chat that paper you talked about of that miracle?
Yeah, I'll do it again.
I'm leaving too. Tangelo, Powerwood, John, you guys are awesome.
Have a
Hey,
good one. Bye.
I wanted to say, Alyosha, I respect your knowledge of the OSI model.
Well, it's just anyway. It's one of
No.
those things you look at it once you see it, you're like, oh no.
We're two peas in a pod. Well, 3 with John here, but I'm just saying I respect it.
Yeah, it's like it can't get done any other way, and just anyway, once you have to deal with it, it's like, oh yeah. Anyway, it's just one of those things. I don't know. It just seems it's so tentative on the evolutionary side, and they have so many problems to deal with. And it's like, look, guys, could you just get a plausible, realistic solution, and then claim that we're going with the irreducible complexity, God of the gaps thing? But it's like I don't think they can find their ass with both hands right now, because there are so many problems coming up every time we find another level of complexity.
And it just gets worse. I mean,
Yeah.
it was easy back in the day when you could say like you throw some meat in a jar and life forms because you got maggots and boom, it just created. But nowadays, because and only because we can see to the most minute level, those problems the odds, which are not imaginary, have become, extraordinary.
Yeah, it's
Our resident atheist who claims to have a degree in biochemistry also claimed that you can't calculate the odds. So
No, not only can you not calculate the odds of the moon being exactly the right distance between the sun and the earth to get a perfect solar eclipse, but it doesn't matter because that's just how it is. So the odds are 1-to-1 in reality. But
well, here's
so many
the piece
layers.
that gets me when like they Grayson talks about me questioning his intelligence, right? It's a rhetorical. When I do that, it's rhetorical, right? Like, either if you can't grasp the basics, you don't have to accept the end conclusion that we reach regarding the evidence. But when people refuse to even accept that the evidence is, or the concept of something has to be considered. And at that point, it's like, okay, if you can't recognize why, the genetic code is something that must be accounted for, or the ratio of sun to moon to earth in order to have a perfect solar eclipse, and so on and so forth. If you can't accept why that is something that needs to be accounted for, then either you have to be an idiot, or you're willfully refusing to actually think for yourself, rather than just accept on the surface, just accept by default that it's not something that has any relevance. That can just be explained by naturalistic explanations. What those are doesn't matter. They exist. It's the way it is. Therefore, I'm just going to reject any other potential conclusion. And then they wonder why it gets so frustrating. And like, as Daniel was talking earlier, and you guys talking about mapping and such. Like, if you don't understand what mapping is from a code theory perspective, then don't tell us that it doesn't exist. So I get so annoyed about this stuff.
Whenever you insult somebody's intelligence, they don't know it, but what you're actually doing is you're programming them. When you say you're dumb, listen, you're actually getting an emotional reaction. So they do listen harder for the next words that come out of your mouth. So they don't know it, but subconsciously you're using evolution against them. So they actually become better listeners.
Yeah, I mean,
Right,
it
I'm
is
going.
remarkable how many
Good night,
times that he.
And thank you.
Bye bye.
Good night.
It is
Have a go, man.
remarkable how many times that he resorted to guesswork.
Imagination.
Yeah, imagination. That's why I say, like Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, it amazes me, again, as I was ranting earlier about like the Lee paper that he claimed was defeating your position, Angela. It's like, it took me 45 seconds perusing through that paper to immediately discover, like, oh no, it's not operating from a abiogenesis perspective. It's taking a bunch of things for granted, having presuppositions that also have to be accounted for. But hey, for my model, I don't have to account for it. Therefore, my imagination can explain how this could totally happen with things that I don't have to account for. I mean, it's like, oh, so we're the ones that are operating from a God of the gaps perspective? Really? But you're ignoring things that have to be, that you admit have to be accounted for, but I'm just not going to account for them. But I defeat your position and your claim that something else would be necessary for it to exist. Like, have you guys thought this through? Oh wait, no, obviously you haven't.
But John, you don't know that if it is written in a science paper, if it is peer-reviewed, then it must be true. And there is the consensus. If all 98% of the biologists claim that X is true, how can you say it's not true?
Unless it proves the supernatural miracle and Jesus did it. Then, even though it's in a journal, it is not true. So there's a double standard there. But on that note, if I could just read just a small portion of that article, and I did repost it for you, Otangelo. I just want the audience. I want the audience to hear this, because YouTube doesn't really let you post this stuff very easily. But an 18-year-old female lost the majority of her central vision over the course of 3 months in 1959. Medical records from 1960 indicate visual acuities of less than 2,400 for both eyes, corresponding to legal blindness. On fundus examination of the eye, there were dense yellowish-white areas of atrophy in each fovea, and the individual was diagnosed with juvenile macular degeneration. In 1971, another examination recorded her uncorrected VA as finger counting on the right hand and motion on the left. She was diagnosed with macular degeneration. So, summarize, she went from juvenile to actual macular degeneration. And then in 1972, after being blind for over 12 years, the proximal intercessory prayer was presented in Christian tradition. That is to say, in the name of Jesus, as both asked, this is her and her husband, and I skipped a lot there, but both asked for her eyesight to be restored that night. When the couple went to bed later than normal after midnight, her husband performed a hurried spiritual devotion practice, reading 2 Bible verses, and got on his knees to pray. She describes that they both began to cry as he began to pray, with a hand on her shoulder while she laid on the bed, and with great feeling of boldness, he prayed, "Oh God, you can restore her eyesight tonight, Lord. I know you can do it, and I pray you will do it tonight." At the close of the prayer, his wife opened her eyes and saw her husband kneeling in front of her, which was her first clear visual perception after almost 13 years of blindness. That is in a paper that is peer reviewed, that is on PubMed.gov. That not only proves the supernatural, macular degeneration is not something that can be cured, and it was cured. And it was according to the Christian tradition, which puts Jesus above all other gods. And in my opinion, those would be fallen angels. And it proves that, hey, our existence is not just bound by the natural. There are supernatural elements that can be seen and be written about. And it shows that the Bible best explains these events, period.
How did that get into a peer-reviewed science paper? I think that by itself is already a miracle, you know.
And it's not the only one. There are several that I have. One of them, actually, there was a man who was working on a semi truck, and it fell off the jacks and cut him in half. And basically, you know, he had to live with multiple of those bags. It was like a colostomy bag and an ostomy or whatever. It was going in and coming out. And then one night there was a person who actually had a juvenile case where he was born with the same issues, and he was healed supernaturally. And he actually went to this individual's church. Bottom line, you had the supernatural regrowth of intestinal tissue, not just a little bit. The doctor said it was something like 9 feet of intestinal tissue instantly. So the person could then remove those feeding tubes, etc. So it's not just one, it's many. And, you know, shout out to Big Bad Mama. She always says there's no instance of God growing an amputee's arm out. There is video, and I've posted it before in chat, of arms that are horribly disfigured and deformed growing out live on camera. And these things are going to happen more and more, and they prove the supernatural.
Well, can you send these papers and this link of this video to my email? I've put it here in the private chat.
Absolutely.
Great. But you need to be careful. There is also a video of a woman from South Africa, and that was proven to be fake.
What was the video about?
This woman is a black woman. She has an arm which is completely disfigured, and then they pray and so forth, and then suddenly that arm stretches out, and supposedly she gets healed. And I investigated that video, and it is fake, because she had this condition to stretch her arm, and she did the same miracle over and over at different places, and just to collect money and things like that. So
really,
we have to be very careful about these claims.
I've seen this video, and if you could send me your research, I'll email you, and then you can respond, because I have seen that video. So yeah, I would like to see your research on this.
Yeah, sure. It is several years back then. Since you mentioned it, and it's the same, I would be very careful with these claims. But something like in a peer-reviewed paper, that's interesting. So I would really enjoy to read into these examples. But I can reinvestigate it again, and then send you what I have.
I also did some level of research on that same video, and I didn't come up with any of that, where she was specifically going to faith healing events and collecting money. In all my research, I had not seen that part of it. So that would be something that I would definitely want to see. And
I would say everything, not everything, but many things that come from Africa, unfortunately, we need to be very careful about the truthfulness of the claims.
Yeah, and just
a lot.
A little background on myself. I was raised Baptist, and we were specifically taught that any sort of faith healing was of the devil. And it was actually much later in my life where I was in a race. While I was training for a race, I broke my toe, and I went to a Pentecostal church, and my toe, the bone, was actually healed, and it was something that I had never believed even could happen. And subsequent to that, I went to Haiti on a mission trip, and I actually did see for myself a witch doctor who was, possessed. And I'm not going to go into the details, but it was pretty bad. There was a child, a infant that was in danger, and there was a lot of other things that happened. Point being, I never believed in any of the supernatural. I believed in Jesus, but I was told that these things didn't happen. And then until I experienced it myself and saw it for myself, it was one of those things that I was just like, wow, it takes a lot to go from being taught one way to, changing your paradigm and saying, oh, wow, this is totally different than what I was taught.
Yeah, I am also a very reason-based person, and I don't simply blindly believe any claim. Like whatever I see in special on the internet, before I buy it, I investigate it. But I have also seen miracles here in my state. I live in Brazil. There was an evangelism campaign. There was a businessman from another state, and he had direction from the Lord to sell everything, his business, and he bought a bus, and then he started to do in every city of my state an evangelism campaign. And I was invited several times to participate. And I hear there also people going there, one with a leg shorter than the other. He went there, and then they prayed over him, and he was walking home. And when he arrived home, he had his leg healed and again back with the same size of the other leg. Obviously, that is just something which I heard, and I've not seen it by myself or directly from that person. But I saw the demon-possessed people in front of my eyes being cured. And we had a case where that was a city where there was a lot of witchcraft, and there was a woman. She was brought to the tent, and immediately when she came in, she started to be possessed. And they prayed over her in the name of Jesus, and she laid down on the floor, and it took a while, but then suddenly she became calm. And when she woke up, then she told us the story. And she said that when she was 8 years old, she was consecrated to a demon of that, here they call it Macumba. That is an African cult, white and black magic cult, where they are possessed with demons. And she was consecrated to that demon. And since she was 8 years old, she was unable to have a normal life. And she went being possessed at the most inconvenient moments, and she had no control over that. And she felt when she woke up, and she said, I feel something which is just different. And miracles happen still today. And I mean, we can observe and see them. If someone in the audience goes to such an evangelism campaign, they can see that happening.
Yeah, and that's actually really cool. To actually be another, like, to hear about the miracle that happened with the leg regrowing and everything. That's kind of this, it's not necessarily the same as amputee, but it's the same kind of concept. And I just sent you 3 links. One of the better known miracles was a woman who was hit by a drunk driver, and she was paralyzed. Her name is Delia Knox, and anyone can YouTube that. But it was Delia Knox Walking is the title of the video. And she was paralyzed for quite a few years. And then she went to a revival. And in the revival, the entire congregation was praying for her. And she actually, legitimately got up out of the wheelchair and started walking around. Albeit at first it was very, very, I would say, aided by others. But then in the weeks following, after she regained the strength in her legs, she was able to actually do it herself, and she was able to come back to the church, and she became a very vocal, supporter of Pentecostal healing ministries and obviously Christian faith. And I mean, it's one of those things that, any atheist or evolutionist that believes there is only the natural world and that's it. I mean, that's a horrible mistake to make. And you can just look at these things that are out there on video in peer-reviewed journals, and you can say, there's something else going on here. It's worth the time for me. It is my life. If I'm wrong about evolution, if I'm wrong about atheism, then I mean, it's a huge consequence to that. And what you're saying, it's like there are demons out there. And one of the things I want to clarify is people who don't really understand the Christian faith, they think, who is the better God? Is it, Allah? Is it Jesus? Is it, any one of the Hindu gods, Vishnu, etc.? And they don't understand that in the Christian paradigm, or you can call it the ancient Hebrew paradigm, there was one God, capital G God, and he created all of the angels. And over a period of, an unknown amount of time after creation, some of these angels fell to earth, and they became the lowercase g gods. So when someone who is Hindu says, well, my God did this for me, that's not something that is easily dismissed. I mean, it is possible. I mean, like we said, demon possession happens, and demon possession can result in, like in the Bible, there was, this guy that was possessed by a legion of demons, and he was breaking chains. He was running around and doing all kinds of craziness. So the Christian paradigm allows for a huge number. I mean, we're talking hundreds of thousands of lesser deities. So the argument that, which God is the God, it's not, it doesn't hold any water. It doesn't matter to a Christian, because within our belief set, there are lesser gods. So that's just a common misconception that I see all the time in chat.
Yeah, if you are talking about demons, then yes, of course, God, which is the ultimate and necessary uncreated being, there is just the God of the Bible. But I commonly say that evidence for the Christian God or the God of the Bible, there is more evidence for it than for all other religions taken together.
Yeah, I agree. And in addition, there was a discussion last week. One of the people that John interviewed, he was, he self-proclaimed or self-admitted that he was a Christian all his life. But after coming to the university, he learned, that, maybe what he was taught wasn't always the case or isn't the case. And, he kind of doubted based on, is there really evidence? And I've done a lot of research on this topic. And there are not just biblical, but there are tons and tons of extra biblical documents that literally corroborate the life of Jesus, his death, and his resurrection. And some people say, oh, these documents, they were forgeries. They were created, in the late 14th century or whatever. And that's not the case. A lot of these documents, which were written in the first century by Roman authorities, and they're sitting in the Roman archives in the Vatican, they were referenced by one of the first, Christian authors, and he was born in 100, I think, and he died in 170. So the idea is we had Christian forefathers that reference the source material that's extra biblical. So people that want to say all you have is the Bible, that's just absolutely incorrect. Tons of documentation, and not just Roman documentation, but there's also documentation within the Sanhedrin. There's many references there as well. So, and there's a lot of people that doubt the Shroud of Turin. It's a huge hot topic.
Yes,
Personally,
I have a collection on that. I have also contact with Joe Marino. He has a book in regards of the inconsistency of the radiocarbon C14 test in 1988, and he has a newspaper which he sends out every week. If you are interested in that topic, then you can I can give your email to him, and then you can receive his news. Okay.
sure,
But
absolutely.
I had already also debates with David Neff on the Shroud of Turin. I have a big collection in regards of that topic, and the
So-
more someone dives into that one, I mean, I have propagated a lot on YouTube, on atheist channels and so forth. And they say, oh, it's just a forgery from the 13th century. But the thing is that none of them have actually looked closer into the evidence. And like kind of someone like Barry Schwartz, which was the official photographer back in the Sturb team in 1978, I had him on my channel, the God Talk, and he was a Jew and he was non-credulous. He was a skeptic. He didn't believe, and he thought, well, that will be soon that we will see it's a painting and that's it. And when they actually did all the tests, there are over 25 different scientific papers on these tests that were made during that investigation. They did see no, it isn't a painting, and the image is very superficial. And he said that in 1995 he finally became a believer that it is actually Jesus, because they did find blood of a tortured man. There is creatinine, which is a particle produced by the liver when a human body is tortured. And they did find this in the particles of the blood on the Shroud of Turin. And he said this was the last evidence that I needed to actually come to believe that it is, in fact, Jesus.
So, do you know what the Sidarium of Oviedo is?
Yes, it is the face clove, the face clove and it has the same blood type AB, and it matches the blood strains. They match with the strains on the Shroud of Turin, and its historicity is well documented since the 6th century.
So, the biblical story, the narrative, talked about the burial cloth and then the face cloth. And
also the strips of linen. There were actually 3 different things, and they tried to confuse and say, well, but John, the Apostle John, talks about strips, and the other 3 Gospels, they talk about the linen. And that is explained because they had to, by their traditions, they did bind the knuckles and the hands with these strips, and then they put the face cloth, and then in the end, the entire linen.
Yep, that is correct. Also, well, my point that I was making was, most people just have heard of the Shroud. They haven't heard of the Sidarium. And then all of a sudden, when you have both, you have a corroboration of the biblical story. And then when you superimpose the Shroud and the Sidarium together, you have a complete picture. And most people are like, nah, they're like, it's a forgery, but they don't listen to the details. Here are some of the corroborative evidence. So according to the Shroud, the man was 5'11" and had AB blood type. So they've actually determined, like you were saying, not just that there is blood, but the type of blood. The Shroud shows swelling on one cheek, puncture wound in the left wrist consistent with crucifixion, streams of blood running down both forearms due to gravity to elbows, over 100 lesions on back consistent with flagrum wounds, Puncture wound of the chest by a spear penetrated into the heart. Blood dribbled out of chest and along back. Injury to the knee consistent with a fall. Spike was driven through both feet. Man received Jewish burial. And the sudarium, when overlaid, is an exact match to the wounds that are on the head of the man. The blood type is identical, and there's over 20 points of correlation between the shroud and the sudarium alone. And I don't know if you're familiar with the research. I think it was an Italian guy that did a study within the last 10 years, and there's peer-reviewed articles on this. But basically, the creation of the shroud and sudarium, he posits, based on his research, could only have happened from a huge amount of ultraviolet radiation. And we're talking about something that could not have been created or reproduced at that time. That's something that even now would be a challenge for us to do. So the explanation, when you take the creation date of these items and you say, okay, what was the technology like back then? You realize the creation of these items was supernatural.
I can read here quickly. It was not made by a natural chemical process. It has been confirmed that the image is the result of oxidation, dehydration, and conjugation of the fibers of the shroud themselves. It is like the imaged areas of the shroud suddenly rapidly aged compared to the rest of the shroud. The image on the shroud is the only one of its kind in the world, and there are no known methods that can account for the totality of the image, nor can any combination of physical, chemical, biological, or medical circumstances explain the image adequately. That is the conclusion of the Shroud of Turin, of the STURP team. And it is not here. The entire image is very superficial in nature, around 20 or 30 microns in depth. That is approximately 0.2 thousandths of a millimeter, about 0.000008 inches, only on the uppermost surface of the fibrils. The inner side is not, thus it could not have been formed by chemicals. The image resides on the outermost layer of the linen fibers. And what you just said, a burst of 34,000 billion watts of vacuum ultraviolet radiation produced a discoloration on the uppermost surface of the shroud's fibrils without scorching it, which gave rise to a perfect three-dimensional negative image of both the frontal and the dorsal parts of the body wrapped in it. We currently do not know of any natural cause for a human corpse producing ultraviolet radiation like this. A very short and intense flash of directional VUV radiation can color the linen fabric. The total power of the VUV radiation required for instantly color the surface of a linen corresponding to a human body of medium height, equal to the corporate body surface area, is 34,000 billion watts.
So 34,000 billion watts. And how much light would that create, do you suppose? And here's the thing. I mentioned earlier, there was Roman documents specifically that were contained in the Vatican, stored in the Roman history. And some of these documents actually regard the guards that were set, their watch was set to be around the tomb. And in those documents, specifically, I think there's one of them's related to Pilate, but there's others. The guards that are interviewed that are supposed to explain why the tomb is empty, what the head guard, what he said was, at the time, there was this huge amount of light. I thought that the sun was up. I thought it was daytime. But then he said, well, then I thought about it and it was way too early. So not only is this supernatural creation of the Shroud and Sudarium something that couldn't possibly have happened then, unless by supernatural means, but it's actually corroborated by witnesses who wrote about it at the time. It's incredible the amount of detail we have. It's incredible the amount of physical evidence we have. And it's incredible in this case that physical evidence is actually of a supernatural cause. And that has been proven. I mean, could we even create that amount of watts today? Is that something that we could do? Do you know?
But are these documents public or are they not accessible? Can
They're
we
public.
find the,
You want me to
can
vote?
you can you send them to me per email as well?
Actually,
I would like to.
One of them I actually have on my Kindle. It's called, and this one is a compilation of multiple. There was a man that went specifically to the Vatican, and he actually looked up this material. But it's the Archco volume, the archaeological writings of the Sanhedrin and the Talmuds of the Jews. That's one of the documents, and that's compiles not just Roman, but also Jewish sources. And to anyone who's listening in chat or later, if you believe that these writings are fraudulent, you need to explain why, because the Justin Martyr referenced these documents in the 2nd century. He referenced specifically the Pilate letter. So you need to explain how we have these documents, how these documents are 100% corroborated by the gospel accounts, how the Shroud and Sudarium are physical articles that we have from the time that corroborate a supernatural event, and all of this detail. And I'm not even mentioning, there's a lot more proof, but how we have all this compiled, and yet people can still say Jesus didn't exist. Jesus has been mythologized. It's insane to me. And the fact that we have all these things, that in itself is supernatural. I mean, the fact that God said he was going to preserve his word from day one. And not only that, we have all these items and articles of clothing and non-biblical documents that are all preserved to this day. It is insane. The odds are...
Okay, I have here a letter from Pontius Pilate by Paul Winter. I will put that. I have a key to open the because it is behind the paywall, and I will put it in the side chat, and so everyone can.
Let me send you the actual. There's a Google book out there that you can get for free that actually has all of the Archco that I was talking about. Yeah, and it doesn't let me post links, but I will post it in our private chat, and if you can post it, that would be great. That's just the first link that I had recorded, but that's the Archco volume, and that's a search specifically for the references to Jesus. And there's, in just that volume alone, I mean, there's 94 references to Jesus, and that thing is over 200 pages of documentation and detail. I mean,
okay, let me see if I find this on Skyhub. Then I can put the link so everyone can download the book. Let me check here. If it's not on Skyhub, then eventually it is on Time Machine. Let me check here. No, I don't have it. I cannot. Do you have the book in PDF or so?
No, I only have I bought it and I only have it on my Kindle.
Okay. Yeah. No, I cannot find it.
Yeah, and
download it.
so there's just a ton of material out there. Did you get the link did you click on the link I sent?
Yes, but I tried to find. Let me check if I find it on Time Machine, maybe.
But you should be able to see it in the Google Books, right?
Yes, but obviously it is cut, right? It is not the full book available.
No, it's full. It's complete.
Yeah?
Yep.
Let me check here in Time Machine. Yeah, it's here. It's from Dr. McIntosh and Twyman.
This one says by William Dennis Mahan.
Daniel Mahan. Oh, yes, I have. Yeah, here on Time Machine you can find it as well.
Oh, so they removed it.
On Time Machine it can be found. Now I've not checked on Google if it is full available. Let me check here.
Yeah, I'm seeing it with one of
Oh
my
yes,
links.
yes, it seems fully available. Cool. Yeah.
But yeah, in that detail, I mean, I was floored when I came across these documents to begin with. I mean, you have everything from corroborated evidence, like the soldier's name that was the head of the guard is in multiple documents because he was a Jewish guard. So the Romans wanted the guard to be a Jew because they wanted anything that happened regarding Jesus, like, you know, because they expected there to be some shenanigans, they wanted to be able to blame a Jewish guard. So they didn't set a Roman guard in front of the tomb. And the Sanhedrin documents corroborate the same name for the lead guard. And it's two separate sources. So, I mean, there's a lot of corroborating evidence when you really read it. And, you know, sadly, you know, every time I have a discussion with an Evo atheist or, you know, someone who, you know, doesn't really get into the source material, it's, you know, well, I have a appeal to authority, you know, that can't be true. I believe, you know, Bart Ehrman, even though Bart Ehrman is just demonstrably false. I mean, he had many books written about Jesus, and you know, in his books and in his series where he, you know, discusses with audiences, you know, the different parts of the crucifixion, he says things like, you know, because Jesus said, my God, why has thou forsaken me? He means, you know, he just doesn't understand what's happening to him. This statement obviously clearly shows that Jesus doesn't know. I mean, he's just, you know, he's dedicated his life to this thing and he has no idea. But in reality, that statement, my God, why have you forsaken me, is actually a prophecy. It's contained in the book of Psalms, written, you know, in this case, you know, hundreds of years earlier. So he's fulfilling prophecy with that statement. And not only that, he told his disciples what was going to happen. He said, you know, I will die. 3 days later, I will resurrect. They expected this. He knew exactly what was happening. So to those people that read Bart Ehrman and they take him seriously, he is a joke. Like the fact that he believes that Jesus, for some reason, because of what he said, didn't understand what was happening to him, in my opinion, discredits him entirely. And you know, that's my
belief. I asked actually Bart Ehrman in regards of the Shroud of Turin, and he simply said, well, I've not studied it. And I was thinking, gosh, if you are a serious investigator in regards of the historicity of Jesus and the authenticity of the Gospels, and you don't investigate the Shroud of Turin, I mean, what does that tell you?
It tells you that his purpose is 100% not to be truthful, not to be accurate.
Yeah,
His purpose
exactly.
is to gather an atheist base and to fill his pockets with all this atheist vitriol and hatred towards Christians. And he's just putting fuel to the fire. But when pressed with the reality of the Shroud of Turin or the Sidarium or even the Gospels themselves, when pressed with logic, he it's hilarious. It's just like the Bible says, they they thought they were wise, they became wise, and then they were fools. So it baffles me though, because there's so many people who just appeal to authority because they're lazy, and they will not do the legwork. They will not seek the truth, and that drives me crazy. And it is ultimately your life. You're going to be held accountable. You're going to be kneeling before Jesus, not somebody else. When you're kneeling, you can't say, "Well, what about Bart? Wasn't he right about this?" It doesn't work like that. You are responsible. The Bible says we are to hold ourselves in, to understand and know the scriptures. Basically, it's a call. And, when we don't do these things and we rely on other people with ulterior motives, what do we expect is going to happen? And it's just, he's preying on, the uninformed, more or less.
Yeah, there are so many atheist YouTubers out there even deny the historicity of Jesus. And I always say this is one of the most ridiculous arguments that atheists can come up with. And I mean, even Bart Ehrman, I use him as a source because he says the historicity of Jesus is well accepted amongst the scholars. And that is unquestionable. And nonetheless, they come up with these foolish claims that maybe Jesus never existed. And we have so much evidence from so many different sides that it is just not justifiable to make such foolish claims.
And not only is this literary evidence, but within the last 5 years, there has been archaeological evidence that has been uncovered in Jerusalem and the surrounding areas that proves, hey, we got Pontius Pilate. He's there. He's on the scene, corroborated by the Gospels. They found David's altar in the city of David. They found all kinds of ancient references, that put the Old Testament Jewish people in the right place at the right time. And so it's like, how much of this has to actually come together before an atheist will say, "Oh, you know what? Maybe I should, check this out," because it's on all fronts. It's not just
I've been in Israel this year in February.
Nice.
And it was the best traveling that I've ever done.
Where'd you go?
To Israel.
Well, Jerusalem, Sea of Galilee.
I've been in Jerusalem, Sea of Galilee, Nazareth, and I've been in Galilee. I've been on Mount Tabor, and it was so great because it illustrates you. It become the stories in the Gospels. They become so. They gain plasticity. They gain life. You can literally imagine Jesus walking around in the fields. You see there the fields with flowers and the places where I didn't know they have the places where Jesus preached the Sermon of the Mountain. You go there and you see the Sea of Galilee down below. It's fantastic. It's wonderful.
I was fortunate enough to go to Jerusalem. Well, I go to Israel in 2015, and I was able to also tour it and see the same places that you mentioned. But the most amazing was the Temple Mount, and I specifically walked along the valley between the Temple Mount, the Eastern Gate, and the Garden of Gethsemane. Did you check that out?
Yeah, yeah. That was the first day I went to Garden of Gethsemane, and then I walked up, and there starts Via Crucis, and where Jesus was flagellated, and then you see on the other side the place where Pilate judged him. I was lucky to go in there. I had also a meeting with a priest, and he showed me the stone with the nameplate of Peter Cephas. He gave me a very detailed explanation of where they did find it and so forth. So there is a possibility that Peter never was in Rome, that he actually died in Jerusalem and carried off the Jewish church.
So, okay, we're going to do something. I wasn't planning on talking about this, but so the Eastern Gate is one of those gates that has been destroyed many times. You would agree with that?
Yes, I was also at the Lion's Gate, where there is an Islam cemetery, and they purposefully did make that cemetery there, because if you walk on a cemetery, you become impure.
Yeah, it's the same. The Lion's Gate and the Eastern Gate are the same.
Right. And they say that in the Bible it says that Christ, in his next coming, he will arrive precisely at that gate. And since it is impure, therefore that prophecy will not fulfill. But the interesting thing is that before that will happen, there will be a resurrection, and all those bodies which are laying there, they will resurrect and not be there anymore. So that will solve
I don't know if the I mean, I'm sure the Muslim would agree with you, but I think it's more of the earthquake that actually separates the graves. When Jesus touches down, there's an earthquake that separates the earth. So all of the bodies go either, that would be north or south, as he goes east to west into the gate. But you led into the point that I wanted to talk about. So are you familiar with Daniel's 70 weeks prophecy?
Yes.
So the original walls of Jerusalem, they were destroyed with the Babylonian invasion, and that happened, what was it, like 590 BC? And then Daniel wrote his prophecy during the captivity. And in that prophecy, he said specifically 490 years from the rebuilding of the wall in troublous times, right?
Yeah, inclusively, I was studying this recently, because there are different interpretations of when that rebuild was starting. And I had an article which said that it was 445 or 645 BC, something like that. And then I was mentioning that in a live stream, and then someone else said, well, I was studying this too. Oh, yes, I know with whom that was. And that guy told me, well, can you back up that it is the date which that article is claiming? And then I was not sure about that date anymore, because I was investigating deeper into that article, and I didn't find any source to back up the date from where they start counting. I can send that to you afterwards in private email.
Well,
but then I was, yeah.
Let me blow your mind though, real quick. So Daniel 9, verse, what is it? 25. Know therefore and understand that from the going forth of the commandment to restore and build Jerusalem unto Messiah the Prince, shall be 7 weeks, 62 weeks. The street shall be cut, the street shall be built again, and the wall, even in troublous times. So the verse specifically says the commandment to restore and build Jerusalem, and specifically references the wall. So 70 weeks, 490 years from the building of the wall. Now, obviously, this talks about Messiah the Prince, which is Jesus, and that has been fulfilled. But what there's a lot of double fulfillments in the Bible, and specifically, let me ask you this: do you know when the current wall was rebuilt, or when the commandment went forth and the rebuilding happened?
Right, that is precisely the point in dispute. I gave you in private the link to my study, and that article from The Bible Can Be Proven makes the claim that it was that this date of the decree of Artaxerxes corresponds to March 14, 445 BC.
Pause. I am saying that I am not disputing. That is not the discussion. So I am saying there is a double fulfillment. I am saying that when Jesus was crucified 40 years later, the Romans tore down everything. No stone was left upon another. Do you know when the wall was rebuilt, is my question.
No, I don't know.
The answer is it was rebuilt by Solomon. His name was Suleiman the Great, and he rebuilt the wall in 1540 AD. Now, do some quick math. 1540 AD plus 490 years, and what do you get?
2030?
That's correct. So, if Daniel's 70 weeks is as amazing as it was for the first fulfillment, just imagine what people will say if the second fulfillment is 490 years from when that eastern gate was rebuilt by Sultan Suleiman, and Jesus steps foot on the Mount of Olives in 2030. I mean, that would be insane. And, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but that is, in my opinion, a very distinct possibility. And at the rate the world's going, tribulation starting next year, temple sacrifice starting shortly thereafter. Did you hear they just got all the red heifers they need to cleanse the priests to start the temple sacrifice within the last 2 weeks?
Well, what I know is that I've seen propaganda on Facebook about the building of the third temple. And we know that in order for the 7-year tribulation, the small and the big tribulation to happen, the third temple has to be rebuilt in order for the Antichrist to be able to reside there and declare himself as God, right?
So, point of clarification on that. So, yes, you're correct that the temple has to be rebuilt for the Antichrist to actually step foot in it, which is what 2 Thessalonians says, I believe. But the abomination of desolation that happened before Jesus, that happened by Antiochus Epiphanes, had nothing to do with the temple building itself, but he sacrificed pig's blood on the Jewish altar, and that stopped the daily sacrifice, which was happening twice a day. And when it was stopped, that was the abomination of desolation. So, point of clarification, you are correct. The temple has to be rebuilt in order for the Antichrist to step foot in it. But he steps foot in it 3.5 years into the actual temple sacrifice happening. So they can start the temple sacrifice. When they can purify the priests after they sacrifice the red heifers. And that can happen within a year. But that temple sacrifice is what the abomination of desolation is referring to. So within 3.5 years of that of that daily sacrifice happening, the temple will definitely have to be rebuilt at that time in order for the Antichrist to step into it and desolate the sacrifice.
Right, right. Yeah, I see some things have still to happen, like Armageddon, that I think is a war which has to happen prior to the 7-year tribulation. I am very careful about, I mean, we see what happened after 67 and all these books that came out saying that that was the last generation and things like that. That didn't happen. It wasn't fulfilled. And that makes me be very careful about setting dates, thinking about end times and so forth. There have still some things to happen, and Christ said that the entire world would have to hear the gospel. We know there are many tribes yet which didn't hear it, and so I'm not sure if the end is so near.
So a couple points I'd like to make in response to that. So the Battle of Armageddon is referenced in Isaiah, and it specifically says Jesus is soaked. His garments or raiments are blood soaked, and so obviously he has returned in order for that to happen. So I would say that saying it happens before the tribulation or early on in the tribulation, I would say is false. I would say that it definitely involves Jesus. Therefore, it must be towards the very end of, well, so some people separate the tribulation into the first part is called tribulation, and the last part, which is the bowls, the judgment bowls, are wrath. So I'm okay with talking about it like that. But then Jesus would be coming at the end of the tribulation or the end of the wrath. So that's my first point. Second point is this. A lot of people read Revelation and they skip over Revelation 11 and they don't read it critically. So let me just make a point here. This is regarding the two witnesses. And there was a reed given to me like a rod, and the angel stood, saying, Rise and measure the temple of God and the altar and them that worship therein. But the court, which is without the temple, leave out, measure it not, for it is given to the Gentiles, and they, the holy city, shall they tread underfoot 40 and 2 months. So already in this verse, we're getting a differentiation between the Gentiles and others. Okay, so verse 3, and I will give power unto my two witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth. These are the two olive trees and the two candlesticks. Okay, people skip over that and they say these two witnesses are two people, and that's it. And you know what? I'm okay with that. The two witnesses can be two people. That's fine. But how do you explain that they're specifically said they're olive trees and candlesticks? Well, if you look earlier in Revelation, it literally gives you the answer. It says the candlestick is the church. Okay, so if you think about this, it's not actually talking about just two people. It's talking about two churches, two olive trees. And we know from the Gospels, olive trees are specifically referencing the Christians or Gentiles who believe in Jesus being grafted in to the olive branch. So you have one branch of Jews, obviously, you know, Yahweh / Jesus is the tree, and then you have the other branch of Gentiles being grafted in. So what this verse is actually saying is you have two groups of people on the earth at this time. They are the two churches, the Christians and the Jews who believe in Jesus. And it's saying this twice. And at the end of this chapter, it says, after 3 days and a half, the spirit of life from God entered into them. Now, 3.5 days, we all agree that the middle of the tribulation is 3.5 years. It's not hard to draw a correlation between years and days. The Bible does it. It happens. And there's verses that specifically say this is a prophecy tool. Anyways, the point is, in verse 12, and they heard a great voice from heaven saying, "Come up hither." And they ascended up to heaven into a cloud, and their enemies beheld them. And the same hour there was a great earthquake, a tenth part of the city fell, and the earthquake were slain 7,000. And then right after this, you have verse 15, the seventh angel sounded the seventh trumpet. Now, all that to say, in the Gospels, it is specifically stated that at the sound of the last trump, that's when believers are raised. Obviously, there's other things that happen. There are a lot of earthquakes and etc. that happen at the same time. But that, I think that's actually in Thessalonians. It might not be in the Gospels. But the point is, the two witnesses are the two churches that are on the earth during the tribulation. They are raised 3.5 years, 3.5 days into the tribulation, towards the end, in my opinion. And right after, at the moment they are raised, the seventh angel sounds the seventh trumpet. So all this fits perfectly with the idea of the rapture of the church happening at the sound of the seventh trumpet. Did I lose you?
Yeah, so you think that rapture will be during the 7 years?
I think the rapture will be at the seventh trumpet. You have the three different types of judgments in the tribulation. You have the seals, you have the trumpets, and you have the bowls. The seventh trumpet happens right before the bowl judgments. So that's what a lot of people call the bowl judgments the wrath of God. So Christians won't be around for the wrath. I hear that a lot. I'm okay with that. But yes, I believe that according to this verse, the two witnesses are the church that is left on the earth, and the church is raptured with the two witnesses at the sound of the seventh trumpet, just like has been stated at the sound of the last trump.
To be honest with you, I have not focused on end time prophecies for a long time, but I have settled with the view that the rapture would be prior to the small and big tribulation. But there are different versions, of course. Some believe it is before, some believe it will be in the middle, others believe it will be afterwards. So, yeah.
So when does it say the man of sin is revealed?
I don't remember. Remember. Yeah.
What you were talking about earlier when you said the Antichrist in the temple. That is literally the moment that the man of sin is revealed, according to the New Testament.
Okay. But does that mean that he will just start ruling in the middle of the tribulation, or will he rule before? Because I think that in order to instantiate a one world government, there have to be some preparation. I mean, we know how difficult that is today, and all these organizations like the Masons, like the Bilderbergs and so forth, they are trying that since the mid of the last century, and they are not being very successful by that, I think.
So, I mean, that is a huge topic that we could get into, but I will tell you this, and there's a lot of stuff that I can say that I don't think is actually something that you can say, talking about individual families and things like that. I don't know if YouTube actually would allow that. There's probably some kind of strikes or something, and I don't want to do that to John, but I will say this. There has been it's called the Council for Inclusive Capitalism. Have you heard about this?
No.
Okay, so I'll just throw it in private chat. But the bottom line, let me just I'll read you a blurb. So the Council for Inclusive Capitalism with the Vatican, a new alliance of global business leaders launches. And this is December 8th, 2020. The Council for Inclusive Capitalism with the Vatican is a historic new partnership between some of the world's largest investment and business leaders and the Vatican, launched today. It signifies the urgency of joining moral and market imperatives to reform capitalism into a powerful force for the good of humanity. Under the moral guidance of His Holiness Pope Francis and His Eminence Cardinal Peter Turkson, who leads the dicastery for promoting integral human development at the Vatican. So now you say, oh, that sounds great. You know, you got the Pope and he's creating inclusive capitalism. Now, who is the key person on the council? Her name is Lady Lynn Forrester de Rothschild. And just speaking of facts, in Isaiah, it specifically talks about, there's a verse that talks about the first to Zion. If you go in the history of Israel, Rishon LeZion, which means first to Zion, was the first settlement that was established when Israel became a nation again. And this is actually, well, no, 1948 is when they became a nation again. But I'm talking about in the 1800s, whenever Israel became a community again. And the person that was involved in making this happen was a member of the Rothschild family. He's the one that dug the wells. He's the one that made it so that the area was habitable. And there's a whole lot of other stuff back there, but that's hours of conversation. The point is, Rishon LeZion, prophecy in Isaiah, first to Zion, was fulfilled with the Rothschild family, and they are descended from the lineage of David. Now, you fast forward to what I was just reading. Lady Lynn Forrester de Rothschild is partnering with the Vatican to ensure inclusive capitalism. Now, here's the problem. Inclusive capitalism is going to turn into, are you a Christian? Well, maybe you shouldn't be participating in our capitalist marketplace. So who is participating in this Council for Inclusive Capitalism? Number one on the list, Ajay Banga, President and CEO of MasterCard. Okay. Not only that, Alfred Kelly, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Visa. Do you have a Visa? Do you have a MasterCard? Because most people do. So right there, this Council for Inclusive Capitalism, at any moment, they could create their own criteria and they can say, well, you have to do X in order to use our product. And they could lock everybody out of using their credit cards tomorrow based on this Council for Inclusive Capitalism. And it's not just, I mean, there are a ton of huge names here. You're talking about Brian Moynihan, Chairman and Board of the Chief Executive Officer of Bank of America. You're talking about, I mean, obviously the Rockefeller Foundation, Merck. You're talking about Johnson & Johnson. All these huge companies, huge names, they're all participating in this global initiative for inclusive capitalism. And we all know when a liberal says something, they mean the opposite. So this is going to become exclusive capitalism, just like the Bible says, and it's going to be tied to the mark of the beast, which I don't know what that is, but I know that whenever you have it, you get sores on your body. So for that to happen, I think it would have to have something to do with, your actual genetics or something that you ingest or some kind of, it's something that has to do with your physical body. It's not like, an actual stamp, unless there's like a supernatural sore that you get. But I'm just talking realistically. If you get a sore on your body because you get the mark, it's usually there's some kind of disease or something happening. But the point is, this is already set up. This was set up in 2020. It's happening today. If you don't have an American Express card, when they shut off these, when they shut off MasterCard and Visa, you better have, cash or some other things to barter with. And, it's only going to be a matter of time before, you get locked out entirely. So there you go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is very apparent that these control systems are being instantiated, and probably China is one of the nations that they are using to experiment with that total control system, and with all these cameras on the streets that they can track anyone what people are doing. So, but I think to build up that infrastructure where you can buy and sell things without cash, that takes time. And I mean, I don't think this is something that you can fully develop and then extend globally in a decade or so. I think it takes more than that.
It was already done in America. You know, I live in Florida, which is one of the freest states in the world. But during the pandemic, they restricted your use of coinage and paper bills, and they said sorry. A lot of businesses said sorry. We're not going to submit our employees to handling paper goods and coins. So you were obligated to use credit cards. So that's already happened.
Yeah, but I say extending that to the whole world, it will take time.
Well, there, I don't know if that's necessarily a prerequisite. I think you know, that's potentially, obviously, if you can't do business electronically, then you're going to resort to barter system, paper money, you know, gold and silver coinage potentially. But that doesn't the removal of the ability to use your credit cards doesn't necessitate the ability or the non-ability to use cash. Does that make sense?
Yes, sure. Well, I don't know how all this system will be in the end implemented, when the one world government will take place. What I see is that there is far from an advanced unification, at least of nations. I don't know what that situation in Ukraine and Russia on a global scale or in a greater picture, what that means, right? And yeah, I am at this moment not seeing a very clear picture in regards of a time frame that could be in place in order to these end time events described in the Bible to happen. So
yes. So the Bible also talks about the statue. You know, it had the head of gold. We had Babylon. We had Media Persia. We had Greece, and then we had Rome. A lot of people say, "Well, we don't have Rome today." Well, hold on a second. The European Union. Does anyone have any idea what treaty formed the European Union?
Yeah, that would be the part where there is the feet of the statue, which is mixed between iron and I don't remember now the other metal. But it seems that there is a re-erection of the Roman Empire in our end times, even if that is not apparent right now, right?
So the European Parliament was signed in 1957, and it was signed. It was called the Treaty of Rome. So what we have today, the European Union, is a result of the Treaty of Rome.
Right. Yeah, that is clear from the end time prophecy of Daniel that we would be in these end times. But what I am saying is that I don't see a clear picture that I could say maybe the 7-year end times will be in 50 years or in 20 years or whatever.
Yeah, I think the key is whenever the temple sacrifice begins, at that moment, the first temple sacrifice, the first daily temple sacrifice, the 7-year timer starts.
Yeah, I think that an important sign is, and it can happen at any moment, that the Temple Mountain will be, and the mosque will be attacked, and they will. I mean, I don't even know. Some say that it isn't where the mosque is today. isn't the place where the third temple will be rebuilt. I am
Yeah.
not sure about that.
Well, I've actually done extensive research on that, and I can tell you with 100% certainty that knowing that the Western Wall, the base of the Western Wall was the expansion of Herod, that literally just that fact alone shows that that is where the Temple Mount stood. Now, was it 100 yards that way or 100 yards that way? That can be debated. Was it the Antonia Fortress? Well, no, because that is we know where that was, and it was sitting north, situated north of the Temple Mount. So it was pretty close to it, but that wasn't it. So the point is, the base of the Temple Mount today is known to have been placed. Those huge stones. I mean, they're hundreds of tons. They were placed there as an expansion by Herod, and that's not in question. So that is the Temple Mount. That it was underground at the time. Whenever the temple was destroyed, and there's no way they're moving those giant like. I mean, there's some of the biggest stones in the entire world, so those didn't move.
So, in your understanding, what do you think will be the next big thing, biblical thing?
Well, there's a lot of stuff that's already happened that's going on. So obviously, Isaiah talks about two things primarily. Isaiah 17, Isaiah 19 talks about the burden of Egypt and the burden of Damascus. The burden of Egypt has already happened. That talked about an Egyptian civil war that happened probably about in 2012 and 2013. It does mention the Nile River drying up. That has not happened yet. So that is in the works. They built a dam on it. It's I think it's the biggest dam in the world. And the Nile River will dry up. So that is one outstanding prophecy that has to be fulfilled. The next is the burden of Damascus. That says Damascus will cease from being a city. It'll be a ruinous heap, and there will be no habitation. Damascus has been continuously inhabited since it was a city, and that's been proven historically. So obviously, it ebbed and flowed in terms of population size, but it has always been populated. So when you see Damascus get destroyed and everybody leaves there and it's no longer a city, that will be a fulfillment of one of the prophecies in Isaiah. And I want to say that's Isaiah 19. Let me double check. No, that's actually Egypt. I think it might be 17 then. Yeah, Isaiah 17 is the prophecy about Damascus. So those are two outstanding prophecies that need to be fulfilled. Rome being reconstituted as the European Union, that's happening. Obviously, there's, I don't know if you knew about, in the Vatican, have you ever heard about the list of popes, the prophecy that's been around for like a couple hundred years now?
No, I've not heard about that.
That's not biblical. It's not in the Bible. But I want to say, well, I'll cut to the chase. It's been around for a couple hundred years. This guy had like a vision, and he wrote down a description of every pope from now, or from when he was alive, which was a couple hundred years ago, till the last pope. And that particular list ends with Pope Francis. So according to that Catholic Church prophecy, which I don't put a lot of, I think it's an interesting talking point, but obviously it's not biblical. But you can just go to Wikipedia. I want to say, yeah, it's Prophecy of the Popes. Just Google that and go to Wikipedia. But the bottom line is there are a list of 112 popes. And the last one says Peter the Roman. And basically people are correlating him to just by numbers. He is the 112th. So Pope Francis today is the 112th Pope from when this prophecy was put into place. So that's just another thing that happened recently with him. There's some other things like, I don't necessarily want to go into too much detail with the Rothschild family, but the Antichrist is going to have, well, obviously it's going to be the blood of David, and then the Bible also says that he is not going to care about the attraction or love of women. People can interpret it how they want. I take it literally. He's going to be gay. That's how I take it. And, not to get too much into detail in the current Rothschild family, but there is one particular member who is of that persuasion. And he is one of the biggest conservationists that are on the scene. He built a plastic raft, and he literally, like on his plastic raft, plastiki, he floated around promoting, bettering the environment, conservation, etc. If you Google him,
I know about the guy.
okay, in my opinion, he looks exactly like how Jesus has been purported to look. But the bottom line is, as leader of this worldwide conservation and type of, he is the global head of a lot of people's idea of what a conservationist should be like, and how we can fix the earth, and all this global warming and all this stuff. Like, he is the answer to a lot of people. And something you probably didn't know, but in the European Parliament, everybody has their chairs. The chairs are numbered. There is a European Parliament chair that is specifically for it's the conservation of nature. It's the what is it? The name is like the specific party that has to do with fixing global warming, basically. So the bottom line is their chair in the European Parliament, the number for that chair is 666. So just to put all the pieces of the puzzle together, if that guy who sailed around in a plastic raft, if he becomes a great global leader to save the world and save the environment, I think it's like the Environment Party or the Environmental Conservation Party or something like that, and you can look it up. If he does that and he becomes that, then he's my top dog for the Antichrist spot. But obviously, that is all conjecture on my part. That is all my own personal interpretation. I try to give the facts, but when it comes to prophecy, there's a lot that can move. And when it specifically comes to Russia, you mentioned Russia, there's a prophecy about Gog and Magog. In the King James Bible, it does not include the proper words when it talks about Gog and Magog. So Gog and Magog specifically, it says Rosh. It says the king of Rosh when it comes to Gog. So the king of Rosh shall, and then it talks about how, there's hooks from Israel and he comes into Israel and stuff like that. Rosh is translated as the north. So in the original Hebrew, Gog specifically is the king of Rosh. Rosh means north. So it's talking about the king of the north. And Moscow is the north country that is directly north of Israel. If you take Jerusalem,
I don't know if you know Arnold Fruchtenbaum. He is a Messianic Jew, and he has some very good books out there in regards of end-time prophecy. And I don't remember if it is through his books that I also did read that prophecy, what you're talking about, has to do with
it's Ezekiel 38 for anyone that's listening.
Right. And in fact, there will be an attack from the north, from Russia, attacking Israel, and then they will be defeated by the army of Israel. And supposedly they are looking for wealth, for that kind of stuff. I don't know what Israel has of material wealth that would be so important for them to
Oil,
try to attack
natural gas.
Israel. Yeah, that could be. We know that there is natural gas in the Mediterranean, and it's disputed already now by Lebanon and Israel and so
It's
forth.
already happening.
Yeah, right, right. So yeah, I mean, these are the signs of time that we should observe, right?
Yeah, I think when it talks about the hooks that, you know, that Israel sends out to the Prince of Rosh, or Gog and Magog, I think it is specifically talking about natural resources. I think that makes sense when you talk about, like, you know, John has talked about previously how Europe has had their pipeline shut off, and you know that's going to be a big problem in a few months. You're going to have a lot of people dying because the winter's coming. And what are they going to do? They're going to want to have a separate supply of, you know, natural gas or oil or whatever it is. And where are they going to get that from? Well, they're going to get that from someone who's not allied with Russia. That would be Israel, because if you're allied with Russia, then you're not going to you know, counteract what they've done. So Israel is the closest place that could provide Europe with that natural gas. And then obviously, as soon as they do that, that makes Israel a target. Russia wants those natural reserves, and you know, already, you know, by proxy. So you have Russia declaring war on Ukraine, not just, you know, some type of limited, you know, excursions or whatever they're calling it, but they're actually, you know, declaring war, which means Ukraine is at war. So naturally, by proxy, the United States is going to become an ally of the Ukraine, and then you're going to have allies of Russia be declared. Obviously, that's going to be Syria and, you know, Iran, etc. So
Right.
that is going, ultimately, at the end of the day, you're going to have Israel allied with the United States. So by proxy, Russia declaring war on Ukraine and us being allied with Ukraine and being allied with Israel, Israel is going to be by proxy at war with Russia already. So it's already there.
Yeah, just observe the signs of times, but I mean, it's rarely discussed amongst the dialogue between atheists and theists, but this is something also, a line of evidence which is fascinating, of prophecies in the Bible which lead to end times, and these events like one world government, cashless society, antichrist, and all these wars which sometime in the future will happen, right?
It's all there.
Yeah.
Hey, John, I saw you pop in. Do you want to talk about the current situation with the gas pipelines to Europe? How bad are they going to suffer, man?
Yeah, I am concerned with the euro because it has suffered a lot already. Over 20% devaluation in 6 months. Nobody knows where it goes, right?
Oh, I know where it goes. So,
What do you think? What do you think?
well, it's another conversation, but most people don't understand the economy of the United States. For example, I can't talk about Brazil specifically, but the United States, obviously, based on a ton of historical problems with our economy and crashes of, you know, our local markets, we created the system. Well, I won't say we. It was created by, you know, the powers that be, i.e., the Rockefellers, et cetera, called the Fed. So obviously, the Fed is the group that prints money, and then we are no longer on any kind of gold standard or anything like that. So we're specifically on these paper bills, and they're supposedly worth money. So what happens is the Federal Reserve sets rates, interest rates. So all of the consumer goods and services, all of the like if I get a mortgage, that's something that specifically ties to an interest rate. There's a lot of financial transactions that involve interest. Everybody knows this. That interest is paid to the banks, the local banks, the national banks, and then those national banks then owe a certain amount of interest to the global bank, the global banking system. The Fed is specifically tied to the global banking system. So all the interest that you pay to your bank goes to a regional bank, and then those regional banks then to do their transactions, not just nationally, but to do international transactions, they pay to locally to the Federal Reserve, but this is a global banking system. So by increasing the interest rates, the Fed, at least in the United States, you're increasing the amount of money that ultimately makes it past the Fed into the global banking system, which is owned by the elite. So the reason why our interest rates are constantly being raised is not because we want to fix the economy, because they've already admitted they were wrong. Raising rates was a terrible idea. So it's not about that at all. It's about let's put as much money as we can into the global elite. Now, as a byproduct of that, like you said, where did all the money go? Why is my dollar not worth what it was? What's happening? And the answer is this all gets funneled into the global banking system, which is not nobody on our level would be able to have eyes into that to see what that's even like. So it's one of those things that's where the money goes. That's why the interest rates were raised. And until we have somebody in office or somebody who actually understands the system and isn't part of the system, this is what's going to keep happening until we have, like the Bible says, it talks about the oil and the wine. Don't spare the oil and the wine because it's going to cost a denarius and not a penny. And that's a specific unit of silver. So if you wanted to, you could do this specific calculation, but essentially inflation hasn't even started. So where we're at today is something like, I don't know, 10%, 12%, but it's going to get a lot worse. And, it's just one of those things. It's the rich getting richer, and it's sad to see, but that's where the money goes.
So what do you think? Will the euro keep falling down or stabilize?
I would assume that the euro is basically going to follow what the dollar does. You have the global banking system that's not just in the United States, but it's global. So that stated, European banks, the Bank of England, the different national banks of Europe are all going to be doing the same things. They have been doing the same things. So the dollar is going to be a little bit more stable than the euro at the moment. The dollar is still what we call the petrodollar. So at the moment, oil is still traded all in US dollars. So that's a stabilizing factor. Also, you have, so this is a little bit more complicated, but we have government bonds that are promises to pay a certain amount to the people who own these government bonds. And China owns a lot of American treasury bonds. And so the fact that China owns a lot of American treasury bonds means that it's in their best interest to keep the dollar stable so we can continue paying payments to them based on those treasury bonds. So that's another stabilizing factor that a lot of people don't know about, but it is another. So we got oil and we got treasury bonds, and that's what's keeping the dollar relatively stable. But the problem is going to come whenever, like, for example, local responsibility. We have to provide, pension benefits, welfare benefits, things like that to people. And those, like people have said over the last, 20 years, that's unfunded expenses that the government doesn't currently have money for. So Social Security, welfare, it's this, bucket of, we try to fund it. It's only partially funded, but at some point we're going to run out. And at some point we're not going to be able to pay those benefits to people. So at that point, there's going to be a run on the banks, and that's a problem. So whenever you have a large number of people that are saying, well, if I don't get this check, then I have to go to the bank and I have to get my cash out. That's when things are really bad. And that happened not too long ago in Greece. And then they had to back their currency. I think they backed it with gold. I'm not sure. But then some countries have been backing their currency with crypto. which, I mean, that's even worse. Think about it. If you put your life
Yeah.
savings into crypto and you want to get some cash out because you can't do an electronic transaction anymore, like, I don't know how that works, but that's another place where the money has gone, because there's a lot of international businessmen who have used cryptocurrency to actually wash dollars or ruples, because they're doing not so legal transactions. So it's only a matter of time before that gets locked down, and people are already, there's already this thing, which is kind of you have a credit score, but they're doing what's called a social credit score. So already locally in the United States, people who participate in buying and selling cryptocurrency are kind of the IRS doesn't really look too fondly of people that do that, because obviously they see the loophole where you could potentially transfer funds and try to avoid paying taxes on these profits and losses and things like that, because it is a market. So that's already happening. Social credit score is coming, and that's probably when I was talking about the Rothschilds and the Vatican doing that inclusive globalism or inclusive capitalism thing. That's going to be tied directly to social credit score. So that was a long answer to your question.
Yeah. So you think that the euro will also stabilize? It will not fall further, I guess.
I think that the euro and the dollar and other currencies of relatively stable countries will continue to experience inflation. The Bible says that inflation will ultimately be, and I did the calculation at one point, I want to say, based on it, if I'm remembering correctly, the price of an ounce of gold was something like $80,000 or something like that. And right now it's probably like $2,000. So based on that verse, specifically talking about the oil and the wine and the denarius, inflation is going to be insane. So the euro and the dollar will gradually experience inflation until there is a panic. Once that panic happens, because a government cannot meet its obligations, and that can take form of a lot of things, but in the United States, it's probably treasury bonds. That's my prediction. When the United States government cannot pay the interest or whatever payments they owe to the other governments that hold treasury bonds, that will have a chain reaction, and the United States government will then not pay for people's welfare. Similarly, in Europe, I don't know much about the welfare system there. I don't know much about their bond system and what they owe to different countries, but my guess is it'll be similar. So when the first domino falls and the government cannot meet their obligations, then shortly after the people will suffer, and then that's when the currency will actually crash. And for example, Greece, that has a currency backed with gold. Other countries, when the currency crashes, they'll do the same thing. They'll back it with gold, and then all the citizens will want to have something that's worth something, and they'll generally get material like silver or gold or something that they can barter with. So that's just the course of events that's going to happen. And I say the crash doesn't happen until my personal belief is about 2023, 2024. So we'll experience inflation for the next 3 years, and then finally the mark of the beast, the Antichrist, all that inclusive capitalism stuff will be okay. Well, you Christians can't participate in our economy anymore because you guys are screwing it up, so you're excluded, and then obviously you'll have the global currency.
Yeah, until then I will buy my sailboat, my catamaran, and live autonomously on the seas.
I'm so with you on that. I am 100% like, can we link our boats together? Because I want to do the same thing.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I'm thinking.
On the coast. in
Oh,
Florida.
really? Wow, I am
I
already
have a
just.
boat, so we can do this. We can make it
That's cool.
happen. You leave
Wow.
Brazil, I'll leave Florida. We'll meet, and then we'll head to Israel because that's where Jesus is going to come back.
Yeah. No, I am thinking when I in a few years to buy a catamaran and sail the world.
Well, so I am with you 100%, and so let's make this a business venture. So I will, provide you with some monetary benefit depending how big of the catamaran you want, and then we can pick up John. He's gonna have to come to the coast, and we can have this we can link all of our boats together, and we can start our own community, and we can basically avoid the tribulation in its entirety as we, you know, sail across the Atlantic and into the horizon.
Yeah, I think it will not be so easy because sailboats they break a lot and they require replacement. You have to buy them, and yeah.
Well, we can tow a powerboat, right? So if the sailboat, if we lose, some kind of wind, I can just drive the powerboat up in front and pull you for a while and go get some repairs. And then we
Yeah,
can make this happen.
the best is to have a solar boat which just works on solar energy. Buy a storage where you have all the replacement parts. If break or something, you can get it. You have still available the parts if you cannot buy them because you need to have the mark or something like that. Let's just go fishing.
So how big of a boat are you looking at getting?
Well, I really like the Katanas, the 431, the 471. These are my top boats on the list, but there
How
are
many?
others which.
So 47 foot, how many people are you planning on helping you sail that bad boy?
Well, I mean, you can have those which you can sail single-handed, so that wouldn't be a big problem with all the lines to the cockpit, And
Do you
the
have your,
Katanas, they have the lines all to the cockpit, so that wouldn't be a problem. And a couple works just fine also to park the boat in a marina or so. So
do you have a sailing license? Do you have a permit?
no, that is still something which is just in my dreams. I've never actually in next month I will go to Salvador de Bahia to have my first sailing experience on a catamaran because I know the owner of Dolphin Catamarans, Philippe Bourreau, and he has relaunched his brand, and he has just finished a 38-foot catamaran, which is he's delivering to the owner, but the owner to stay with the boat for 2 months so he can show it to future clients, and he invited me to have an experience. So
Cool.
that will be my first experience.
Yeah, so I do have my sailing license, and I will tell you that catamarans in the deep, dark blue water are not the best idea. So sailing along the coast is probably the best idea because they do capsize, and if you're not too experienced, it's not a good thing because you cannot recover from that. But there are a lot of sailboats. I personally prefer the longer, we'll say single hulls, because you can flip those as much as you want and they'll come back and you'll be all right. But they don't look as cool and you don't have as much room. So what I'm saying is we'll have multiple styles. So even if you flip yours, we can still ride out on mine when we're
You know that the Warham catamarans, they are the most secure ones. There is almost no one known that capsized. It maybe is not so comfortable like a Katana or a Lagoon or something like that, but they are very secure and they have a shorter mast, a shorter sail.
How do you spell that style?
Warham. I'll give you a link so you can look it up.
Yeah, no, that one will still definitely capsize. It's a little flatter than normal. That's what it looks like to me.
Yes, but there is an entire science behind that.
So there's a way to somehow flip it
I'll
back.
send I'll send you a link, and you can. It's not that one. I will send you a link. There is an interview with a guy who has a 53-foot, and there he says that they are designed in a way that it is very difficult for them to capsize, and their sails, the sails are not so tall, so that diminishes also the risk to capsize. And I think there is no known episode where one of those capsized.
That's a good track record. I'll look at it. I actually have it's like James Warham. Is that the guy?
James Warham, yes, right, yeah.
So he's
But
in Florida. So
yeah, but I think they are not so comfortable. And my wife, I showed her some boats, and she said, "No, I don't like that one." But the katanas she likes, and I really like the katanas too. So I have actually even a group on Facebook about katana catamarans. I'm the administrator, so I know a lot that happens.
So how about this? We'll do a public funding. We will ask individuals to donate to our cause. We will produce or buy catamarans, multi-hull, and sailboats, single hull, and we will come pick up everybody that donates over X amount when the tribulation begins, and we'll start our convoy from the battle zones, and we'll move to Caribbean islands and things like that, and we'll just have a good time.
I mean, I always dreamed about doing evangelism with sailing, go to remote places, like also putting the big sail with an image of the Shroud of Turin, and yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we got our plans together for the next few years. When you see the temple sacrifice begin, we need to have like a special meeting, because we got to make sure we have all the boats that we need. And if we haven't outfitted them yet, we got to get that done. Like the range on my boat won't get me to Brazil. I'll get like halfway there, but I still got to outfit it with some extra fuel tanks. And then obviously got to have some extra people, and LPP's got to crowdfund us.
Yeah. Who knows?
Hey, I'm serious. I'm not joking, because this is coming. I think it's coming sooner than later. I listen to Kent a lot. I like his I don't know, I just think he's funny. Like I just find him hilarious. But according to him, tribulation has already started. So he's got a little bit of timeline problems, but I mean, I think we're in the same ballpark, me and him. So, it's
well, if it is so soon as you expect, then yeah. I mean, I said to my wife, I still want to sail around the world and do some different experiences.
Yeah, that is one of those bucket lists where you either do it or you die trying. So
yeah,
props to
I
you.
mean, I'm already dreaming for 6 years, and I don't know if I'll get there, but I mean, if I don't, at least I dreamed about it, maybe in the afterlife.
Well, I will personally make an effort to somehow create, or we can make an effort to create a community where we can help each other, because sailing by yourself is terrible.
Well, I don't know, but I have also another group on Facebook, a Christian sailing community. I can invite you to be part. And there is also another group the name is King's Fleet, and they have Zoom meetings every month, and you meet there people from all around the world, and you're doing missions in the Pacific, in Greece, in Germany, the North Sea, and so forth. And they share experiences. It's very interesting.
Yeah, send me those links. That is, I didn't know that existed. Sailboat missionaries. That is
Yes.
King's Fleet. That's actually pretty cool. That would be something to do
Yeah.
one day when I have all the dispensable income in the world. Right.
Yeah, that's precisely what I have to build up when I have enough autonomy. And then I hope that I can realize that dream.
Yeah. Well, we got to do it before, they make money worthless. So we're on the timer.
Yeah, I mean, I got very concerned about that situation in Europe with the euro, since I have funds in euro. Yeah, and maybe I have to send it to Brazil, and we'll
Yeah.
see.
According to the Bible, Rome is the fourth beast. European Union was formed by the Treaty of Rome. So when the tribulation begins, when the mark of the beast begins, it will begin in Rome, which is the European Union. So of all the countries that you could have your savings, I would probably recommend not having it in Europe.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree with you.
But there's a lot of investment in the United States. Why don't you pick like anything in our markets?
Yeah. Well, I am a land developer, and the best investment, in my view, is still real estate.
So you got land in Europe?
No, I have land. Yeah, I have land in Europe, but I have more land in Brazil.
Well, in my opinion, that's a great thing because that's not cash. Land will always have value. So owning something like land will never be worthless. So that's a good way to go.
Yeah, I've done good experience with land investment, and keep doing it.
How much do you think it would cost to have like a plot of land across from the Mount of Olives? Can you hang that? Can you work that
Well,
out?
I have looked a little bit into the real estate market in Israel, and I'm shocked. It's very expensive. Tel Aviv is the most expensive city in the world, and a very small apartment is way over €1 million. Way over. So expensive. It's crazy. Yeah.
Actually, this is good we're having this conversation because the Bible was written, mostly by Jews. New Testament, we got some Gentiles in there, but mostly Jews. Actually, scratch that last statement. Point is, Jerusalem or Tel Aviv or Israel would be the inflation that was being referenced in Revelation. It wouldn't be in the United States. So if a small apartment in the United States costs, let's just say, like in New York, I believe a small apartment would potentially be as much as $5,000. Okay. And that's, I don't live in New York, but I'm guessing. And if you're saying €1 million for purchasing or for renting?
No. To buy.
To buy. Okay.
Way more. I mean, that one which I'm referencing, that was an apartment with how do you say, the lowest floor of the building.
Bottom floor, yeah.
Bottom floor, yes. Very simple, nothing special, but a good neighborhood. And I don't remember exactly the figure now, but I think it was quite over €1 million.
Okay, well, now on Venmo at the LPP, we are going to purchase a small apartment in Israel, and we need funding. But yeah, in New York, it would probably be, I don't know. And I know where I'm at in Jacksonville, Florida. Apartments probably are about I don't know, 200,000 for a condo, something like that, $250,000 for an equivalent condo, like would be in Tel Aviv, because Tel Aviv is also on the coast. So yeah, that's about 4 times what it is here in a relatively decent economy of a state in the United States. So their inflation is much worse than ours.
Oh,
So
it's crazy. Israel is very, very expensive to live. Everything is expensive there.
That's crazy too, because when I went there, I would say I saw a lot of poverty. Like when I went to the Temple Mount, there was, I was using my iPhone, and I was using like Google Maps to get directions to where, they had the tomb where Jesus was laid. And so I'm going from the tomb to the Temple Mount, and there's like, it's giving me the shortest path, but I'm walking by these guards. There's Israeli military with fully automatic weapons, and they're behind barricades, and they're looking at me like very oddly, like, well, what are you doing? And I'm just looking at my phone, and I'm walking down this street, and I look ahead of me, and I'm about 50 yards down this street past the barricades, and it is like there's just a ton of people that are lined up sitting on the street like beggars or homeless people. And I turn this corner, and like they all look at me, and I'm like, what? And they had this look on their face like, okay, keep coming, and I know something bad's going to happen. So I turn around and I go the other way, and I'm like, what is going on? And it was like, no, this is the Muslim quarter. You were about to walk through the Muslim quarter. And I didn't realize that meant like you would be accosted. Like they would not just ask you for things, but they would literally accost you. And so much to the effect that the military was like trying to prevent you from walking down this street, which is literally, 1/4 of the Temple Mount area. So it was a great experience.
Yeah. Israel is fascinating, and I hope that one day I can go there again and explore other things which I didn't, because there is so much to see and to learn.
Did you go to the tomb?
No, I just went to the Holy Sepulchre, but not the other one, which they claim was the real one, which is mostly acknowledged by Protestants and evangelicals. But in my view, I think it is actually the Holy Sepulchre.
Oh no, the one that was identified by, what was it, the wife of, or the mother of
Constantine? Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to disagree with you. I don't think that the mother of Constantine has the right to declare which sepulcher she thinks is the best. How do you feel about the official what is it, Mount well, okay, Jabal al-Lawz is what I believe is Mount Sinai, and that's in Arabia. Do you hold to Mount Sinai being on the Egyptian side and not the Arabian side?
I don't know about that. I have not figured it out.
Well, I think didn't Constantine's mother also declare that church as well on the Mount Sinai that's not in Arabia as the official Mount Sinai?
Yeah, I've not studied that. I don't know.
Okay. Well, that's something that I think is, it's pretty clear in the New Testament. Paul said, Paul says Mount Sinai in Arabia. That's where he went. So, that's some Catholic declaration that might not be legit. Are you a Catholic?
No, I'm evangelical.
Okay, evangelical. Okay, gotcha. But you just like some of the Catholic religious sites, I guess.
Well, I am really not much giving importance to that, you know. I mean, like the Shroud of Turin, there are some people which say, oh, it's not real because it's held by the Catholic Church. So I really don't care about that. You know?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're in Brazil, and you know you're in the minority. I mean, the majority of Brazil is Catholic, is it not?
Well, I would say nominally yes, but the evangelical population in Brazil has grown a lot in the last 30, 40 years, maybe or so.
Praise the Lord.
So I would say there is a big percentage of evangelicals here in Brazil.
Yeah, there's so it's an interesting story. When so when I went to Israel, there's an evangelical man here in the United States. He has a faith healing ministry. His name's Todd White. His ministry is
I know. Yeah, I know the guy, and I don't like him.
Okay. So a lot of people don't like him. So when I first became a Pentecostal, he was one of the only guys on YouTube that had videos of, you know, healing and stuff like that. And I will say that I really wanted to meet him. But obviously there was no opportunity, you know. It was, you know, he was in, I think, New Jersey or something. He was very far away from me. So coincidentally, when I went to Israel, he was actually in Israel at the same time, like in the same, like he was there for like a couple weeks. So I arrived in Israel around the same time that he was actually there. And coincidentally, the day that I went to the Temple Mount, like just after what I was talking about to you with the Jewish Quarter, I went to there's a what's called Hezekiah's Tunnel, which is like an underwater thing that you can kind of like journey into. It's like a cave. It's actually pretty cool. But I couldn't find my way to Hezekiah's Tunnel. So I got lost leaving the Temple Mount, trying to find Hezekiah's Tunnel. I'm like wandering around in circles trying to find this tunnel. And I stop and I'm like, okay, it was real hot. And I was like, I just need like some water and I'll grab like a little snack. So there was this little overlook that was, you know, kind of looking over this kind of valley. And there was a guy that was there and he had like it was like a vendor. He had like, you know, some snacks and some water. So I grabbed some snacks and I like sit down on this bench and I'm overlooking this valley, and Todd White walks up literally right next to me. And I had actually prayed about, like, you know, being able to meet him and talk to him because his faith is just crazy. Whether you like him or not, I mean, his faith is insane. The people that he talks to, like the boldness he has, is like a lion. So the bottom line is, you know, I couldn't have worked this out. There's no way. But I actually met him, talked to him for a while, you know, shook his hand, prayed with him. And only God knew that that's something that I wanted. And that for that to happen, the odds of that per se, we'll say, are slightly less than abiogenesis.
Well, that's a really cool story. I mean, I don't know the guy very, very closely, so I don't want to make any prejudice. But some things which I heard he talking about on the pulpit, I think they were not appropriate. And and I heard also that some things that he teaches are not very orthodox, let's say. So, yeah.
Well, if you got any questions, now's the time. I think we're winding down.
Yeah. we are over five and a half hours online. So
It's been great talking to you though, man. I've seen a lot of videos, and I really appreciate your knowledge of biochemistry and biology. I know that a lot of times you like tonight you were speaking so specifically and so in depth, and even though we had a guy that was what he said he was credentialed, Grayson had like his some type of bachelor's or whatever. He still wasn't following your train of thought to what you were trying to explain. I think it was probably a disconnect with the understanding of like communication theory, and there's obvious correlation there, but the whole a codon is telling something to do something, right? That is the essence of communication, and he just wasn't getting it. But like I said,
there are many atheists. Yeah, there are many atheists which confuse what is descriptive and what is prescriptive information. And I think even if he didn't say it, but this was where he was confused, because of course we describe what we discover in biochemistry and everywhere else. So we describe these things, and that is descriptive information. But what we are describing is prescriptive information, and the state of affairs that has to be set up and actually conveys function. And I think I don't know, but I think he hasn't figured it out. I don't know.
Yeah, and the simplest, what I was trying to explain in terms of like networking, the simplest network, you have a sender and a receiver, and you're going to have a terrible effective communication unless you can have some type of error checking.
No, I think you were excellent in outlining all these things, and I think you also were very clear and succinct. So anyone that actually was listening and wants to understand these things by those explanations which you gave, I mean, they are, as the Bible says, Romans 1:19-22, those which do not believe there are inexcusable, because the evidence in the natural world is so overwhelming, and only if you do not want, you are not recognizing it.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And it's like, Grayson was, you would bring up these things like we talked about, you talked about the existence of the moon, and then we talked about how the moon is situated such that it is, perfectly between that and the sun for a perfect solar eclipse. And then we talked about how the rotation, the revolution and the rotation of the moon make it so that the earth can't see the backside of the moon ever, right? Those three things all happening together, huge odds. And then the fact that the Jewish lunisolar calendar, which takes into account the Metonic cycle, there is no way that the very, very first Hebrew calendar, we're talking about, Moses, it's like thousands and thousands of years ago, that calendar is more accurate than the calendar that we use today. Not is it just more accurate, it's more complex. It literally takes the synodic cycle, which in itself, that's another coincidence or very low odds occurrence. So that's 5 things, all just talking about the sun and the moon. That's it. And you say, well, we have nature and it's overwhelming evidence. There are literally thousands of things that you could just talk about right now. And all we talked about was the sun, moon, and Grayson is like, well, I don't know the odds for that. I don't know this. I don't know that. And it's just kind of like, it's an afterthought. Like, it is how it is. And I really appreciate, the guy that came on and he talked about him being an atheist. And it wasn't until he realized that the earth is unique. The life on earth is unique. The fact that life exists at all. Like, he started talking about Europa, right? And Europa might have water on it. Well, okay. We have a lot of planets that have water on them. That doesn't mean they have life. Yeah, I mean, the existence of water, the Bible says God literally made the earth and the heavens, by water out of the water. So the fact that there might be water on Europa isn't a surprise to any Christian. But if you find life on Europa, if you find a biological system that's actually living, that would be a surprise, but it's never happened. So you have all this evidence that says, the earth is very special. We have the sun and the moon, they line up a specific way. We have biological systems that are insanely complex. We have hundreds of, like the way that the creation story occurs, the fact that, God created the sun after he created the plants proves that this idea that there's a so in the history of the earth, there's this thing called the Great Oxygenation Event. No
Yeah.
explanation exists from an evolutionary standpoint. It cannot happen. You can't
Yeah, no,
have
that's fairy tale story. I have studied photosynthesis in depth. I have videos on my channel, Intelligent Design Academy, and if you study photosynthesis, it's mind blowing. It is just incredible the kind of technology that is there, and it was. Cyanobacteria are the oldest life forms 3.5 billion years ago, and they had photosynthesis, and they had nitrogen fixation, which is also performed by nitrogenase, which is an enormously complex enzyme, which has a fantastic catalytic power, and it breaks the triple bond of nitrogen, of dinitrogen, and it has 6 cycles to do so. And you can go on and on and on and talk about cyanobacteria and photosynthesis. That's just mind-blowing technology, just in the earliest life forms.
keep going, because this is actually something that I've studied. And not only is it super complicated, like you have stated, but in the earliest life forms, weren't there multiple versions of photosynthesis? So things didn't just evolve one way, but there were multiple pathways.
Yeah, photosynthesis, there is oxygenic photosynthesis, then there are purple bacteria which use sulfur and other ways to photosynthesize. There are also I think it's the P4 pathway, which is used by succulent plants which live in the desert. They have a different kind of photosynthesis, but the key point is that there's 26 different protein complexes which are irreducible, and it can be compared to a photovoltaic system. If you don't have solar panels, you cannot use the photovoltaic system to store energy. And the same is with photosynthesis, where you have chlorophyll, which has the same function as a solar panel to capture the photons and funnels them to the reaction center, where an electron is knocked out and enters into the electron transport chain and generates the proton gradient and fuels the ATP synthase turbine. So that's high technology, and that energy is used to make other high energy molecules, which drive another cycle where you have Rubisco, which then fixes carbon dioxide and makes glucose. And glucose is the molecule which is used for nutrition in cyanobacteria. So it is mind-blowing. If you go into the technology, it's just crazy.
So, quick question. I did some research on like the Kola super deep borehole, and basically they bored down as far as they could go till literally it was too hot. They could no longer proceed because they were so deep in the crust, and they found microscopic plankton. And it's literally as deep as could have gone. So you're talking about in the evolutionary scale, at least, 2.8 billion years, right? So my question is, microscopic plankton would have a version of photosynthesis, correct?
Well, I know that there are photosynthesizing bacteria which have different chlorophylls which operate on different wavelengths, and even on very short wavelengths, and even in the dark. Okay, and there are plants which have even black leaves and operate in the dark. Now, in regards of photosynthesis in the soil, I really don't know.
Yeah. So I guess you were saying it was
Only
very
if
early.
it is kind of bacteria which work not based on the sun and do not oxygenize. So, but I would have to study that. I've not heard about these.
Yeah, so you can just Google Kola super deep borehole, but that's what they found, and they weren't expecting to find anything. So it kind of pushed the timeline back even further because, if you have, bioorganic functioning molecules like plankton that are specifically, they have already biological systems in them.
Well, you
then
said plankton. Well, plankton is in the oceans. Of course, you have full of cyanobacteria in the oceans, in all oceans, and also plankton photosynthesizes, and corals too.
So you were saying earlier that
I
earliest-
misunderstood. I thought you were talking something about bacteria in the soil, but if you're talking about plankton, then yes, then I can
Yeah.
go with you. I know about that.
Yeah, so they bored into the soil, but they bored into fluid, we'll say. So it's not necessarily ocean, although at one point all of the Earth was ocean. So at one point it could have been, right, according to evolutionary theory. But what I'm saying is, the deepest point that has ever been dug, which should be the deepest layer, and we're talking about below the Vishnu basement rock, okay, below the earliest evolutionary layer, you have plankton, which has functioning photosynthesis. So that
Wow.
breaks the evolutionary model already.
Wow. Well, send me a link. I've not heard about that. That's interesting.
Sure. I will. The coal is super deep.
Yeah, I mean, we know that there are extremophiles, which are bacteria which exist in very extreme environments, in very hot springs and so forth. And they have a very different metabolism.
Yeah, I'll just send you the first thing that I found. Yeah, it was about 4 miles beneath the surface of the Earth.
Wow. Wow.
And they were, yeah, so microscopic plankton. Just paste that in the private chat. But at every turn, like I was saying earlier, the evolutionary model breaks down, whether it's photosynthesis, whether it's the great oxygenation event, the fact that photosynthesis existed inside the plants, and then the sun was created, which, boom, there you have the great oxygenation event. And that fueled the ability for the next creation to actually live, right? And then there's I mean, you have trilobites that are in the earliest layers in the Precambrian that have fully formed eyes that are more complex than the eyes we have today. Evolution explain that.
Yeah, I have an article on trilobite eyes in my library, and it's very, very fascinating. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if you are an old Earth or young Earth creationist, but I am also a young Earth creationist. And one of the very, very important reasons is that the nutrition cycles, they are interdependent and between them, and you need bacteria in order to have the nitrogen cycle. And how do you get that nitrogen cycle going if you don't have the bacteria in place and working to have that cycle going right from the beginning? And nitrogen is one of the life essential elements that you require for the basic building blocks of life. And nitrogen has to be fixed, as I mentioned before, by nitrogenase enzymes, which break the dinitrogen and make it usable for life to absorb it and then incorporate it in the building blocks, in amino acids and so in the DNA and so forth. And this has to be fully operational right from the beginning. And the same goes for the water cycle, for the rare mineral cycle, and for the oxygen cycle, and for the carbon cycle, and for there are 5 or 6 different cycles, and they are also interdependent amongst them. And you cannot have that in a gradative manner. It has either to be fully created at once from the start, or nothing goes. You cannot evolve it by billions or millions of years of evolutionary development.
Yeah, and that was the problem with what Grayson was saying is, he was trying to say, well, RNA, DNA, you don't need any of that. We started with an imaginary ribozyme, imaginary, different model. We don't need a germ.
So I just wanted to let him hang himself by
Well, you can't hang someone who just appeals to authority. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, he likes Alice in Wonderland, so.
Yeah, I got that. That was pretty clever. but so yeah, I mean, he was trying to create a separate conversation point where you all of a sudden don't need all these other things, but then you have to have everything happen sequentially. You have to have somehow it reproduce to continue the next generation. And that's another thing that evolutionists don't see is, like, Kent always says, like, oh, well, you came from a rock, are you related to a pine tree? And evolutionists are all up in arms because, no, I'm related to my father and my mother. What are you talking about? But the problem is, for the evolutionist, if you think about it, life has to continue. You cannot have a break in life. So my life has to go to my father and my grandfather and my great-grandfather. And this is what Kent understands that evolutionists don't understand. You have millions of years that they proclaim is fact. But then you have to have my life essence has to go back from a human to a Homo sapien to, we're going to baboons, Cro-Magnons in there somewhere, where we literally, every generation, we have to continue that life. It doesn't have time to magically reproduce or magically sequentially create these processes. If you don't have the process, you die. So for evolution to not understand that there is a chain of life that has to exist and it has to connect within one generation, not within thousands of generations, not within millions of generations. You literally have to connect the next generation or it dies and you have to start all over again. And it's like that concept, I don't think I've ever heard an evolutionist explain. Like, how can you say life from Luca went to each organism perfectly and then continued to you to this day, right? Crazy.
It's just, I often mention how they are using a different, how can I say, their skepticism is so great in regards of God's existence. But when it comes to believe those things which I asked Grayson about, I mean, you've seen how much faith that he puts in things which are just wishy-washy stories which he cannot back up. So they make up multiverses, macroevolution, abiogenesis, consciousness from emerging from the brain, and all these kind of things. And they cannot back up anything of all these things, but they believe it. They are fine believing it. But in God, they always say there is no evidence. So it is a clear double standard that they apply. And that's just motivated by bias.
Isn't the multiverse supernatural?
Yeah.
Because it
Yeah.
exists outside our dimensionality. So
Yeah.
I personally believe in the multiverse, but not necessarily in the way that M theory or string theory.
Yeah.
I believe in, God, who is outside of our time.
Right.
Created-
That are
created-
different dimensions and different universes which God created, which he exists in, right?
Well, he created the three heavens and
Right.
the earth.
Right. Yeah.
So I believe, there's God's ultimate dimension, which is not a dimension. It is just God. And then there is the three that he created. So that's my personal belief. So you can call that a multiverse if you want. But in my opinion, any invocation of a multiverse already is supernatural. So naturalism by definition goes by the wayside. But originally when I joined the conversation, it was based on Grayson denying that dark matter could be outside of our dimensionality, which is, the whole point of CERN is trying to find the existence of it. Let's blow these things up. Let's nail them together and let's find it. But they've been unable to do that. So there's tons of effects of it. But my point is, Grayson wants to believe it's all naturalistic. But at the end of the day, if it wasn't naturalistic, you couldn't prove that it was supernatural, which is why that debate goes nowhere, because if it exists outside of our dimension, we can't prove it naturally. So for Grayson to believe that it's natural can't be disproven because there's no way to prove it exists. It literally.
Yeah, sometimes it could be really frustrating, and I understand John when he starts to agitate, because there's so many concepts that we put on the table. They are crystal clear, and they should be understood by anyone. But then we meet so many atheists which come with all this wishy-washy thinking, claiming even to have degrees in these faculties that we are talking about. And I understand that it can sometimes be really frustrating when we are confronted with this kind of ultra-crepidarianism,
Yeah, and it's funny too, because I've watched in response to you saying John gets a little agitated, John has done so much extensive. I mean, he has interviewed Dr. James Tour, and he has gone in depth into all the work that he has done, specifically with origin of life research, specifically with the biochemistry that doesn't exist in the prebiotic earth and what is necessary to actually get there. So it's like there is a huge disconnect between the Evo atheists that throw out their generalized appeal to authority assertions, and then the people that actually do the research, which in my opinion is 9 times out of 10 creationists.
I'm writing a book on abiogenesis, and I have over 300 pages ready already. And I would say I'm still at the beginning, because I've not even started to describe the proteins which are essential. At this point now, I have just tackled the origin, the supposed prebiotic origin of the basic building blocks, and the problem of information and the genetic code. And now I am struck with topics which I've not seen other abiogenesis books really diving deeper into it, like the fact that all life forms require protective mechanisms from viruses, for example. So I've started to study about the relationship between viruses and life. And now I am by the bacteriophage T4, and I am just mind blown by the technology that these viruses have. They have a genome of 500,000 nucleotides, and they are looking like a moon landing machine. And you go into each detail and you see the sophistication of each protein. And each one has a function. There is a DNA packing motor which rotates at 2,000 RPM per second to put the DNA into the capsid. And then you study the needle which injects the DNA to start the infection process. And there is high technology all over. And you're just mind blown when you read about these things. So I expanded the title of my books in regards of the origin of life and the virus world, because they are interdependent. You cannot have life without viruses, and you cannot have viruses without life. So both have to be created together. And there are over 20 different phyla of viruses, and science papers, they openly admit there is no common ancestor for viruses. You know?
Well, I mean, there has to be common, reproduction, right?
Yes.
So at some point, it had to connect to RNA, right?
Right.
So, I mean, those processes are common, meaning, they're fundamental. So to say there is no, I mean, I don't think an evolutionist would say there's no common ancestor for viruses, right? Are you saying they did?
They are openly admitting there is no common ancestor for viruses. I mean,
Okay.
I can give you the link. They are openly admitting that.
Okay, that's new. Yeah, the way I see things is we have a lot of common systems.
And even the bacteriophage T4, which infects E. coli, is the most complex virus. And there are 3 types of these bacteriophages, and they do not share a common ancestor.
Okay. Yeah, post the link. I just have one question. I saw John pop back on and leave, but I just have one question, okay? I want to clarify something that Kent says all the time. He says, you came from the rocks, okay? Rained on the rocks for millions of years. And I want to get some clarification as a origin of life researcher. Where did the phosphate come from for RNA?
Science doesn't have an explanation. That is one of the open questions. In my book, I am mentioning all the 24 elements which are used and necessary for life. Phosphorus is one of them. And there is a big concentration problem for phosphorus because it doesn't exist in a high concentrated form on Earth.
So from the research that I've done, the only source of phosphate is from a rock called phosphorite. Did you also find that in your research as far as sources?
Well, all which I right now have so in my mind is that you don't find phosphate readily available in nature.
Right. So if I was a evolutionist and I was saying, obviously we have phosphate in our bonds, or that's what binds, RNA, DNA together. It has to come from somewhere. You would say it comes from the rock phosphorite. That would be the only thing you could say, right?
Let me quick check here and I'll give you an answer.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, when Kent says you came from a rock, literally, that would be the rock phosphorite, and that's where we would get the phosphate bonds for the DNA.
Okay, I
So
just
that
putting here in the private chat just one paper from Butzroff, the role of phosphorus in the origin of life and evolution. You can Google that.
hey, P-Town, what's going on?
Hey, I'm glad that John let me in. No, that was fun earlier. Sorry, I had to be kind of rude and get off and get to work.
No, I
But
really liked what you had to say. That kind of brought it home because, you have a very specific life that had a very specific direction, and I think you brought it home.
yeah, it's pretty rare to find people who were atheists that became Christian. I've found anyway. Like people who haven't grown up in a Christian home. I grew up in a good home, but not a Christian home. And I don't run into that many these days, which is unfortunate. But anyway, no, I really appreciated what you said too. It was a good talk. It amazes me. It's almost like Grayson's just coming on to, just be an adversary, which is unfortunate because the guy's smart. It seems somewhat kind. Yeah, I don't know. But is it Artangelo? Otangelo?
Yes.
Um, that was an interesting argument. I haven't heard that before when it comes to the viruses. How evolutionists don't mention that they have a common ancestor.
Yeah. Let me quote here the phosphorus cycle. So phosphorus also requires cycling in ecology, right? They say living organisms utilize inorganic phosphate from the ecosystem and return it in the form of organic phosphorus. At this level of phosphorus cycle, microbes contribute significantly to adapting various mechanisms to mineralize dissolved organic phosphorus, which contribute a major part of the total dissolved phosphorus pool in oceanic freshwater and terrestrial ecosystems. Dissolved organic phosphorus contributes 80% of the total pool of dissolved phosphorus in the North Atlantic Ocean. So basically, you also need microorganisms to cycle phosphorus in the ecosystem. So it is the same situation as with nitrogen, where you need bacteria to run the nitrogen cycle. So basically, you need everything right from the beginning. If you don't have the nitrogen or the phosphorus cycle, you cannot have these elements available for life.
Right. And I'm going to go out on a limb here, but when I read the book of Job, and it mentions things like the springs in the sea, because a lot of those molecules and rocks or whatever that it takes to imagine that something living can come out of nothing. A lot of those mechanisms that they talk about, I feel like have already been described before we discovered them, in the deep ocean. And that's just, I think that's pretty phenomenal. Or even just mentioning, springs in the seas, to me is, I don't know, I think it's noteworthy at least.
Do you know the guy which discovered the in the seas there are the currents, right? And these currents, they are described in the Bible.
Right. Yep. That's in. Yeah, he did. He looked at the paths of the seas and he discovered the currents. Right.
Yeah.
Well, even just the fact that the Bible mentions springs, but as well as mountains under the sea. Or I know it's simple, but there's just so many little things like that I think is pretty amazing.
Another thing which I lost to mention, Powerbird, is that the written alphabet that we are using was given to Moses by God. That was when the written form as we use it started. It was actually an inspiration direct from God, because previously they were using the Cuneian form from the Egyptians.
Interesting. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, you're talking about Paleo Hebrew.
I'm very familiar with Paleo Hebrew. But
Yeah,
I
I think
didn't know
that's.
that there was a prior language to that from the Egyptians.
I think Sumerian is the oldest language, right? Known language.
I really don't know.
Yeah. So obviously, if you're talking about Moses, you're talking about post-flood. So pre-flood civilizations would had to have had a language. Evolutionists typically they say monkey to man, but the problem is the very first man created a civilization which had a legal system, it had a code of ethics, it had a lot of things that you wouldn't expect for a monkey. So that's another reason why evolutionary theory breaks down according to what we know historically. So yeah, so the Sumerian writing is the earliest that I know, and that was pre-flood. And I mean that cuneiform is basically there was multiple civilizations that shared it, but if you walk it back historically, you'll hear things like you had, Noah, and then you had Ham, and he begat Cush, and Cush begat Nimrod, and then Nimrod became a great, hunter on the earth. And Nimrod was the guy that formed, there's Babel or the Tower of Babel, and Nimrod actually began polytheism and specifically the pagan trinity when you had Nimrod, which essentially his wife slash mother Semiramis, and then Tammuz. So that's like way back there, but they had a written language, and to my best knowledge it was some form of cuneiform. And that you had like basic, ancient Akkadian as well, besides the Sumerian. And I'm not a language scholar, but
I can
would.
ask, I can ask Philip Williams on that topic because he has studied ancient immigration routes, and he has traced back by this investigation. He came to Mount Ararat, and I don't know if you have studied this, but I believe that the Ark of Noah rests on Mount Ararat and has been found. You probably know about the discovery of that Chinese team in 2010, which then was claimed to be a forgery. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I am actually aware of the current stuff that they're doing with the ground penetrating radar, and they've already mapped it out, and it literally matches up with the exact length and width, etc. So I'm with you.
Yeah, I am friend with Philip Williams, which has been in 2014. He has visited the structure, has made 2 videos, and that's very
Did they have
fascinating.
to dig for it then, or?
The structure, since it is in a crevasse on Mount Ararat, the structure moves, and unfortunately now with the change of climate, before there was much more ice covering it, and now that ice is dissolving and it risks the structure to disrupt it. And yeah, I mean they are trying to investigate it scientifically, but there are many difficulties involved in that. I know there was recently a conference in Turkey about this topic. I mean, there is a huge number of scientists, archaeologists, and so forth, which are trying to do a scientific investigation of the structure. I am not in right now how it is going, but I know there is a lot of difficulties there.
So I personally believe in the Durinpar or whatever. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I posted it in the private chat.
No, I don't believe this is the real one. I think it is the one which is on 14,000 feet on Mount Ararat.
Oh, by the way, I got in the chat by emailing John. So if anyone else wants to get in, he said to let you guys know, just email John, and he'll log in and let you in.
Yeah, I can give you a link to my investigation on that, and you can look it up after our chat. It's most fascinating.
I want to hear more about P-Town's conversion. What tips and tricks can you give us creationists to help convert other atheists?
Well, so you guys both grew up in a Christian home then? You were exposed early in some way, shape, or form, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Well,
Well, you know,
I was raised Catholic. I was born and grew up in Switzerland, and I converted to become an evangelical when I was 18, and it wasn't something motivated by my family. Quite contrary, they were quite opposed to me moving from Catholic to evangelical.
okay. Well, I wish I had the answer to that, Power. I'm just aware of how blind you can be. See, we are raised in a culture these days through school where if you're looking for logic and reason, it's bombarded at you on a small level and at a big level how ridiculous the truth is, which is the Bible and Jesus. It even now when I say the word Jesus, I don't like it, and I don't. It's when I say I don't like it, it still hits me hard because of the perception and what I was taught and what I observed from a young age. It runs deep. You know, I'm a young Earth creationist too now, mainly just because I know that the Bible's divine and I've seen it, and it's what makes the most sense when I interpret the Bible. And but think about it, you know, if they postulate 14 billion years, how ridiculous, how wrong are you if you think it's 6,000, right? You're a million, 1,000 million wrong. That's the perception when you're talking to people like Grayson, right? And we made these arguments, and his only argument is, oh, I can't consider that as an argument, if you know what I mean. He wouldn't hold fast to, he wouldn't affirm. I think the Bible even says it. He won't even affirm to what he believes. Is that, I don't know where that's written. It's been a little while since I've opened up my Bible because I'm moving. I can't find my rainbow Bible, I call it, because I got it all highlighted in all these different colors, but I don't have my heavy artillery with me. But I think that the Bible tells us we're supposed to come together as the body of Christ and talk about how wonderful God is and the truth. To answer your question, that's what I think. I think that the debates are cool and fun, but I'm not. I think we're supposed to answer questions for atheists. Absolutely. Why I was turned away, because I did go to church, but with friends, right? A lot of different ones. I was even told not to go to youth group anymore growing up because I asked too many questions. But I would say, well, what about dinosaurs? What about Noah's flood and the ark? This is ridiculous. There's not enough water to cover the earth, right? And the people that you're around in church did not have the answers. And I think that guys like us have those answers, and more people need to know those answers. It's what we're called to do. It's what we're supposed to do. I think that that's part of, my role to play in the body of Christ is to answer those questions one day.
What were the top 5 questions you had in youth group that couldn't get answered?
Right. And I can answer them now, right? If I have an ear to hear, I can answer them. But probably the most basic ones. What about dinosaur bones? Dinosaurs, right? The whole concept of Noah's flood, even in Bible school, Sunday school, you're coloring on a color book of, a ship with big giraffes with their heads sticking out of the side, right? None of it's biblical, but you're in, you know what I mean? It's even that's not good for these kids, right? if that's what you have to stand on when stuff gets rough, that's not good, you know. Um, my dad loved science, so at a young age he would teach me about how far away the stars are and where the nearest star is 6,000 years old or 6,000 light years or whatever it is, 6 light years. I don't know. The point is that how far away things are, and that light travels and it has a speed, and you can use that to measure time, and how that amount of time does not match up with what the Bible says, right? How do you have an answer for that? And you can, maybe I won't phrase it like that at that age, but what Sunday school teacher or what youth group pastor has an answer even now? And if they do, is it a good one? I don't think they're equipped for it.
I can answer
So
that.
you
you have an
can
answer?
too. Absolutely, I do.
What?
Right.
What's your answer?
Well, I can. It's funny sometimes, even in the Bible, it's a long answer, but I'll keep it short. Sometimes in the Bible, even the apparent contradictions kind of have an answer. If you the sun, moon, and stars, and so light was created before the lights. I'm just saying that. So light was created before the star was. So my point is, there's no contradiction in the Bible relative to what we see, right? In fact, the accuracy of the Bible is so profound, because look at how many times it mentions. Well, in college, when I was still an atheist, you study, the Big Bang and the science behind it. It's quite phenomenal how we can measure that the stars are expanding away from us, and they're expanding at an accelerating rate that we recently discovered that maybe 30 years ago. But a lot of this is already described in the Bible. There's a lot of things foretold, a lot of scientific stuff foretold in the Bible, but the explanation for why the starlight or the starlight appears to be old, it's because the stars might very well be really, really freaking far away.
All right.
Yeah.
So Genesis 1:1. Okay, let's go with the plants. Okay. And God said, let the earth sprout vegetation, plants yielding seed, and fruit trees bearing fruit, which is in their seed, each according to its kind on the earth. And it was so. And the earth brought forth vegetation, plants yielding seed according to their own kinds, each according to its seed, each according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. So in one day, the third day, God said, let the earth sprout vegetation, including seeds, which means an entire reproductive cycle. And he says, and the earth brought forth vegetation. So this one day had an entire supernatural event where a tree was brought to maturity and produced seeds. So this is a supernatural day that's not, it is one 24-hour period, but you had events that take, hundreds of years that, for entire ecosystems of vegetation, plants, and seeds to grow. Who knows how long that could take? But God supernaturally accelerated it into one day, and it's right there in front of you.
And that's just like with the starlight, right?
Exactly. So you take the correlation. Yep.
And I really like you. That's why I came back, by the way, Power. We have a sort of connection.
Okay, thank you. I like you too.
I want to play antagonist a little bit. Everyone argues this thing about 24-hour days, right? The Bible doesn't, the Bible doesn't say that. It defines a day as light. He says it over and over again. There was evening, there was morning, there was evening, there was morning. Sometimes I feel like we fall into our own, like a trap, by talking about how it's got to be 24 hours. Just a side note, I've noticed that even like the top dogs in this field say 24. I just always wondered why.
So to respond to your first comment regarding light, so it's a contrast. So when it says God said, let there be light, and there was light, he's basically saying kinetic energy, and he's creating a contrast between darkness and light. So you have kinetic energy and you have potential energy. You could think of that as like a wave or whatever you want to think about it as. But the point is, it's the introduction of energy into the system. So it's not, in my opinion, it's not actually light. Light would be kinetic energy, but it is more or less a general term for ancient Hebrew readers to understand that there is an introduction of energy into the system. 24-hour days, I don't have a problem with it at all. I personally believe the Bible literally. I think that there's a lot of wiggle room, though, because I'm a young earth creationist, right? But I can talk to an evolutionist, and an evolutionist can say, well, you have this rock that is this age, and obviously my carbon dates are 100% right. And you know what? Theologically, I don't believe that. But you know what? I can say, well, how long did it take for God to bring forth the earth? I mean, did it take him more than one day? Did he do something within that one day that takes thousands of years or millions of years? It's possible. I can't say no to that. Just like he brought forth the trees, just like he brought forth the starlight and expanded the universe, he could have very well brought forth the earth, and he could have magma balled it, and he could have gone from there. So there's no problem with me saying 24 hours.
Well, let me
because
clarify. I do believe in 24 hours as well. I just think that mentioning it sometimes can cloud people. Never mind. It was a moot point, but I agree. Like I don't believe in the gap theory. I'm right there with you.
Yeah, and I'm super literal when it comes
Me
to
too.
the Bible. Yeah,
The more literal I get, or the more I study it, the more literal it gets.
Nice. I like you more.
Okay.
But the creation story is so awesome because I don't know if you were here earlier when I was talking about the great oxygenation event, but that specifically where God created the sun after the vegetation, which produced this great oxygenation event, explains what we know in history, in geology, better than any evolutionist could. And that's in a Bible written thousands of years ago.
Yeah, I don't know that much about all
so what
that.
do you think so what do you think was the light source in the first 3 days? God himself, or
I don't think it needs a source. I don't
word.
know, but
God
I think
said.
all I see is I don't have my Bible in front of me, but all I know is he said that he called the light day and he called the darkness night. I just keep it simple. I think there was. I don't know.
I've not listened. What is the? Do you guys have an explanation of the starlight problem? Because that's something which I struggle with for a very long time. Yeah,
I wasn't. Explained it. So I'll go over it again.
I think for me, if it's okay, Power, with Tangelo, I don't know if it's there. I don't know if there is an answer. But what is shocking for me to realize is because it's an argument even that a lot of people use to discredit the Bible. Look at this contradiction. But in an apparent contradiction, it actually leaves room for there not to be a contradiction of the Bible relative to science. And that's the way I viewed it. I don't know the answer. But I found that coming from being an atheist, right, where my dad taught me from a very young age, and it was something I loved to do, right, was talk to my dad about starlight, and that being a big challenge for me. And then I realized, he just made the light before he creates the lights. That's all I needed to go, okay, science, there's no conflict now between science and the word. I don't know the answer, but there's no conflict with it now. That was what was significant, if that makes any sense.
Okay. Do you want?
And you, yeah, go ahead, Power. Yeah.
Okay, so there's no conflict between the Bible and science. So specifically on the third day, the verse says the earth brought forth vegetation. So God said, let the earth sprout vegetation, and the earth brought forth vegetation. So this all happened within a 24-hour period. So in general, you can't have a tree that, is planted and grows up and becomes fully mature and creates seeds in a 24-hour period. It's not possible. So according to this verse, God supernaturally sped up this day to accomplish his will, just like when he created the stars. He supernaturally sped up the expansion of the universe, and there is no conflict. Like literally, that verse explains why the distant starlight is there.
Right. And you know what? I want to add on to that too, because let's say hypothetically too, the possibility that he just sped up light. I've always wondered if we had an ability to measure, because some people advocate and some scientists advocate that the speed of light is not a constant, right? And it's been measured, and it's not acknowledged by mainstream science. But I think that there's enough evidence there for it to be considered. I've wondered if we had the ability to measure starlight, and we see now that the speed of light is slowing down. Well, I wonder if that's because it went a lot faster a long time ago, right? See what I'm getting at here? That to go back to your point where he just maybe sped it up for a day, went really fast for a little while, and now it's slowing down. I sometimes think that there's a possibility there. Have you heard about that, Power?
I mean, I've read, I think there's 6 or 7 different theories out there that are, I would call them Christians trying to figure out this problem. And, to me, it's so simple.
God did
and
it.
to respond, a response to what you're saying, yeah, so he sped it up for a day, and now it is what it is. So I don't really see a need to say like it's slowing down in general these days. I feel like the slowing down and speeding up would be supernatural, but obviously there are instances where the speed of light is not constant. I mean, we're talking about in a vacuum, so it goes without saying that speed of light in a vacuum should be constant, but outside of a vacuum, you do not have a constant speed of light. Is what logically follows.
Guys, I'm going to sleep. It's late where I am. So I don't remember to have been for over 6 hours on live stream. So that was fun.
It has been fun, Otangelo, and I really appreciate your knowledge in the area of bio everything. You're a bio everythingologist.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. It was fun. See you next time, and keep in touch per email. You have given me great sources to create new topics which I didn't study before, so I much appreciate that.
Awesome. Can't wait.
Thanks, Otangelo.
God bless. Bye, guys.
See you.
P-Town, it's just you and me.
Let's do this.
Okay.
I'm excited.
So we answered question 1. You got 4 more. Remember,
Well,
top 5?
In some ways, I struggled with until I heard about Kent Hovind about 7 years ago. No one bothered to try and answer the question about the dinosaurs, right? And Noah's Ark. I guess I kind of grouped them together.
Tell me that you were converted because of Kent Hovind.
I can't lie. I think the man is going to have a crown so big when he's in heaven. Honestly,
I think I heard Donnie say that.
Like he wasn't the reason. It's a long progression. I have to ask Jesus to come into my life. I was baptized before that, right? I met my wife, and we talked about a great many things. I read C.S. Lewis. I read a few other, all of this before Kent Hovind, but I still had to cast away and ignore a huge part of what holds me back. And then when I just randomly saw Kent Hovind one day on a cassette, by the way, at someone's house,
like a
changed my life.
Beta tape. Say it was a beta tape.
He still got the old tapes. Yeah, that he ordered. I mean, talking 20 something years ago, probably. Yeah, he's still this. It was back when he could talk, when he was talking fast. Still, but yeah, I think there's some valid points. I think that he does an amazing job. Someone needs to fill his shoes because I I think that there's answers, possible answers, or at least, I don't like what science does. Science just, I don't want to overgeneralize by calling it science, but I don't like being lied to. When I start catching people lying,
Yeah, that's what the New Testament says is going to differentiate the people that overcome and those that are deceived is the sole attribute of there are going to be those who seek the truth. And, obviously when somebody's lying to you, that's not something that, corresponds to what you're seeking if you're seeking the truth. But to go back to the dinosaur topic, right? What's your thoughts on when Kent Hovind says dinosaurs did not have wings?
Well, I think that I don't think he would argue that pterodactyls didn't exist.
Oh, I'm sorry, feathers.
Okay,
Feathers.
there we go. I think that there were feathers, or I've never heard him say that. I think maybe he has acknowledged that there were some feathers on some, right? But I don't think. Well, hold on a second. What am I missing here?
He says the feathers are fake.
Well, here. Okay, so get this. Maybe they are, but you watch like Jurassic. Here's a subliminal message for you, which goes back to one thing I started with it. But
Jurassic Park is not science, bro.
Right. But in the very beginning of like number 3 or something, I used to love it, right? Growing up. And you have like big loud sounds and it shows these feet, and then it zooms out and it's a bird. That without saying words, it's saying that, oh, look, we live with dinosaurs right now. And it's just this amazing, horrible fight that we deal with all the time. I think he's very vocal about how birds are not dinosaurs. That's what I think of when you mention the feathers.
Yeah. Okay, so next question.
Yeah.
What do you think Lucifer looked like in the Garden of Eden?
Freaking a really charmingly ugly snake. I have no idea. Yeah.
So,
A snake.
so he is called Lucifer, the son of the morning, the bright morning star.
Right.
And he is also, I don't know if you knew this, but he is also a seraphim. So what that means is Lucifer
had legs or something too.
has wings, has
Oh.
6 wings. Now, here's the thing. A seraphim has the same root word in Hebrew as the word for snake, which is nakash, essentially, serpent.
Mm-hmm.
So Lucifer in the garden was a seraphim angel, which had a snake-like appearance. So you have a snake, seraphim angel with 6 wings, with which he did fly. So when you put all that together, it corresponds to the ancient Central American belief in when the feathered serpent, or Quetzalcoatl, the flying serpent or the feathered serpent. So when you look at history and you look at what has happened in the past and what we know has happened with belief systems of ancient peoples, that's one of the things they all have in common is the belief in this feathered serpent and their worshiping of the feathered serpent, which
right. You see a lot of that all over the place.
And that's a seraphim angel called Lucifer. And there's a ton of seraphim angels. I mean, there's hundreds of thousands of fallen angels that came to this earth. So, there's a lot of that going on. So that's just one of those things that I think it's funny that Kent is so hell-bent on saying there were no feathers on any dinosaurs. But the Bible...
Didn't they see some in fossils, though? Or I haven't looked it up. I care less.
Yeah. They do. They have fossils with feathers, and they're dinosaurs. And it's funny because...
Does Kent still deny it?
Yeah, he does.
Really?
Yeah, he does.
Well,
But
you
it's
know,
it's just one of
whatever.
those things. He gets real like stubborn with a lot of things. Like he's very stubborn
The dude's
about
70 years old and he's been through quite a bit. Like,
jail. That's crazy.
right,
Like I don't
right,
know. I didn't even know. Like it's funny how you have everybody that wrote in the New Testament was in jail for a long time,
right.
pretty much.
No, I
Right?
mean, yeah, the man's not perfect. I don't know anyone who is, but yeah, you can definitely tell that he's been persecuted. Well, that's one thing too. Like, who's going to follow in his footsteps? Someone else is going to go to
No,
jail.
he's training him up, man. He's got
Oh yeah, Matt Powell.
no, the other
we-
guy. The other
Is
guy,
there
not
no-
Matt,
oh.
not Donnie. The like the taller guy with the fuzzy hair that's like muscular.
Oh,
guy
is
that
there
did this-
someone? I haven't been watching.
He did a
Kent's
whole
stuff.
series on the Popular Cult. Did you see that?
Mm-mm.
Damon,
No.
Damien. That's his name, Damien.
Damien. Okay,
He's the
interesting.
guy. That guy doesn't
I'll
care.
have to look him up. I'll have to watch some of Kent's stuff or whatever. Yeah, I'll look that up. There's a lot of
Damien's did like I watched his series and he gets real deep into it. I mean, he is attacking the popular, well, I'll call them the globalists, the elitists, and he doesn't care. Like he's hitting them hard. And you have Kent who focuses on evolutionists. He doesn't really pick a fight with anybody else, but Damien, he's like, every single celebrity that you see is, part of the cult, and he proves it, to a certain extent. Like obviously there's a deeper level of proof, but he does like the surface level of proof, which, hey, if you're the lay person and you don't, like you see these weird pictures of people covering their right eye and you don't know why, and there you go. Like it's all crazy.
Yeah, there's some things that I've been afraid to get into too much.
What's your third question? We got to get through these, and then I gotta go.
Well, I tried to stir away from the philosophical arguments, but there's those too that I struggle with, just like everyone else. Which ultimately, when you're talking to an atheist, typically it goes there. It doesn't stay on the science topic. It's always, why would God let bad things happen?
Boom.
But I prefer to stick to the creation.
Got the answer to that. You ready? Yeah. So obviously God could have created a perfect society. He could have created perfect bodies that last forever. He could have done it the first time. Nothing stopping him from doing that. He could have made it so Satan didn't fall. He literally could have done all that. The problem is God wants us to love him. He wanted someone to love him. Okay. Just like, we go through life looking for a soulmate. He was looking for a creation that would love him. And the only way to do that is to, number one, have the possibility of not loving him. So he created Adam and Eve, and obviously there was an antagonist, and the antagonist did what God knew he would do. And by free will, Adam and Eve chose to eat the apple that was available. Okay. Mm-hmm. Therefore, through free will, Adam and Eve chose to fall. This is understood to have happened. God not just allowed it to happen, but this was the plan from the very beginning. So based on the free will, now you have a choice. Everybody's fallen. You can either love God or love Lucifer. Adam and Eve chose to follow Lucifer. When they ate that apple, they submitted to Lucifer's authority. At that moment, mankind was submitting to Lucifer, period. So from that point, there was no redemption except, the Israelites, and they sacrificed knowing that there would ultimately be a savior. They sacrificed a lamb, for Passover, ever since they were out of Egypt, ever since they were escaping Egypt. So they knew that there was a promise. They knew that there was this promise coming. And that promise came, thousands of years after that first Passover sacrifice in the form of Jesus. And that was the redemption plan that was set from the moment Adam and Eve ate that apple. But people that say, why does God let bad things happen? Bad things had to happen. The moment that sin came into the world, roses grew thorns. This is biblical evolution, right? When roses grow thorns, when Cain kills Abel, all of a sudden all of creation has to learn how to survive and produce these defense mechanisms that are built into the genome. Obviously, you can't do this unless there's a function available. But that's what happened, is you had sin enter, and then you had all these organisms that had never died before all having to adapt or die. So biblical evolution is introduced. You have the fall of man, which is a necessity in order for some men to choose to love God. Obviously, not all men will choose to love God, and those are the people that choose to love Satan. So in life, God is either God is always two things. He's always loving and he's always just. So he loves us, and he created a way for us to live to love him and live eternally. So when we die or when we're raptured, we will live with Jesus for 1,000 years on the new earth, and we will be immortal for 1,000 years. And then we will, after that, live for eternity, and not a physical body. It'll be more of like a spiritual existence. There will be a new heaven and new earth. So, he might do something fancy in there, but there's not going to be this connection with a physical body that can deteriorate. So ultimately, the people that love him will enter into the perfect world that everybody said, why didn't God do it right the first time? There will be that world. It will exist. And the people that love God will be in that world just like they want to be. And the people that don't love him will be with Lucifer, because they have chosen to love Lucifer and submit to Lucifer. And that's the explanation.
Right. And I agree with you in every way, shape, and form. I look back, though, when I was an atheist, and you would sound like someone who needs to go to the loony bin to me. Right. I mean, that's the perception of the people that we're dealing with, to be honest with you. What changed me completely, though, was when I started studying my Bible, because then I realized how what you just described so very well, how well it gets illuminated by the beauty of Scripture and all the different patterns that there are. And I'll just give you a short example where you mentioned with the rose and the thorns, the connection between how thorns mean sin, right? How weeds mean sin, and how Jesus was crowned with a crown of thorns. All the little things throughout it where you're like, wow, this is, how even the worst things where a man is told by God to go sacrifice his son, right? And how actually it's a beautiful story. And it's an example of what love really means, because another son's going to give his life for you. How it all just fits in together so beautifully.
And literally the
We just need
same
to get those
moment,
smart atheists in the Bible.
the same moment that all Jews were preparing their Passover sacrifice, literally was the same moment that Jesus was sacrificed on the same day.
And when it says in their book not to do it, right? It's like, here come to, I mean, it's, and there's that too. Yeah, absolutely.
And there's so many, they're not coincidences. It's the plan. And there's so many things that just with Jesus, just with fulfilled prophecy, like,
oh gosh, yes.
There's going to be a guy. He was going to be born in Bethlehem. Okay, check. He was going to grow up in Galilee. He was going to be a Nazarene. Check. He was going to be from the lineage of David. Check. Like, how many of these prophecies? There's over 100, but
or just the poetry, right? What is it? Psalm 2 or Psalm 1? I think you brought it up.
Talking about with
my God, why hast thou forsaken me?
23.
The only time Jesus refers to God as God and not Father, and he's quoting word for word, the Old Testament. But then you just look at the dogs are about me, they pierced my hands and my feet. Like, you know,
Psalm
what?
22. Yeah,
Psalm
Psalm 22.
22. Just read that, and you're like, what
It
on
all
earth?
makes
Way
sense.
before. Oh, are you a Chuck Missler fan?
Yeah, actually,
Okay.
I have at length listened to. He has a lot of teachings on demonic
Okay.
blessings and curses, right? Isn't that
Oh,
him?
I don't know actually about that, but one thing too, what is astounding to we're like Numbers 2, where the whole encampment is marching around in the wilderness in the shape of a cross. You have to go back and draw it out yourself to see, like, holy smokes.
No, I'm thinking of Derek Prince. No, I don't
Thinking of
really know
Derek Prince.
much about
I
Chuck
listened to Derek Prince. Oh wait, you were talking earlier. I was working and I missed a lot, but you were talking about demons
Yeah.
earlier. Okay,
Yep.
so my mom is paranoid schizophrenic. I don't know what they call it in America versus what they call it in England, but I'm in the same way. I played a role in casting out a demon once out of my mom, and I'm so far. I am not spiritual at all, right? Like, this is weird stuff, but what's amazing is how I'm talking lights flashing, doorbells ringing, trying to distract me from it. Supernatural movements. I still think that I can't get all of them out, but I don't usually talk about it because it sounds crazy. But like you said, until you experience it, it's
Yes.
amazing what the adversary and the type of weapons that he has.
Yeah. So my experience, which I'm guessing is similar to yours, was, I was on a mission trip in Haiti, and we were specifically in a village, and it's, very, very poor people. And we were doing a service. So it was me and the pastor that I was with, who was actually, he operated in the Spirit, Holy Spirit, and he was just on that level, and that's a level that I would love to be at, but it's on God's time. But the point is, so we were having just a regular service, and then all of a sudden, this woman walks in carrying a baby, and everybody. This is in Haiti, and I speak French. And so a lot of these people are talking in Creole, and I basically can understand what they're saying. She walks in the back, and there's no door. It's kind of just like an open area. She walks in the back, and everybody that looks at her and makes eye contact just runs away or goes to the other side or moves away. So she has this circle of just space around her, and she's holding a baby. And, this kind of causes a little bit of a commotion. And so we're like asking, like, what's going on? Like, what's that all about? And they're like, well, she is the village witch doctor, and she is here because she wants to put a spell on us. She wants to cast a voodoo spell on us. And so when the pastor heard this, he kind of like walks over directly to her, and he kind of directly starts talking about, like, stand up, and and he starts talking about, doing things in the name of Jesus and that kind of thing.
Right. Yeah.
And immediately when he singles her out and he tells her, like, to come forward, she has this like crazy reaction that I will never forget. I mean, it was like, you see The Exorcist, and like I don't know, there's a movie like Emily Rose or whatever, but it was like the eyes roll back into the back of the head, and then all this stuff. So this woman, she enters into this like demonic fit, and she just starts, like, she is about to slam this child, like, and the child couldn't have been more than like maybe 6 months to a year old. Someone had to go up there and take the baby away from her because she's literally about to kill this child.
Right.
And she doesn't care. Like, she literally doesn't care about anything. And she's just in this rage. And so I'm going to fast forward a little bit of the details, but the bottom line is, she is, well, extremely aggressive, and she's just out of her mind crazy. And the pastor, he goes up and he's like got his hand on, and he's praying for her, and he says, in the name of Jesus, say Jesus, say Jesus, say Jesus.
Oh, he
And
made her say it.
she's like her voice
They
is just
hate that.
growling. It's like this
They hate,
guttural
yes.
growl.
They
She won't say it. And then
didn't think about
finally,
doing that.
after like, like maybe, I don't know, 5 minutes of just like all this craziness, she says Jesus for the first time from her mouth.
Yeah.
And her eyes come all the way back to the front. And it's like instantaneous. Like there's this wave that comes over her when she says Jesus. And she says, Jesus, Jesus. And then all of a sudden, it's like her mind comes back to her. And she is, within a few seconds, she starts like just calming down. And she starts crying profusely, and she's smiling, and she goes and she sits down in the pew, and she says, like, to my pastor, she says, I don't know what power you have that you just gave me. I don't know what power that was, but it's stronger than what I had, and I want it, essentially is what she said. And that is a situation I will never forget. It's like the reality of Jesus casting out those demons in the Gospels, and I saw it in person in real life. It's just insane.
Right. Yeah. It's something I don't really like talking about. I guess I still. Yeah, it's amazing.
Well, one of the things that I learned, and I have, my brother's pretty oppressed. Like I have people in my life that are very demonically oppressed. And the one thing that I'll tell you is the number one thing with dealing with it is you have to have a clean conscience. The first thing demons love to do is they love to make you feel guilty.
Right.
So
those are the people that are susceptible.
Yeah, if your conscience isn't clean, then you're going to be susceptible to demonic everything, and that involves sickness, it involves mental problems, it involves, like you said, there's schizophrenia, there's a lot of things that come with that. So number one, clean up the conscience, and number two, that demon will leave. So
Right.
But it's all about Jesus.
Yeah.
So
the same thing with my mom. Her face, she's not that pretty these days, but when the demon was, they seek embodiment. They can't live. The idea of being without a body is terrifying to them. But at the worst, her eyes were black, but not a wrinkle on her face, not tired, and at the name of Jesus, you just get her to. They have to answer your questions. The whole experience is crazy. I mean, and they're cunning too. They're tricky. Yeah, they're tricky. I don't know. I don't really like talking about it too much, but I definitely know that they're real now. It's hard for me to admit it.
Yeah, it's no worries. It's one of the things that people don't understand though is there is this battle. It's an epic battle. You have the fallen angels, and obviously in Genesis 6 we learned that they had an interaction with women, and then that women produced Nephilim. And I believe that the demons are a result of all of the physical Nephilim being destroyed in the flood. So
interesting. So let me pause you, because I have the same belief, except I and this is not something I've heard, but I don't think anyway. I would extend it too, as far as saying I think that there are some disembodied spirits that weren't Nephilim. That's the impression I get. I don't know if I could back that up, but what are your thoughts behind that?
So I think Nephilim is a generic term. So when you say that aren't Nephilim, the point that I was making is that you had fallen angels, right? These are beings that are infinite. They don't die. They're eternal. Okay. They are currently, most of them at least, are chained in what's called the bottomless pit. They're physically chained. That doesn't mean they can't interact spiritually. And then their offspring which are Nephilim, they had physical bodies and then they were killed, and then now all of their spirits are disembodied, which is another reason why they seek a body, is because they used to have a
Right.
body and they want one back. Now, if you have a fallen angel, and I believe aliens, or what we see as aliens, are fallen angels, and there are some, I guess, that are around. Satan is
I think you just
king of the
helped
air.
me answer my own question, because now that I think about it, Noah and his family were chosen because of his cleanness, how he didn't have that mixed blood. So, possibly everyone was part.
Right. Well, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So Noah
maybe we're
was
on the
Noah was
clean in
pure in
his,
his generations.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
like the
It's been a
Bible
while.
says.
Yep.
And then, but okay. So fast forwarding to today, right? We have fallen angels, we have demons, and we have a result of God flooded the earth and he killed all of Satan's kids, right? That makes Satan angry. So it's an epic battle between the children of God, the children of Jesus, the Israelites and us, and the children of the fallen angels, right? And that's kind of like the overarching idea for the story. But then at the same time, okay, but it says in the Gospels, so as it was in the days of Noah, so will it be in the days of the coming of the Son of Man. And the Revelation talks about the beast, right? Talks about the dragon. It even mentions Apollo, or in the Greek, Apollyon, right? So it mentions a literal ancient Greek god in Revelation that is going to be coming back. So all that to say, there will be some level of Nephilim that the earth or the world will see. There will be some.
You believe those are those also similar to the UFOs and aliens that we might see?
Okay,
or
so
are they separate?
Yeah, so fallen angels are aliens, right? And there's even like these. So I don't know if you're familiar with some of that, but there has been DNA that's actually been gathered, like hair has actually been gathered from supposed like abduction events, etc. And it is physical DNA, and it's
They're
like
doing the same thing, aren't they? As before, kind of.
That's the whole point. Is there? Back then, when there was the initial fall in Genesis 6, it might have been an actual physical mating. Okay, that's possible. I don't know how that works, but nowadays, I would say that there's some type. So first of all, there's a need to have certain DNA, and I don't know why that is, but I know that
that's just kind of has to do something to do with green eyes as well.
I have no idea. But so how, like, for example, okay, if you take it back, okay, so the Queen recently just died, right? She was the leader of a certain dynasty, right? And that dynasty goes back, they renamed it in like, I think it was like 1912, and you take that dynasty back and you can go literally all the way back to like 700 AD, and you can trace that bloodline. You can trace that bloodline all the way back to what's called the Merovingians. Now, I don't know why that's so important, but it is. I don't understand that part.
Are you just relevant to something in the Bible that you see?
Well, so okay. So the Antichrist has to be in the lineage of David. Okay, so there has to be a connection back there somewhere. So that. Yeah, so that connection has to exist. Today, that that exists with many families, one of them being the Rothschild family, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's the only one. There are many. But my point is, I don't know if that's maybe that connection, maybe that's where it's tracing to as a possibility, but it's conjecture on my part.
What's your take on that's okay. A lot of this stuff is. But what's your take? Have you looked at what Newton was studying?
Isaac
the end
Newton?
times? Yeah.
Not really. Give me some more hints.
Oh, off the top of my head, I haven't studied end time stuff like I should.
Oh, are
Well,
you
I
are
also
you
should, but
are you
he did
talking?
pick out a couple dates. He was like, it's either gonna be on this date, it's gonna be on this year, or it's gonna be on this year when I think the rapture begins. Um,
Did you hear
whatever. But I
earlier?
was curious about your opinion on it.
Yeah, sure. Did you hear earlier when I went through Daniel's 70 weeks and Eastern Gate?
I wasn't there, no.
Okay, so just quick recap. I did it. I did it kind of like an extended recap, but in Daniel 9, it talks about the 70 weeks of Daniel, which is a fulfilled prophecy that has already happened. 490 years from the declaration to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem. Okay, it said that will be Messiah the Prince. So the original walls, well, not the original, the walls that were standing when they were rebuilt after the captivity, 490 years after that was the life of Jesus. Okay. Now those walls were torn down in the year 70 AD. The Romans tore everything down, not one stone left on a stone, etc. Okay. So the current walls were rebuilt in the year 1540. They were rebuilt by a guy named Sultan Suleiman. Sultan Suleiman, he rebuilt all of Jerusalem. But the point is, he sealed up the Eastern Gate in the year 1540 AD. So if Daniel's 70 weeks has a second fulfillment, that second fulfillment will happen 490 years after the rebuilding of the walls of Jerusalem. So 1540 AD is when they were rebuilt. What is 490 years after 1540?
Founding of Israel, right?
Say that again.
Is it? Are you referring to the founding of Israel?
No, I'm saying
The second time.
the rebuilding of the walls were rebuilt in 1540 AD. Okay. So if
Okay.
Daniel's 70 weeks has a second fulfillment, it will be 490 years after 1540 AD. The answer is 2030 AD. So
Gotcha. So basically, what you're doing is very similar to what Newton was doing. What he spent most of his time on, I think.
I
You
don't
should
know.
look it up.
I'm reading the Bible. That's all I'm doing.
Right.
Reading
Oh,
the
really?
Bible.
Yeah, that's what he was doing too. Yeah, I think he even predicted the reunification of Israel.
Speaking of
Yeah.
that, do you know what year after Adam that specifically Abraham was born? So if Adam is 0,
Right.
or if he was created 0, what is the year that Abraham was born?
I don't know. What year was it?
1948. It's not a
Really?
joke. He was born 1,940 years after Adam.
Interesting.
That's not just interesting. That means that God's plan is exactly
It's
on the
poetic
date.
too, and it's to the date. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's more prophecy that I've looked into that's insane. For example, and this is something that Kent gets wrong, and he's a KJV only kind of guy, so I understand why he gets it wrong. But
Right.
in Daniel 8, it talks about the abomination of desolation, and it says the abomination of desolation would last for 2,300 evening and mornings. So what they get wrong, though, is in the King James Bible, they changed it from evenings and mornings to days. And the problem is they were referring to the sacrifices. So 2,300 evening and morning sacrifices, which is actually 1,150 days. So if you look at history and you look at the actual what's called Hanukkah, that's the whole story of the abomination of desolation that happened by Antiochus Epiphanes, you will learn that it literally took 1,150 days from the day that the temple sacrifice was stopped till it was reinstituted, was literally exactly 1,150 days according to the Jewish calendar. So that's a prophecy that's literally to the date. And people don't generally research that. They think of it in terms of like the Gregorian calendar, and they do 365 days a year. The problem is prophetically it's 360, and then there's 2 months in the Jewish calendar. So I've done all that math to say that that is a very exact prophecy that was fulfilled to the date, and it's crazy.
Interesting. Well, let me throw something at you, because this is without looking up other people, but this is the impression I get when I look at the Bible. So you know how during the flood, and you've probably looked it up too, where they talk about the seams of the baseball, how the earth cracked open. You can kind of see the remnants of it now.
Fountains of the deep.
Right, but if you look at the earth without water right now, if you imagine the globe and you look at it without water, it kind of is cracked around all across the earth.
Like you're talking
Where
about the mountain ranges?
Right.
Underwater? Okay.
And do you think that they played a role with the fountains of the deep, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's. Have you ever seen the movie Is Genesis History?
I have, yeah.
Okay,
I think so, yeah.
So my belief is along the lines the same as that. It's basically the fountains of the deep opened up. These were not water, but this was molten lava.
Right,
So
right, yeah.
so you have a
So
ton. Go ahead.
so yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I've studied a lot of this so much, but what I wanted to jump to was God promised us that he wouldn't do it again, right? But the world will be baptized with fire. You mentioned Apollo in Revelation. Sometimes I just get this impression that the dragon with the horns and the heads it's referring to something metaphorically, possibly, but also if you look at it literally, I think it's talking about the mountains and the ranges, like the fire's going to come from there. I just
Okay.
get this impression, and it's not just from just look at the end. I haven't spent as much time in Revelation as I should, but it's the details throughout the book that it's hinted to throughout. And remember how we were talking earlier, the more literally we look at it, I think it does in Revelation actually refer to how the dragon was a mountain.
So
So it's
I like
kind of like, yeah, I don't know.
the
something to think
discovery
about.
process happening here. I like that. It seems pretty creative. But
Mhm.
have you ever seen Baphomet?
Uh-uh.
So go ahead and just Google that. That is like the satanic symbol of the entire globe, the universal.
Okay, I know what you're referring to then.
Okay, so that guy is he's got horns, right?
I don't have a computer open.
He does. Okay, so I'm going to just cut to the chase. We were talking about kind of earlier days of Noah, and we'll call it genetic crossbreeding that were happening with the fallen angels and humans. So this is going to be absolute conjecture on my part. This is a wild theory, but
I think we've crossed the boundaries.
have you ever seen
We're
a
in the right
sable?
territory.
Have you ever seen a sable antelope?
You'd have to describe it. I don't know.
Hold on, actually. So let's see. Well, I mean, you can just Google it whenever I can post a link in chat, but it's like you can't click it, so it really doesn't work. Point is,
Right.
the horns of Baphomet are literally identical to the horns of a sable antelope. So you got to think, what's going on with Baphomet? Why does the core of Luciferianism worship this thing that's like androgynous and looks part animal? But then you look more into it and you say, okay, you know how many chromosomes sable antelope has?
Hmm.
Same as humans.
Huh.
So if genetic crossbreeding was happening, I feel like having the same number of chromosomes would be an important part of actually making it work. So that is something that, That's something that I researched like, years ago. But in my opinion, I believe that you have a lot of fallen angels messing with DNA, trying to create some type of hybrid Nephilim type thing. So when it talks about Apollo, that's a fallen angel. When it talks about the beast, that could very well be a human hybrid. And in my opinion, it could look just like Baphomet.
I don't know much about all that stuff. I might not even really know what a chromosome is, to be honest with you.
We'll just say that there's like two people get together and they share them, and then boom, out pops something. So,
Right.
there's like when you cross, horses and, well, let's just say some things you cross can't reproduce, like donkeys. There's like zebras and horses, and then with the chromosomes don't match. If they're irregular, they might produce an offspring, but that offspring can't reproduce. This is kind of like just more compatibility. And I don't know. I have never personally witnessed crossing of anything, but my theory is the chromosomes would have to match up like that in order to make it work.
Yeah, I guess so.
And I don't think it's a coincidence that, it is like it is.
Yeah, and I don't know much about this guy with those type of horns, but I've seen it and what he's talking about.
Yeah, that's the guy that like Aaron Ra worships. All Satanists worship that guy.
That was crazy when Matt Powell was like, "I told you he's a Satanist." Yeah, I didn't. I tried to look up like that conference to see what the rest of his speech was, but like, yeah, is he actually a Satanist publicly?
Yeah.
Like, wow, what does that even mean? Is that just because you hate God that much?
I guess he can't.
How are you an atheist and a Satanist? Like, I have no idea. Is it just to mock Christians, or is it a real thing? Or what is going on?
My honest opinion is Kent Hovind did convince him, and he just decided to switch over from Christianity to the opposite because of Kent.
Well, what's mind-blowing to me too is we just don't have as many viewers, right? As creationists, people love the atheist community, but it's how you look at a guy like Aaron Ra, who's just rude. He's dressed in all black. He's just looks scary. I mean, he's wearing a shirt that probably says death or looks like some sort of death. And why does that have, what does that have anything to do with, being an evolutionist or an atheist? But it's exactly what the Bible says. They worship death. Man, even in their science, falsely so-called, all the way to their t-shirts. But it makes me wonder how blind people can be to how obvious is it? That's not a good thing.
Yeah.
Anyway.
People obviously he ripped off the Undertaker 100% from the WWE. Or
is that what it is? I
WWF.
don't watch that, but is that what it was?
Yeah, I used to watch that all the time. But the point is, he ripped that off. But there, you could ask an atheist the question: if God appeared before you and said, "Hey, here I am, follow me," would you? If God appeared before Aaron Ra and said, "Hey, I'm here. You wanted to see me. Now follow me." Do you think he would, or do you think his pride would still take over and he would say
he wouldn't believe his own consciousness.
Right.
That's what I think. I mean, we have, at least now we have I think we have a more sure word of prophecy. So we don't have to rely on our experiences even as Christians. But yeah, that's what I think Aaron Ra would do. He would think he's, on drugs or something.
Yeah, he wouldn't follow Jesus no matter what. And there are people that there is a large number of people, just like the Bible says. It's called the great falling away, and then we have the great deception. And the great deception is, people.
You think it's gonna be aliens too?
There are.
It seems pretty obvious it's going to play a role, isn't it?
Well, you want to know something else that's funny? So, okay, you brought this up. So, you know the Tic Tac video?
No.
You've never seen this thing about the UFO that's like in real life?
Oh,
that's been
yes, I
flying
do.
around?
I know what the Tic Tac is. Yeah.
Okay. So, if anyone does any level of research, all you have to do is go onto copyrights. Go look at the Navy has copyrighted specific aircraft that literally are the Tic Tac. Okay, so this is publicly available. I'll post it in the side chat. But you know, you have these people that watch these shows and they're like, "Oh my gosh, this thing's crazy. It must be aliens." But I just posted the link inside chat, and I can post it in the YouTube as well. But the point is, there is the Tic Tac craft. It's out there. There's the plans for it. There's the patent. But what's scary?
Okay.
What's scary is this. Inside, if you actually go in there and not just read the abstract, but read the whole creation of it and the theories behind it, etc., you will see there is literally a formula for the annihilation of Earth. The estimation of the amount of energy it would take to annihilate Earth. Like
In this Tic Tac.
Yeah. So basically,
Copyrighted.
so the point is, the reason why this was created in the first place was they were trying to create a way to have multiple Tic Tacs in the air and destroy things like asteroids. That was the proposed reasoning for the government actually, funding this and creating this. So it's called a high frequency gravitational wave generator. But let me see if I can just.
I know people in the government. I don't think the government's that smart.
There are people that are that smart. So, okay, the implications of colliding focusing HFGW generated by rapidly accelerated vibration and spin of electrically charged systems can be used in applications of propulsion, as well as the extreme disruption of a planetary body, if so desired, since it can be shown that the energy level capable of annihilating a planet such as the Earth is on the order of 10 to the 32nd joules, which may be achieved with the concept at hand. Energy of annihilation equals 3/5 gm sub p 2 over rp. MP and RP are the planet mass and the radius, respectively.
I would love to see someone try and sue someone over this patent.
But the point is, people are like, this thing flies so fast. It's got to be aliens.
So you think it's people that made that?
No, that's the patent. Like, that is the thing. That is literally the thing.
Well, I just want to confirm. So you do think that that's people who made that, and that's not, or is that also fallen angels? People?
No, I think that there is. We'll say
fallen angels
technology.
made patents, maybe.
No. We'll say there is technology that humans have been guided by certain, we'll call them spiritual beings, and that's that's a different topic. That's like that's another thing. But this thing, what we're talking about now, that's the patent for it. It's 100% humans doing it. But the problem is, Satan all along from the very beginning, his goal has been to disrupt God's plan. If he annihilates Earth, his plan, God's plan, can no longer work. That's the thing. So if he actually can, which he has, these things are out there. They have been created. And if they've been created, it means the only thing preventing Satan from actually using these things like they say they can be used for would be angels. That's the only thing that can stop.
Oh, so you think we're seeing like angel and fallen angel warfare?
Oh, absolutely. Every day. I mean, it's described in the Bible.
Oh, I see it. In kind of a hidden way, right? But are you also thinking that there's like a like with aircraft or like in the sky and they kind of pop in and out of our dimension, or
So
like what is this ensemble look like, man?
so in the Old Testament,
Just so you know, we're so far outside of my realm of knowledge.
oh, this is fun. Like
know,
I
but
never
I'm
do.
I'm glad I can be a vessel for the topic. Yeah.
Like I have spent like decades just for fun, just researching these things until eventually like they just get stuck in my brain. But the point is, you have the Bible, which talks about I want to say it was a prophet. I don't think it was Elijah. It could have been Elijah, but he had a servant that was near him and they were surrounded and he was about to get killed. And basically he said, no, 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 we're good. We outnumbered the enemy. And then God opened the servant's eyes so he could see what Elijah was seeing. And I could be wrong. But that at that point, the servant's eyes were opened and he saw, we'll say hundreds of thousands of angels all around protecting them. So this is a biblically sound reasoning. And, you know, I've watched Ancient Aliens just as much as the next guy. And you have these episodes of Ancient Aliens where they're like, you know, I worked in a top secret military installation and randomly all of our nukes got taken offline. And we don't
I
know
was thinking
why.
about that just a second ago when you were talking about the Tic Tac thing.
Yep. So that, in my opinion, is God and angels directly disabling nuclear weapons because, like, I don't know, there might be somebody trying to shoot him or something. But anyway, that would
That's
interrupt
actually
God's
what
plan.
that was the example that I was thinking of when you were saying that there is this cosmic warfare. So that's
Yeah,
interesting you brought that up.
So we're on the same level. We're right there.
We are on the same, even though we have different interests. We are. That's why I had that connect, like I mentioned, the connection.
So,
well, let me, can I change the subject for a minute?
I just want to mention one last thing.
Yeah.
So you've seen the movie, the Marvel movie, Avengers Endgame, correct? Everybody's seen that.
I probably have. I'm not a big Marvel
Thanos.
fan.
Thanos, the big guy with the glove.
Right. He's pretty ugly looking. Is he the villain?
Josh Brolin? Yeah, you're right. He is ugly.
I've probably seen it, but I probably just don't remember the details.
So okay, I just want to make this quick point. Satan always wants to disrupt God's plan. That's his goal. Right. God's plan cannot be disrupted because, by definition, he is God. But the earth exists within time. So Satan thinks he has a chance, which is why we exist and why we are afflicted by things. Now, people say the Bible is perfect. And then they make the mistake of saying the King James Version is perfect, or the NIV translation is perfect, or this is perfect. And that's not correct. What's correct is in the Marvel movie, there's a scene where this guy named Doctor Strange, he goes forward in time and he looks at like the 47 trillion possible outcomes. And he decides he's going to go down the only outcome that resulted in a win. Okay. So that analogy is God has created the Bible and he has created earth and he has set us on a path that is going to end up in that win. So whatever the Bible is, whether it's translated right or it's translated wrong, it doesn't matter. It is perfect because it will end in the result of God and his perfect plan being executed. Done.
Right. Well, you sound like you're like me. You probably go to the original Hebrew. Greek.
Interlinear Bible only.
I found a fabulous free website that I use. I can't find a better one.
Bible Hub. Bible Hub has the interlinear.
I'll have to. There's one that I found when I looked up King James. What is it?
No King James. James is good.
It's the website. It's the website. 1611. I looked up, and then I found this website where it's the best if you want to go look at what each word means. Yeah, I also like the one you mentioned too. But anyway,
change the topic. Go ahead.
There was something I was going to say, but I forgot now. Okay, I wanted to try to briefly give you my rendition because this is my topic, and I'm talking about the flood. This is the impression I get from the Bible of what happened before and after. Just the ecology or the way the world is, based on what if I can kind of piece together the different aspects of the different parts of the Bible. So before the flood, it hadn't rained yet. Would you agree?
Yeah, the Bible talks about how there was dew on the ground
The mist
regularly.
came from the ground of the earth, right, to water the
Yeah.
face
Oh,
of the ground. Yeah.
and quick point on that. So I do believe that there was we'll call it a canopy. I do believe that it existed. And when the flood occurred, I believe that canopy left Earth's atmosphere. And I believe that explains why scientists have found certain bacteria or whatever life on asteroids that are orbiting Earth.
The fossils of the bacteria, and that's why we
Yep.
have comets, and it's why the moon is predominantly hit. Yeah, that, and why there's ice possibly on Mars.
Well,
all that jazz. Maybe.
So I'm just saying the life that was found on asteroids or comets, that life, that bioorganic life,
Right.
came from the oceans.
Right.
Hit
or
the canopy.
the asteroid came from the Earth too. Who knows?
Yeah. So it's part of the canopy, basically, is what I'm saying. But it was broken off during the flood.
I think we're on the same page here. So what I'm going to expand upon what I don't hear other creationists mention, even Kent Hovind. I agree with you. There's a canopy or just a different form of water of some sort. I don't know what it is.
Well, I think the canopy was hard. I don't think it was like ice. He thinks it was ice. I think it was actually hard.
Well, so it goes back to when you mentioned with the fountains of the deep, it wasn't just water, it was, molten rock and steam, and it's, it's an explosion, right?
Absolutely.
Well, if you go back to the old books, like 1910, before they had the newer fancy words, but when they're studying weather, they just referred to the impurities in the atmosphere as just impurities, not, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, methane. All it was just impurities. If you looked at a town where there's a lot of chimneys going on, there's fog, right? My point is it takes some sort of impurity to make clouds, right? And I believe a lot of it's hard to tie it all together, but in the Bible, he mentions that the whole earth was made to be inhabitable. I think that there was fewer mountains, and that vegetation, right? The oxygen level was probably really, really high. I think the atmosphere was really dense in general. The canopy or whatever it is was there, kind of crystalline clear. You could see the stars probably a lot better, but there was no wind except for the wind that passed by, that just came from the Spirit of God, or just from when the earth changed, when it changed from day until night, there was a little slight breeze, just like there is now, which is hard to pick up. It's very subtle. All these little things are mentioned in the Bible, but no one takes them literal enough to piece it together. I think that the earth was not tilted at its axle until after the flood. I think that the earth actually flipped upside down after the flood, and it's demonstrated by referencing the different constellations in the sky. I think that it not only turned upside down, but now it's tilted at its axle, and it reversed its rotation possibly. All these things are just subtly alluded to. How ice is formed and how clouds are formed, just described in the Bible. How the parting of light and how it creates wind. We wouldn't have had the Coriolis effect, and we wouldn't have had the seasons as we know them today. Evidence for that in Scripture too is just the fact that he mentions winter and summer, right, or fall or whatever, seed time and harvest for the first time after the flood. So I just spewed a bunch of things, but what's your take on that?
Yeah, so many topics.
Right, too much, huh?
So I can't really talk much about the axis, the pole shift, the rotation. I honestly, I haven't really looked much into that. It's kind of one of those things where, um, if you weren't there, how can you prove it? What would happen if it did happen? Like, and it's all theoretical. Like a lot of people say, there would be, just insane ramifications, death, Earth would fly into the sun, stuff like that. So I
Well,
can't really
so
talk.
if you and that's where that's why I think it is important though. But I agree with you from your perspective, but to answer why I think it's important is because the enemy uses these things against us. For example, if you approach the Bible the way that I do, and you look, or in a scientific way, and make predictions, let's say, oh, Bible's describing this occurring, therefore, well, you're familiar, like with in the deep ocean, where they say that the pole's reversed, and they add millions and millions of years. And they just say the pole reverses every 10,000 years, whatever. Are you familiar with that, with the way that
Yeah,
the rocks line, right?
yeah, I've read specifically on some of those, and I actually read a prediction that a lot of I wouldn't call them like respected scientists, but a lot of researchers state that it's bound to happen again in the very near future. So
Right. Well, with what I was just describing and what I see, if you piece things together in different parts of Scripture, what I see that might have possibly happened would describe those formations even better, right? And that happens a lot to me when I'm looking at something. I have a little prediction from something that the Bible's mentioning, and then I go look up a documentary or whatever, and I go, oh, I guess that is the case, right? It's kind of it just happens a lot.
yeah, and to speak about the mountains, that the Bible does say, the mountains sprung up, during the flood.
Right.
It does say that, so
Right.
that's biblically based. There are other things that I think you've stated, like Job talks a lot about the wind and the different trees, and he flies and he sees all these things, and then they talk a lot about like the north and the four winds, things like that. You mentioned about clouds. Now, there's something interesting I've been thinking about recently about
So if you
clouds.
look at Job and you go, the hoarfrost of heaven, and if you look at how hoarfrost is, what hoarfrost is, how it's formed, it's formed very similar to clouds, in that it needs an impurity to bond to. An example would be if you leave something on the grass outside, either it or the grass will frost, but not the thing. I can't remember what it is. No, I think it will frost underneath the covering. I can't remember. I looked it up 8 years ago, but the point is that they're very similar, and Job makes the connection. I think that it even gets specific too when he's talking about the waters, plural, and how the breadth of the waters are straightened. To me, it just it describes like snowflakes or frost, the way that it's so clear, even though it's Hebrew, it's specific, yet it's vague at the same time, but in a way the vagueness and how specific it is makes it just remarkably accurate. And the same thing though is the documentaries out there, the scientific documentaries that describe the same thing but in different words, as if we only recently discovered these things, is used against God in so many ways. When I'm like, why? The Bible talked about this way before we discovered, that, say, for example, snowflake has a tiny impurity in the middle of it. Right? We need an electronic microscope to be able to see that. But I think the Bible describes that. It's just a tiny example, but didn't mean to cut you off there, Power.
So
You
no,
saying cloud?
so what I was trying to say, and thank you very much for bringing up the clouds, is recently I've been thinking about this. I noticed two things in the Bible. Number one, when it talks about Jesus returning, it always says he's coming in the clouds. He's known as the cloud rider. He said it himself.
when you shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds. Now, that I've known about, but reading the New Testament recently, I've noticed that whenever God the Father says anything, when Jesus is in person on the earth, for example, when God says, this is my son and I'm well pleased, every time he actually audibly says something to the audience, it is right after a cloud forms.
Right.
Now, why is that? Why does that always precede God?
Well, he's alluding to the future, possibly. Also, it's amazing too, where if you take I thought of how clouds didn't exist until after the flood, and also how they're related to rainbows and the parting of light and all of these things that didn't exist until after the flood. But if you take the dates at which the flood occurred or it ended, and we found our life in this new world, correlates with the birthday too, probably, of one of the dates related to Christ, right? I bet you it's connected in that way as well, Power.
So
it's all connected.
So I've actually broken out the timeline. So this is something
So
that
you've done it.
Yeah, I've actually gone through the entire Bible and I put together the timeline. So Jesus was crucified in 30 AD. Okay. And not a coincidence, King David died in 970 BC. So if you do the math on that, that's literally exactly 1,000 years from the time King David died to the time that Jesus was crucified. And he was crucified exactly Nisan 1430 AD. People will say 33 or whatever. But literally, the only way the Gospels make sense, and I don't know if you've heard this, but the different Gospel accounts say that there's the Sabbath, and people say there's a discrepancy there because it says, oh no, Jesus was crucified leading up to the Sabbath, but then it says Mary went to the tomb before this, or on the first day of the week, which is after the Sabbath. So that means Jesus was crucified and then Mary went to the tomb within like 12 hours, right? Problem is, people don't understand Hebrew events. There's a weekly Sabbath and there are yearly Sabbaths.
Right.
There's 7 of them. So Jesus could have only been crucified on the year where the weekly Sabbath and the yearly Sabbath were separated by 3 days and 3 nights, because he said he was going to be in the grave like Noah for 3 days and 3 nights. If you go to timeanddate.com and you do the due diligence, you will find the only year that matches is the year 30 AD. Jesus was crucified on a Wednesday night leading up to Thursday. That was the yearly Sabbath. That was Passover. And he rose again, we'll call it Saturday night, Sunday morning, which was as the breaking of the Saturday night Sabbath. So that's just straightforward. That's a whole lot of information that people generally don't have the desire to research. So 30 AD, 970 BC is when King David died. Now, so the whole point of setting up the Sabbath, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, and then God rested. He didn't really have to rest. Day 7 is the millennial reign of Jesus for 1,000 years. Okay. So from the time Jesus returns to the time the new heaven and new earth is created is 1,000 years, which means there's 6,000 years of mankind. And then there's 1,000 years millennial reign of Jesus. So if you do the math on that, creation occurred 3,970 BC.
You have to, have you done a timeline just on the different days of the flood as well? Have you done
So
that yet?
the flood is an exact date from okay, so if you go through Genesis through the genealogy.
I bet you if you did that, you would find some patterns too. With I bet you would find more patterns
Yeah, there's a
that
ton
you'd
of
be
them.
interested in. Yeah.
So what I was trying to relay is there's this overall timeline. There's 6,000 years and then 1,000 of millennial reign. That's 7,000 years. But I don't know if you knew this. Have you ever read the Book of Enoch?
I have a couple
Okay.
times, and I'll be interested to know what your take is on it, because it was obviously, I mean, if Jesus referenced it, then there was a Book of Enoch.
Yeah,
And
it's
I don't know. I think that it's uncanny how much that book has impacted me, actually, even though I don't take it as, God breathed. But I think there's some stuff to it.
So what you can say is it's
It
quoted.
creeps me out because
It's
of how
quoted.
accurate it is in some ways.
So it's quoted in Jude. So at least part of it is inspired. So that's how I think of it.
Did Jesus reference it? I can't remember.
It's in
Am I
Jude. No,
wrong?
Jesus didn't. It was in Jude.
Okay, sorry.
So, but it's okay. So
he referenced Enoch, though, right? Maybe.
Oh
Not
yeah,
the
yeah.
book.
Enoch.
There we
Enoch
go. That's
is
why
one
I
of the yeah. So and that's another reason why the Book
it
of
was
Enoch is awesome.
translated.
If you look into Hebrews 11, it goes through all these people, and it mentions Enoch, and it says he walked with God, and he was the first to have this and that. It doesn't give any more details, right? It just says the very littlest thing. So for Hebrews 11 to reference him, but then there's nothing else in the entire Bible. It just he lived for 365 years. He walked with God, and then he was not. Like, what is
So yeah,
that?
what's right? So like he's the oldest person in the Bible in a way.
Well, the
'Cause he
point
never
is,
died.
the point is, why is Hebrews 11 going to reference this as an example of having faith, but not give you the story somewhere? You follow me? So,
Interesting.
so
Yeah.
the Book of Enoch is still around because, in my opinion, it tells the story of Enoch, whether it's inspired or whether it's not inspired. It's the reason.
But it's wisdom, though. Doesn't his word mean something like wisdom? Or doesn't Enoch mean, what does the word Enoch mean? The name.
If I had to guess, I would say walked with God, but I
Walked
really
with
don't
God. That's right. Something like that.
know. So real quick, let me get this out. In the Book of Enoch, there is a prophecy. It's called the 10 weeks of Enoch, and it gives specific descriptions of the 10 weeks of Enoch. You have to do the math on this to figure it out. So the first week, it says, I was born 7th in the first week while righteousness and judgment still endured. So I was born 7th. Who was born 7th? Enoch. And he's saying he was born 7th in the first week. Okay. So that means the first 700 years.
Gotcha.
Okay. So that's what gives you the formula for understanding all the rest of the timeline.
I follow you now.
So the second week, he says, and after me shall spring and arise. Second week, great wickedness and deceit shall have sprung up, and there shall be the first end, and in it a man shall be saved. So the second week is the second set of 700 years from Adam. Okay, so from 3970 BC, if you take 700 years from that, that's the first week. The second week is 700 years from that. That's the flood. Okay. And after that, in the third week at its close, a man shall be elected as the plant of righteousness, and his posterity shall become the plant of righteousness forevermore.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, you have 3970 to 3270 BC. Then you have 3270 to 2570 BC. That's the timeline of the flood. Then you have 2570 to 1870. That's the next 700 years, which is Abraham. This is predicting Abraham. And then in the fourth week, at its close, visions of the holy and righteous shall be seen, and a law for all generations, and an enclosure shall be made for them. From 1870 BC to 1170 BC, you have an enclosure made. Guess what? That's 1170 is around the time of Solomon, right? Solomon's temple. It wasn't built till later. They had the tabernacle, and they had that before. Anyways, so continuing. Fifth week, In the 5th week at its close, the house of glory and dominion shall be built. 1170 BC to 470 BC. Okay. So that is the temple. Okay. The temple was built at that time. In the 6th week, a man shall ascend, and at its close, the house of dominion shall be burnt with fire, and the whole race of the chosen root shall be dispersed. This is 470 BC to 230 AD. This is the timeline of Jesus. In the 6th week, a man shall ascend, and at its close, the house of dominion shall be burnt with fire. Guess what? Jerusalem was burnt with fire. In the 7th week, an apostate generation shall arise. That's 230 AD to 930 AD. In the 8th week, in the 8th week, a sword shall be given to the righteous, and judgment may be executed, and sinners shall be delivered into the hands of the righteous. That's 930 AD to 1630 AD. The 9th week, and after that, in the 9th week, the righteous judgment shall be revealed to the whole world, and all the works of the godless shall vanish from the earth. That's 1630 AD to 2330 AD. That is our timeline. In that timeline,
are they referencing? Sorry, that part that you just said kind of made me think about. That was when the Bible was mass produced, about that time.
Starting in 1630 AD is the beginning of the 9th week, correct?
And anyway, that was just what I thought when you were saying whatever, quoting whatever you're quoting. Is that the connection you're making too?
No, the connection I'm making is when it says the righteous judgment shall be revealed to the whole world. This means Jesus is coming back. According to the 10 weeks of Enoch.
Okay, yeah.
According to the 10 weeks of Enoch, Jesus is coming back after 1630 AD, before 2330 AD, right?
Interesting.
And then in the 10th week, in the 7th
we might still have some time.
No, I believe it's 2030. I believe there's going to be a second fulfillment of Daniel's 70 weeks.
I am not the right person for this because I don't even know what pre-trib and is it post-trib really is.
It's people argue over the silliest things. It's real simple. Okay.
Right. It's pre-rapture, right?
No.
And or is it? Go ahead.
I'm just going to break it down for you real simple. Okay. There's Christians. They're on the earth. Okay. Tribulation starts. Now, one of the crowns that you can get is called the crown of life. Okay. Jesus loved the disciples. He loved John in particular. John was martyred. He died. And Jesus loved him. Okay. Everyone that says Christians aren't going to be around for the tribulation because God loves us.
Before you continue, I like to guess things because, and this is without me studying this topic, and I could be completely wrong. I just like to guess because but the impression I get without diving into it when I read the Bible is that there's going to be some raptured and there's going to be some left behind who are also still going to be saved. Now continue.
So
I'm just curious if there's something there.
So to answer your question first, because I'm going to forget it, all Christians are raptured at the same time. Okay. There are no Christians on the earth after the rapture, period. There is only 144,000 Jews. And the 144...
What about the babies?
Whose babies?
The Christians' babies.
I would guess they'd probably be raptured too. Yeah, they'd be raptured. If you haven't reached the age of accountability, you get raptured. If you have, so if you're like 15 or 18 and you're not a Christian, then no. But if you're not up to the age of accountability, then yes. So, okay. The point I was making with the crown is this. The crown of life is only given to those people who are, what in the Bible it says, they are faithful to the death. Now, I want the crown of life. I want all the crowns. I am willing to die for Jesus. If God raptures me before I can get that crown, then that's not fair to me. So that's one of the reasons why I know that there is no pre-tribulation rapture. The Bible clearly states that there will be beheadings of Christians, and it will happen a lot. And all of the disciples got that crown of life. They were all martyred. They all died horrible deaths, as did most of the early Christians. So
Right.
it would not be fair for the people who want that crown of life to be raptured before they can get it. So the rapture won't happen until everyone that's supposed to get the crown of life has. But anyways, the timeline. Okay. Temple sacrifice begins. 7 years later,
So,
Jesus
so
returns.
you know, maybe for if there's other people listening and don't understand this topic, like I like haven't looked into the topic like I haven't. Just to clarify, it's as simple as there will be tribulation before the rapture. Is that what pre-trib and post-trib mean?
Yeah, so not only will there be tribulation, I kind of went into this earlier when I talked about the two witnesses, but
So is that pre-trib what you believe is post-tribulation?
so
If we're gonna play definitions.
okay, so when I first started researching this topic, it was probably decades ago, and there was no such thing as the wrath. Nowadays, there's this thing called the wrath. People talk about the wrath. The wrath starts with the bowl judgments. The tribulation to me was always a 7-year period of time. And then within the tribulation, you had the trumpet, or you had the seals, you had the trumpets, and then you had the bowls. Those are the three judgments. The seals happen first, the trumpets happen next, and then the bowls happen after that. So it's kind of like it's moved. The target has moved since I started this a long time ago. But I'm going to read you a verse. This is the reason why. This is the reason why Kent is wrong about the rapture and Donnie's wrong about the rapture. They say it's
they're not gonna. Okay, so they're not gonna like that.
well. They say that it happens when the sun and the moon go dark. Okay,
So
that happens. That happens multiple times. So when they say it happens here, okay, but you got to pick which one does it happen on, and then even more specific, they ignore the actual verse that says that's in 2 Thessalonians. It says, "For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout and the voice of the archangel and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first." So this is specifically talking about the rapture. They'll try to disconnect, and they're not wrong. The sun and the moon go dark. Yeah, that's absolutely true. But you can't say it's one or the other and ignore the trump of God. The trump of God is the seventh trumpet. Okay, that happens during the tribulation, before the wrath.
I'm sorry for going backwards, but some of this is a double negative for me. There's two things that people call it. There's pre-trib and is it called post-trib?
There's pre-trib, mid-trib, post-trib, and then
there's three views.
Yeah, and there's other people that like believe it happened like thousands of years ago, and those people are just not together. They don't have a grasp on life because
And what does Donnie and Kent believe?
They believe they state unequivocally that happens when the sun and moon the tribulation
is that post-trib or pre-trib? So
it's during the trib.
So they're mid-trib.
They're early mid. I'm like later mid. So it's the difference.
And you would call that post-trib?
No.
Something else.
No, post-trib would have to be after the 7 years. Okay. So, but if you're getting more defined, I guess it would be post-trib, pre-wrath. But then you can define wrath differently, which, I've had a discussion with Donnie and he defines it his way. But the point is, when the sound of the seventh trump happens, that is when the rapture happens. the last trump sound, last trump sounds, and then the rapture occurs. So you have to square that verse. You can't just say when the sun and moon go dark. You have to have a trumpet in there somewhere, and you can't just create a trumpet and say somebody's going to blow something. You have to make it work with revelation. And like I said that earlier in this, I talked about the two witnesses. I don't know if you heard that, but the two witnesses are not just two people, but they are also the two sets of believers on the earth. They're the Christians and the Jewish believers. They are the candlesticks and the olive trees. And right after they are raised up, it talks about the seventh trumpet. So it works perfectly with the idea of the seventh trumpet being the last trump. Do you follow?
I don't know.
And I will say this, when you talk about the seals, they're very generic. Essentially, there's pestilence, there's famine, there's all these things. And
Right. Oh, you know, like, yeah, I listened to a little bit of stuff about what is it, it's the four horsemen of the apocalypse?
Yep.
The livid horse, I think, is what, the pale horse. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, they all represent certain things, which are.
What's your take on Gog and Magog? Do you think that
I talked about this earlier too.
Really?
So yeah, so what happens is, again, you have a problem with the King James version. You got to go to Bible Hub, and Ezekiel 38 is the reference. Ezekiel 38 talks about the battle of Gog, or it talks about the.
Well, all I know is it's kind of in the same area where stuff's going down right now. I think, anyway.
Well, there's going to be Armageddon, which is going to be pretty close to where we are now. So that's going to be in a few years. And then we have actually the battle when Satan is released 1,000 years from now. So there's going to be two big battles. So people get that confused a lot as well. There's a huge battle at the end of time.
So when you say years, when you say Satan will be released in 1,000 years, are those literal years or?
Correct. That's the end of Enoch's timeline is 3030 AD. That's when the new heaven and new earth.
Okay.
Yeah. So Ezekiel 38:1, okay, it says, and let me read the King James just so we can be very specific here. It says, and the word of the Lord came to me saying, Son of man, set thy face against Gog and the land of Magog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal, and prophesy against him. Okay, that's King James. Now let me switch over to interlinear, and I'm on Bible Hub. That's what helps you to do that. And it says, and the Son of Man came the word, this is going to be Hebrew, so it's going to be backwards. And came the word of me from Yahweh, saying, Son of man, set your face against Gog, the land of Magog, the prince of Rosh. Okay? That phrase is left out of the King James Bible. When you look up Rosh in the Hebrew, it means north. Specifically, it talks about top or the head, but it says it's basically talking about the north country. So specifically, Gog is what is north of Israel.
It's referenced as like the Mongols and the Russians, right?
Well, Moscow is directly north of Jerusalem. So.
Oh, is it? I didn't know that. It doesn't
straight line.
Really. It doesn't look like that on a map, but I believe you. I
straight
guess
line north.
Yeah, interesting. I didn't know that. That's funny.
Yeah, it's just that's what I'm saying is people get hung up on.
You get thrown off on the maps then, unless I'm wrong. Well, I'm not looking at a map right now, but pretty sure Moscow's a lot further to the right.
You just need to make it a flat map. You can't have that globe thing that Kent spins around. But yeah, that is what that is, and there is an end times battle, Gog and Magog, that happens. Satan is.
It's kind of actually, you know what? No, not enough tanks have been destroyed because it's supposed to be like 40,000 chariots are supposed to be destroyed. I think during that battle. I can't remember what the Bible says. I don't think the Russians are quite there yet.
So think about this.
Maybe though.
So after the rapture, all the Christians are swooped up to heaven, and we partake in what's called the wedding feast of the Lamb, which is like the biggest party ever put together. It's huge. It's like the craziest thing ever. Okay. And then we come back with Jesus and we're riding on white horses and he like slaughters everybody in Armageddon. But then at that point, when we touch back down on earth, we are in immortal bodies. We can literally walk through walls if we wanted to. And we live on the earth with actual humans that are on the earth for 1,000 years. Think about what that's going to be like.
You know, Game of Thrones has like nothing on the Bible.
Yeah, I don't. I watched one episode of Game of Thrones and I had to shut it off. My conscience was like, "Nah, bro." Like,
Oh, I have to fast forward through like most of it, which sucks, but yeah.
so, but at the end of the day, it's funny because you have, it's ironic. You have most evolutionists or atheists, and you ever see them on the streams, they have like all these fantasy world, like everything in the
love it.
background. It's like shelves and shelves of fantasy gear. And then when you think about it, the Bible says we're literally going to be like in immortal bodies. We're going to be doing everything Jesus was able to do when he was in a resurrected body. He could appear and disappear. He could walk through walls. I mean, he can fly, like, and all these people that live in this fantasy world, they're going to miss out because they don't realize this is literally what the Bible says is going to happen. We are going to be in resurrected bodies, which are going to be incredible. Why would you want to miss out on that?
Right. That's another thing I haven't looked into too much. I think like when he describes heaven, and I guess in your case how we have bodies too. There's just I only know what the Bible's alluded to. You know, it describes heaven as being like a big. That probably sounds silly right now, but a big building with different rooms. You know, we all
So,
have our own room.
so
I
we
have
don't
no idea.
we don't spend a whole lot of time in heaven, just FYI. A lot of people get hung up on that. Like, I'm
We
gonna
just go there to our
we go
rooms for a
there,
little while, and then we go slay people on earth with our white
right?
horses and swords.
And then the new heaven and new earth is created directly after that, and there's no more time, which means we're not going to have a physical body because there's no more time, and everything that is bound to time is bound to physical matter. But anyways, so the Revelation talks about the temple, God's temple is going to come down from outer space, and it's going to land on earth, like it's going to touch down. And it's funny because it says, and the length and the
Are
width.
you thinking literally?
Yeah, no, literally.
Like heaven's gonna come down like a hotel,
The
giant
temple,
hotel, and just land.
the temple of God is going to come from outer space and land on the earth. And it is going to, it's literally what the Bible says. And it says its
Right.
length and its width and its height are the same, right?
So a square hotel is gonna land on Earth.
Ah, you fell for it too. You fell
What?
for it too.
Okay,
Eh.
okay. Hold on a second. Oh, you know what? It's gonna be a circle.
Nope.
Well, I like guessing things, so hold on. Pyramid.
There you go.
Yeah, baby. That's also the similarities between a pyramid and a square and a circle. They're very so. Yeah. That's how I-
Equilateral
Right.
triangles.
Isn't it
a pyramid.
amazing too what the Great Pyramid points? Is it true that whatever chamber points to Bethlehem? It's just shocking. That building is just shocking. I bet you it's for the first time I've ever heard this is going to happen. I don't know where it is in the Bible, but I believe you. So I wonder if it's even the Great Pyramid.
Well,
is,
we
you know,
talked about
connected to that.
we talked about the fallen angels, and they landed on Earth. Like they literally existed on Earth. Apollo was one of them. So, you know, they were familiar with what heaven looked like. They're familiar with the actual temple of God, right? They're familiar with, you know, obviously God
Do you
doesn't
think
exist.
Apollo built the Great Pyramid?
No, I'm
Is
not
that where
saying
you're
that.
getting to?
No. But
Oh.
what I'm saying is obviously you had a supernatural.
Wait, is Apollo one of the good ones?
No, he's super bad.
Oh, he's super bad.
He's the guy that's in chains right now, and he's called like the king of
Oh,
the abyss.
he's the one in chains.
There's a
Apollo.
ton of them, but he's one of them. But he gets released, and he begins like the swarm of locusts.
Dude, he's been in
that come
chains.
out.
I believe he's been in chains since the flood. You too? Is that what you get from the Bible? Or
Yes,
is it
correct.
before?
That's correct.
Interesting.
And that's also what Enoch Enoch prophesied the flood would happen, and that's exactly what happened. And you know what? Like, are they actual chains, or did somehow these
I think it's bars and
entities
doors they shut up in the earth. I think the
bars?
Bible talks about this, dude. Bars, it refers to bars and doors in the King James.
So
in that
okay,
English
so
translation. Well, yeah.
I want to go down the rabbit hole real quick. Okay, so let's say there were these beings that existed on Earth that
Right.
couldn't be killed. You can't kill them. The flood
Ew.
can't kill them, right?
Yeah, he's gonna put him in earth.
And let's say they're trying to be like God.
Sucked him down the fountains of the deep.
God has a pyramid in heaven, right? So all of a sudden you got these fallen angels that are all over the earth trying to recreate God, trying to be God. I mean, that's what the Bible says. So the flood happens.
I'll piss God off.
The flood happens, and all of a sudden the fallen angels are in chains. Now, there's plenty of movies out there where like you have immortal beings that are bound up and thrown in the ocean. So they're forever alive.
Oh, it's all through the Greek books and stuff too.
Right.
I bet you they're, yeah.
So let's say hypothetically those chains is actually, like you said, the earth. And let's say the flood actually buried their physical bodies in the earth. So they can't die, but they can't escape.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, and I'll tell you, I think the Bible even describes it. When they're down there moving around, you get volcanoes. Like, it's just like that's literal interpretation, I guess.
Oh, you know what? Actually, that is so hell exists. It is not eternal. The lake of fire is eternal. So hell exists today.
Yeah, they're down there and in there right now.
So the core of the earth could very well be hell. Yeah, you're right. I agree with that.
It's metaphorical and it's literal. I mean, I don't know, man.
It's metaphysical.
Thank you. I'm not a words scientist, but
yeah, but that's another thing people get wrong is they think I'm in hell forever, but hell gets cast into the lake of fire. So when the new heaven and new earth is created, those are eternal, and the lake of fire is eternal. So that's where we are no longer physical
too, right?
No, that's a Catholic thing.
Okay. Oh, I didn't mean it like that. I thought that there was like maybe there's the
different levels of punishment. Yeah, because Jesus says,
yeah, there you go.
Jesus says that the Pharisees, because specifically what they did is they took money from widows and basically they stole. And Jesus was like, for you, I will have greater punishment because of what you have done. So essentially the Pharisees are going to get the worst treatment. And then he went on to say like Sodom and Gomorrah is not even going to be getting the worst treatment for, in comparison to people that, the disciples and the apostles went to and they turned them away. And it says the disciples and apostles shook the dust off their feet. And so essentially they got worse treatment than Sodom and Gomorrah. So there are levels of punishment that is 100% biblical for sure.
Gotcha. So there's this pyramid that comes and lands.
Yeah, man.
How big is this thing? Because you said it's measured. I know that it's equal, and you can decipher that it's a pyramid.
Yep.
But does it say how big it is, like the number?
It does, and it's in Stadia. Hold on. Let's see. I don't have these things memorized.
We're going down the Abuso.
Yeah, there you go.
Rabbit hole. No, it's a different level though.
Let's see. I gotta find this reference.
No, that's interesting. Yeah, that's what I get when it comes to. No, I think that the mountain chains that you see around the earth, I think that it's described in detail in the ocean, what we'll find and see when we go down there. And I think we have gone down it, and the Bible describes it. And I think it's what was the word? Metaphysically related to a lot of what the Bible describes. I don't really quite fully understand it, but
And
Those
what's
fallen angels are down there, and the Bible describes it, and in some way, shape, or form, they are or underneath the Earth's crust. What it
oh
says.
no,
Gotta be.
my PC just did something funny. I just tried to hold on. Okay, it's back. Wait, nope. Are you still there?
I think we're getting yeah, I'm still here. We getting censored already?
Yeah, somebody snuck into to my OS. Looking up the New Jerusalem, the temple. Uh-oh. Getting unresponsive. Uh-oh. I probably have too many browsers open is the problem. Well, it's Revelation 21:16. I might just have to flip over to my actual Bible. While
If I can find mine, I have so many boxes. I don't know. Someone packed it. I don't know where. Oh boy. I guess that might be the end of the show. I'll wait around for a minute, see if something gets fixed here. All right, I'll email John. If anyone wants to join, I'll see if he can pop on. I think we still got a chat going. Oh wow, we still have a live chat going. Look at that. Ozzy, if I had something to drink, I'd probably just talk to myself. See how far this could go. Yeah, stay in the back and I will email John. He's probably asleep. I can't sing.